From the moment he was born, he had to endure a tragic fate. The day he was born was also the day his mother passed away. Everyone around him said he would never live past 20. This child's soul had already reached the gates of the underworld. That was his fate. Born on a day of heavy snow, plagued by misfortune all his life, hardship written between his brows, a lifetime full of twists and turns, burdened with heaven's destiny and surrounded by enemies on all sides. He had gone through every kind of bad luck imaginable, even encountering things like a drowned woman's corpse drifting in the river. Then even his biological father left him behind. Could anything be more tragic than that? That was until the day he met that person. From then on, his fate began to change. Now people called him by a new name, Lord Dragon King. No, but he still wanted everyone to call him by his real name, Qin Huai. Help! Somebody help me. I don't want to die. On a small boat, a woman faced the gaping maw of a monster and screamed without stopping. Just as it seemed she was about to be swallowed whole, a loud explosion rang out, and a young man appeared heroically, talisman in hand, blocking the monster in its tracks. The moment she saw the young man appear, the woman cried out in shock. Why you? You're Lord Dragon King. Heavy snow, Mian Mountain, Sichuan. 20 years earlier, Qin Huai's parents had gotten married, and everyone in the village said marrying on such a snowy day was a good omen. But the truth was the exact opposite. Qin Huai's mother died in childbirth while giving birth to him. Qin Huai himself was frail and sickly, and though they traveled everywhere and sought out all kinds of miracle doctors, all they received were helpless shakes of the head. Once, Qin Huai was nearly bitten to death by the neighbor's black dog. His father killed the dog and got into a fierce fight with the old neighbor. Old Qin, your boy provoked that black dog. I'm afraid something filthy has latched onto him. Go to Qinko River and ask Yang Duangong to take a look. A kind-hearted neighbor reminded Qin Huai's father. At the mention of Yang Duangong, Qin Huai's father froze for a moment. Son, I'll take you to see someone. He can cure your illness. With that, he took Qin Huai to meet him. The day Qin Huai first met Yang Duangong was also the year he had just turned 16. Yang Duangong lived by fishing on Qinko River, and when people asked, he would also help look into strange matters involving evil spirits and the supernatural. The moment he saw Qin Huai and his father, Yang Duangong spoke at once. Your son's life can be saved, but you must agree to one condition. After I save him, he must acknowledge me as his adoptive father. I'm old now and need someone to care for me in my final years. Do you agree? As long as his son could be saved, what was one more adoptive father? Qin Huai's father immediately agreed and told Qin Huai to call him adoptive father twice. The instant Qin Huai did so, Yang Duangong happily stepped forward. Good. Then helping you is also helping myself. This boy can be saved. Born on a day of heavy snow, surrounded by misfortune, hardship etched into his brow, a life of struggle and difficulty, enemies lurking everywhere. In short, this child is destined for a lifetime of hardship. After hearing that, Qin Huai's father bowed once more to Yang Duangong and begged him to save the ill-fated child. Old Yang looked up at the sky and sighed. I'm afraid this child's soul has already stepped halfway through the gates of the underworld. Leave him here and go home. I'll handle things from here. Though reluctant to leave his son behind, Qin Huai's father could only follow Yang Duangong's instructions, reminding Qin Huai not to forget to listen to his adoptive father. That night, Yang Duangong set up a ritual altar as if preparing to carry out some major undertaking. After that, he had Qin Huai sit on a bed in the corner of the room and instructed him not to be afraid no matter what he saw in a moment. Then Yang Duangong formed a strange seal with his hands, while his lips continuously muttered an incantation. Only seconds later, Qin Huai suddenly saw two shadowy figures flickering into view beside him. The two shadows were abnormally tall, each with an extremely long tongue hanging out. They looked like fierce and terrifying demons, and Qin Huai started trembling all over just from seeing them. Then Yang Duangong seemed to say something to the two shadows, growing more and more agitated as he spoke. It seemed the two sides failed to reach an agreement. The shadow figures stopped talking and immediately shot a black chain toward Qin Huai. At that very moment, Yang Duangong stepped forward to block them. Honored officers, please don't be impatient. He took something out from his clothes. This child is still young. Please spare him just this once. Qin Huai couldn't understand a word of what they said after that. He only knew that after taking the item from Yang Duangong, the two shadow figures finally agreed and left. The instant they disappeared, Yang Duangong spat out several large mouthfuls of blood. Don't be afraid. I'm Yufina. You must not tell anyone about tonight. Sit there and wait. I'll get some medicine for you. A short while later, Yang Duangong returned with a bowl of thick, pitch-black medicine. Without thinking too much, Qin Huai poured the whole bowl straight into his mouth. That night, Qin Huai slept extremely well. Since the day he was born, he had never had such a restful sleep. The next morning, when he woke up, Yang Duangong had already prepared a delicious bowl of noodles for him. In just a few minutes, Qin Huai finished the entire bowl clean. His aching body had never felt as comfortable as it did right then. Outside Yang Duangong's house, Qin Huai's father happened to walk in as well. Seeing that his son was actually able to eat normally, he was overjoyed, thinking his son had truly been saved. But just then, a shrill sound rang out, startling all three of them inside the house. Looking toward the door, they saw a black crow standing outside, letting out one piercing cry after another. It was a mourning black crow. After several eerie caws, the black crow spread its wings and flew away once more. Yang Duangong fell silent, as if thinking of something, while Qin Huai's father brought a stack of red envelopes before him. "Thank you for saving my son's life. This is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." But Yang Duangong waved his hand, refusing it. "There's no need. Let the child stay with me for a few more days. It's not that Qin Huai hasn't recovered. It's just safer to keep him here a little longer in case something unexpected happens." Hearing Yang Duangong say that, Qin Huai's father could only obediently agree. After his father left, Qin Huai stepped forward and asked, "Adoptive father, what did you mean just now by a mourning black crow?" "So you heard that? It's nothing. When that black crow comes again, we'll just catch it and make soup for you." "Son, has your family ever had a feud with anyone?" Qin Huai immediately remembered what had happened when he was little, when a neighbor's black dog had nearly bitten him to death, and his father had killed the black dog because of him. After hearing the story, Yang Duangong nodded, then took a sheet of yellow paper from inside his robe and wrote Qin Huai's name on it. "Tonight, follow me to the riverbank. I'll find someone who can save you." Soon night fell. Filled with doubt, Qin Huai sat on a boat with Yang Duangong as they drifted with the current. "Adoptive father, where exactly are we going?" Only then did old Yang reveal little. "My adopted son, do you know anything about the immortal of this river?" Of course Qin Huai knew nothing. There really is an immortal in this river? Old Yang's words immediately stirred Qin Huai's curiosity, but in response, old Yang merely smiled and said nothing more. Suddenly, Qin Huai noticed something strange happening around them. Mist began rising out of nowhere in waves. It was the first time he had ever seen such an eerie fog. Only then did old Yang slowly speak. "Sit tight, son. Very soon our raft will enter a dark gorge." The raft drifted onward for another moment. Then old Yang suddenly stopped it and thrust the pole in his hand into the water as if searching for something. Right after that, he fell silent. Strange. It shouldn't be like this. No sooner had he finished speaking than the raft, carrying the two of them, seemed to strike something, making it shake violently. Then, something slowly rose from beneath the water, something that frightened Qin Huai so badly he nearly wet himself. It was the corpse of a woman, a drowned woman's corpse drifting in the river. No one knew how long it had soaked in the water, but its face was already swollen beyond recognition. Qin Huai nearly screamed out loud, but old Yang stopped him. "Don't scream. If you wake her, there'll be real trouble." It turned out the thing before them was what was called a baleful corpse. It seemed there was no way to find someone to save Qin Huai today after all. They could only pull the woman's corpse onto the boat first and think of what to do next. After dragging her aboard, Qin Huai realized that although the corpse had been in the water for a long time, it didn't smell rotten at all. Old Yang gave Qin Huai the task of carrying the woman's corpse, and together they found a deserted place to perform a rite to help her pass on. In the end, the two of them arrived at a barren grave mound, dug a pit with some effort, and placed the female corpse inside. Yang Duangong lit several sticks of incense. When the last stick burned out, he tossed a stack of joss paper toward the grave. "Miss, rest in peace. I don't know your name, and your death has nothing to do with us. From now on, you have a place to rest. In your next life, may you be reborn into a good family." After Yang Duangong finished speaking, he and Qin Huai worked together to cover her with earth, putting up a simple grave for the unfortunate girl so she would at least have somewhere to rest. Then the two of them turned and left. On the way back, Yang Duangong did not forget to warn Qin Huai that what happened tonight must remain absolutely secret. By the time they returned home, it was already midnight. Qin Huai washed up and went to bed, while Yang Duan-gong still reminded him not to think too much about what had happened that night. Qin Huai originally tossed and turned, unable to sleep, but the fear and exhaustion of the night finally overwhelmed him. Little by little, he drifted off. In his hazy state, Qin Huai felt the air around him suddenly turn cold, freezing cold, like being inside an icy tomb. But wasn't it still summer? Why had it suddenly become so chilly? Filled with confusion, Qin Huai sat bolt upright in bed, and his hand accidentally touched something soft, yet ice-cold. Qin Huai turned to look closely, and to his horror, it was the female corpse they had encountered in the river earlier. The shock scared him half to death. He let out a terrified scream and immediately ran outside to find his adoptive father. When old Yang entered the room and saw the female corpse lying on the bed, he too looked somewhat troubled. "Miss, we meant you no harm. Why are you clinging to my son?" The female corpse seemed to understand Yang Duan-gong's words. She slowly sat up from the bed, her eyes wide with hatred. She looked toward Qin Huai and the two fathers. Amid Qin Huai's confusion, the corpse stood up and slowly walked toward him step by step. If old Yang had not been standing behind him, Qin Huai would probably have already turned and run for his life. He had thought the corpse would do something terrifying, but to his surprise, she directly knelt and kowtowed to Qin Huai. After finishing, she walked straight outside, leaving Qin Huai completely unable to understand what was happening. Old Yang immediately began calculating on his fingers. After finishing, he blurted out, "This is bad. Hurry, go check on your biological father." Worried that something had happened to his father, Qin Huai didn't think twice and immediately ran home with Yang Duan-gong. The moment they pushed open the door, a basin full of fishy, bright red blood poured down from above and splashed directly onto Qin Huai's head. Old Yang quickly pulled him over to a water basin to wash the blood off. At that moment, Qin Huai's father came out from inside the house. He didn't understand why Qin Huai and Yang Duan-gong had come so late at night. Old Yang immediately questioned him. "Qin Huai's father, did you feel as if someone had come into the house tonight?" But Qin Huai's father immediately shook his head and said no. But there was clearly a bowl of crow's blood placed above your door. That bowl just poured down onto Qin Huai's head. It seems the one who intends to harm Qin Huai is definitely no ordinary person. Does your family truly have no enemies? Qin Huai's father replied in confusion. "Our family has always been honest and kind in the village. I really can't think of anyone we've offended." This was indeed far too strange. Old Yang then had Qin Huai go inside and rest first. He needed to speak privately with Qin Huai's father. Qin Huai obeyed his adoptive father. He was exhausted too and slept straight through until morning. But when he woke up, neither his biological father nor his adoptive father was home. Qin Huai had no idea where the two of them had gone so early. The moment Qin Huai stepped out of his room, he saw a stranger standing right in front of the house. The man was dressed strangely and was holding a black umbrella under the bright sun. Unexpectedly, the stranger said the moment he saw Qin Huai that he had come specifically to find him. Find him? A wave of fear rose in Qin Huai's heart, and he immediately turned and shut himself inside the house. Looking through the crack in the door and seeing no one outside anymore, he thought the stranger must have left. But suddenly, the man's voice sounded from behind him. "No need to be afraid. I won't harm you." Qin Huai had no idea how the man had gotten inside, and at that moment, the front door would no longer open. "I only need to say a few things, and you must remember them well. First, the corpse repays a kindness. Second, the river water stops flowing. Third, the mother cow dies in your place. After these three things happen, come find me. When that time comes, something big will happen." After saying those baffling words, the strange man walked out the door, leaving Qin Huai full of confusion. "Wait, who exactly are you? Where am I supposed to find you?" The stranger seemed to turn into vapor and vanished right before Qin Huai's eyes, leaving behind only one final sentence. "When the time comes, someone will naturally tell you the answer." Gone. He had really disappeared. Was the corpse repays a kindness referring to that drowned woman's corpse from the river? It would already be lucky if she didn't come scare him again. How could he dare hope for her to repay him? Had he run into some lunatic? Just then, Qin Huai's adoptive father and biological father returned as well. Qin Huai was about to tell them about meeting a strange man, but his adoptive father cut him off. "Norus, put this on under your clothes first." What his adoptive father handed him was a garment covered all over with strange talismanic markings. "Don't ask too many questions. Just remember not to take it off for the next few days." Only then did Qin Huai have a chance to tell them that he had just met a strange man carrying a black umbrella who had said a bunch of things that made no sense at all. But neither of his fathers had seen any sign of such a person. They even thought Qin Huai must have been so frightened over the past few days that he was hallucinating. After all, who would carry an umbrella in weather this sunny? A hallucination? Qin Huai doubted himself, but the man had vanished right in front of him. It really didn't seem like a hallucination at all. Old Yang fell into deep thought. Holding a black umbrella, avoiding sunlight, Qin Huai's father was just an ordinary man, and he began to wonder whether Qin Huai had encountered ghosts. But the garment Old Yang had given Qin Huai was no ordinary object. Normal ghosts would not be able to approach Qin Huai, much less harm him. Qin Huai, if you see that strange man again, tell me or your father immediately. After Qin Huai's mother died, his father had played both mother and father, and it had not been easy for him to raise Qin Huai. Yang Duangong did not forget to remind him that he must repay his father with filial devotion in the future. After that, the three of them sat down together and had a hearty meal after a tiring day. Qin Huai's father, little Huai will stay with you for the next few days. I'll go back first and prepare some things. Is there anything I need to prepare on my side? Qin Huai's father asked softly. No need. With this yellow robe protecting him, little Huai will be fine for the next few days. After saying that, his adoptive father left first, leaving Qin Huai at home for a few days. But even after stepping outside, Qin Huai's mind was still stuck on the words of that mysterious man. Was that person really a ghost? What exactly did his words mean? His adoptive father had not explained clearly either, so Qin Huai still could not understand. With nothing to do at home, Qin Huai decided to walk around the village for a bit to ease his boredom. Over there stood an abandoned temple, where he had often sneaked off to play when he was little. Suddenly, 3 black dogs sprang out of the grass and began growling non-stop at Qin Huai, their eyes fixed on him as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. Weren't these dogs the offspring of the neighbor's black dog that had once bitten him? They had already grown this big. Were they out for revenge? Sure enough, their target was Qin Huai. He could only turn and run for his life. If one of those things got a bite into him, there was a very good chance he'd end up on an ancestral altar before long. Since he was getting farther and farther from home, Qin Huai had no choice but to duck into the ruined, abandoned temple for the moment. But unfortunately, because the temple had long since fallen out of use, the doors were already completely broken and could not be shut. Qin Huai shouted for help, but not a single sound came in response. There was obviously no one at all in a place like this abandoned temple. In the blink of an eye, those black dogs once again lunged at Qin Huai like vicious fiends. Faced with the savage pack, Qin Huai had no idea what to do except cover his head and resign himself to his fate. But after waiting for a long time, he still did not feel the pain he had expected. Summoning all his courage, he opened his eyes, and the sight before him was the drowned woman, gripping a black dog's neck and biting into it. The female corpse was so strong that she easily tore the black dog's head clean off its neck. The 2 black dogs in the back had been ferocious just moments ago, but after seeing the female corpse rip the head clean off one of their own kind, they lost every bit of courage and no longer dared move forward. But the female corpse clearly had no intention of letting them go. She lunged forward in a flash, seized the remaining 2 black dogs, and carried out a brutal slaughter. Watching the female corpse deal so easily with all 3 black dogs that had been closing in on him, Qin Huai panicked once again. What was she trying to do? Was she hungry? Was she going to come at him next? But contrary to what Qin Huai expected, after killing the 3 black dogs, the female corpse simply turned around and left, gradually disappearing from his sight. She really left. That was too dangerous. If she hadn't stepped in, he would have been done for. Wait a second, didn't she just save him? Could this be the female corpse repaying a kindness, just like that mysterious man had said? Yesterday, that female corpse had even kowtowed to him. Could that have been her way of showing goodwill? The first thing the mysterious man said had already come true. Could everything he said actually be real? A little later, when Qin Huai's father came home and saw him sitting inside with his head in his hands, deep in thought, he couldn't help worrying about his unlucky son. Qin Huai looked at his father, his heart full of hesitation. Earlier, the neighbor's black dog had nearly bitten him to death, and his father had even gotten into a fight with them and almost caused a major incident. If he told his father that it was the same black dog again, his father would definitely go risk his life fighting the neighbors. So after a long internal struggle, Qin Huai still decided not to tell his father about it. That night, Qin Huai tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and only drifted off sometime after midnight. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. The next morning, hurried knocking sounded at Qin Huai's door. He didn't understand why he had been oversleeping so often lately. His body felt utterly exhausted. It turned out the one knocking nonstop outside was his second uncle. The moment he arrived, he urgently pressed Qin Huai to come with him to the river mouth. Hearing that something had happened to his father there, Qin Huai's expression darkened at once. Very quickly, he reached the riverside with his second uncle. By then, many people had already gathered there, and several were searching the water from rafts. Second uncle, what exactly happened to my dad? Did he fall into the river? Seeing that his uncle stayed silent and refused to answer, Qin Huai rushed straight toward the fast-flowing water. His second uncle quickly grabbed him. Don't get worked up. Even if you go, you won't be able to help. I heard your dad was working by the riverbank and accidentally fell from up high. In that instant, Qin Huai nearly collapsed. Fortunately, young Duan Gong, his adoptive father, appeared from behind and opened his arms to pull Qin Huai into an embrace. Son, don't be afraid. Your adoptive father is here. Just then, from behind them, a farmer helping with the rescue shouted, "We found him!" Downstream, Qin Huai's father was pulled onto the raft, but his face was deathly pale, and it was obvious that there were no signs of life left. Qin Huai went mad with grief, clutching his father and screaming, "Save him! I beg you, save him!" Yang Duan Gong spoke up, "Lil Huai, go back first with your second uncle. Leave things here to me." But this time Qin Huai had no intention of obeying his adoptive father. He struggled frantically, determined to stay by his father's side. Qin Huai had grown up without his mother, and now even his father had left him too. Over these past 10-odd years, his father had sacrificed far too much for him. A simple funeral was arranged by his adoptive father and Qin Huai. And just like that, Qin Huai's father officially departed from this world. Qin Huai broke down before his father's spirit tablet, unable to stop crying. "Little Huai, you have to look ahead. From now on, I'll take care of you." Only then did Qin Huai voice the doubt in his heart. "Adoptive father, no matter how much I think about it, I still don't understand. All the grown men by the Qintai River are excellent swimmers. How come my dad have drowned? Life and death are fated, little Huai. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Right now, the most important thing is to send your father off properly. Because the family was poor and had few relatives, the villagers had to help with the funeral arrangements. 3 days later, the burial began. In front of his father's grave, Qin Huai kowtowed 3 times in final farewell. Yang Duan Gong was a meticulous man. He had specially chosen a grave site with good feng shui for Qin Huai's father to ensure he could rest in peace. Suddenly, Qin Huai's gaze shifted to a spot not far away. He discovered that behind a nearby tree, that mysterious man had appeared once again. Qin Huai immediately told his adoptive father about the strange man's appearance and ran toward the tree. But it seemed that only Qin Huai could see him. In Yang Duan Gong's eyes, there was clearly no one standing behind the tree at all. But when Qin Huai actually reached the tree, there really was no one there. Could have been an illusion? Seeing that Qin Huai was emotionally unstable, Yang Duan Gong wanted to bring him back to his house to rest for a few days. But because his father had just passed away, Qin Huai wanted to stay in his own home and burn incense for him for several days. Old Yang could only do as the boy wished, telling him that if anything happened, he would come help immediately. That night, the house had already felt empty, and now with his father gone, it seemed even colder and lonelier. Only Qin Huai remained there by himself. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Normally, by this hour, his father would have brought him a tray of food, but now his father was far away. Qin Huai thought back to their encounter that afternoon. That mysterious man had definitely appeared again. But what was he doing there? What exactly was his purpose? Just then, someone knocked at the door. Filled with questions, Qin Huai went to open it. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Was it his adoptive father? But to his surprise, when he opened the door, the person standing there was the mysterious white-haired man. Qin Huai immediately fired off a string of questions. "What exactly are you trying to do? You appeared at the graveyard today, didn't you? Didn't you tell me to come find you? Why are you taking the initiative to come find me now?" Faced with Qin Huai's barrage of questions, the man didn't seem hurried in the slightest. "Young as you are, your memory's pretty good. Invite me inside first, and then I'll tell you why I've come." Qin Huai could only swallow his impatience, invite the man inside, and pour him a cup of tea. The man leisurely took the cup and drank with unhurried calm. Young friend, if I told you your father isn't dead, would you believe me? Perhaps because he truly wanted his father to still be alive, Qin Huai wanted to believe it, no matter how absurd it sounded. The mysterious man suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting. Young friend, if you trust me, then let me tell you something, and you must remember it well. Early tomorrow morning, listen carefully for the sound of a rooster crowing outside. If it's a rooster crowing, then immediately shut the door and go back to sleep no matter what happens. But if when you open the door, it's a hen crowing, then run out and dig up your father's grave. After that, pry open the coffin lid. If someone asks you whether it's day or night, answer that it's daytime. Qin Huai was a little confused. If that happens, who would be asking whether it's day or night? The man smiled and replied, "Of course your father will ask." That only made Qin Huai even more confused. Could his father really come back to life? And besides, how could a hen possibly crow? Without giving Qin Huai a chance to ask more, the man stood up, said goodbye, and left. Wait, I still don't know who you are or what your purpose is. But by the time Qin Huai finished speaking, there was already no one in front of him. The mysterious man had vanished again before his eyes. That man really was strange, but his words were impossible to ignore. In fact, Qin Huai wanted to see for himself whether there really was such a thing as a crowing hen. He had originally intended to stay awake until dawn, but before he knew it, he had fallen fast asleep. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Huai had been awakened by a bone-piercing chill. Last time, it was because the female corpse was beside him, but luckily, there was no female corpse this time. Looking at the clock, he saw that dawn was near, yet nothing had happened the way the mysterious man had said. Just then, a rapid burst of crowing sounded from outside the door. Qin Huai hurried outside to look, but it wasn't a hen crowing. It was the neighbor's rooster, which left him extremely disappointed. Right? How could a hen possibly crow? The very idea sounded ridiculous. But just as Qin Huai was about to go back inside, the hen nearby suddenly let out an earth-shaking crow. Its cry even completely drowned out the roosters. Because the mysterious man's words had been so uncannily accurate, Qin Huai could only grab a shovel and head straight for the graveyard where his father had been buried that morning. It didn't take long for him to dig up his father's coffin. He truly hoped his father wasn't dead. But when the coffin lid was opened, Qin Huai's father was still lying motionless inside, and his complexion looked nothing like that of a living person. Clearly, his father really was dead. What the hell am I doing? There's no way the dead can come back to life. Just as Qin Huai was about to wipe away his tears and leave, something strange happened. His father actually sat bolt upright inside the coffin and asked exactly what the mysterious man had said he would. Is it night right now, or day? Qin Huai stepped toward his father in shock. "Dad, it's me, Lil Huai. I'm your son." But Qin Huai's father only repeated the same question. "Is it night right now, or day?" Qin Huai immediately replied, "It's daytime," just as the mysterious man had instructed. Hearing that, Qin Huai's father stood up from the coffin and said 2 words, "Go home." The whole way back, he didn't say a single word to Qin Huai. He simply walked all the way back to his house. The moment he got home, he climbed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Qin Huai checked his father's breathing. He truly was inhaling and exhaling. His father had really come back to life. Looking at the clock, Qin Huai saw it was already 4 in the morning. Normally, his father would already be up making food for him at this hour. So this time Qin Huai decided he would be the one to cook for his father. By 6 in the morning, a simple meal was ready. But no matter how long Qin Huai waited, his father still didn't wake up. Maybe he was just tired and would wake later. But he kept waiting. 8 o'clock came, then 10. Yet his father remained sound asleep without the slightest sign of waking. Just then, the door opened. Yang Duan Gong, his adoptive father, had come to check on Qin Huai. Qin Huai immediately pulled him into the bedroom and excitedly told him the good news that his father had come back to life. At first, Yang Duan Gong thought Qin Huai had become delusional from excessive grief, but when he saw that Qin Huai's father had really revived, he couldn't hide his astonishment. He immediately stepped forward to check Qin Huai's father's pulse, and what he found was beyond belief. The pulse was steady. He really had come back to life. The only thing was that Qin Huai had been waiting and waiting, yet his father still hadn't woken up. It was already past 10 in the morning, and normally his father had never slept this heavily. Old Yang fell silent for a moment, then stopped Qin Huai from trying to wake his father. "Little Huai, don't call him anymore. This is a trap. I'm afraid someone is scheming against your father. Later, when you try to wake him, don't let anything go wrong." Qin Huai then recounted his entire conversation from the previous night with the mysterious man to Yang Duan Gong. After hearing it, Yang Duan Gong's face immediately darkened. Could it really be him? Right now, I'm afraid that strange man is your family's enemy. He's been plotting against your whole family all along. If your father still hasn't woken up by tonight, then that means his soul still hasn't returned. Tonight, I'll ask the Earth God of the underworld about it. The Earth God handles this kind of thing too? Qin Huai asked quickly. Of course. Otherwise, what do you think the Earth God of the living world does? I'll go back and prepare a few things. I'll return tonight. Qin Huai could only do as he said. He stayed behind, watching his father lying on the bed in deep sleep. Even with all that talking just now, his father hadn't stirred at all. Could it really be that his soul still hadn't returned? Was that strange man truly his family's enemy? Qin Huai felt that the man didn't seem to harbor any ill will at all. He kept thinking such scattered thoughts until evening, when Yang Duangong returned after preparing what he needed. By then, Yang Duangong was wearing a Taoist robe, while Qin Huai's father still showed no sign of waking. Everything was proceeding exactly as Yang Duangong had expected, so he began to act. Little Huai, do as I say. Tie this string around your wrist. If you notice anything wrong with me, pull it back immediately. After that was done, Yang Duangong sat down cross-legged, murmuring incantations under his breath that Qin Huai couldn't understand. Immediately afterward, a cold wind swept through, and Qin Huai could feel Yang Duangong's body becoming slightly lighter. Perhaps his spirit had already left his body and gone down to the underworld. Right after that, the string tied to Qin Huai's wrist changed. It was as if a powerful force were yanking him forward. Even though he used all his strength, Qin Huai couldn't hold it back, as though someone on the other end was playing tug-of-war with him. Qin Huai felt as if something inside him was being dragged out. In the next instant, a portion of his soul was forcibly pulled from his body, and by then he no longer had any strength left to resist the pulling force coming from the other end of the string. Just as Qin Huai was on the verge of giving up, a hand from behind slapped against his body. The portion of his soul that had nearly been dragged out immediately returned, and strength flowed back into him as well. Who had just saved him? It was none other than the mysterious, white-haired man, appearing as always with a smile on his lips. Although his strength and soul had returned, the pulling force from the other side had not lessened in the slightest. The mysterious man then said, "Close your eyes. I'll show you who's pulling you." Qin Huai could only obey and shut his eyes. The man lightly pressed 2 fingers against Qin Huai's eyelids, and a dazzling golden light appeared before his eyes. Then the mysterious man told Qin Huai to open his eyes. Right in front of him were 3 little ghosts clinging to one end of the string, constantly pulling him toward them. Facing the 3 little ghosts, the mysterious man gave a cold snort. "I'm already here, and you still won't scram?" The 3 little ghosts weren't frightened at all and replied, "Who are you supposed to be? If you know what's good for you, get lost on your own, or don't blame us for getting nasty." With that, one of the 3 little ghosts rushed forward and attacked the mysterious man without mercy. But though its bark was loud, its actual strength was pathetic. A stream of golden energy erupted before the mysterious man, and with a single palm strike, he sent the little ghost flying. Even after seeing the mysterious man's true strength, the 3 of them only grew somewhat wary and still talked big. No need to waste words on him. Let's all attack together. And so all 3 little ghosts charged at him again at the same time. But faced with all 3 attacking him at once, he couldn't even be bothered to move. They simply weren't strong enough to pierce the golden aura protecting him. He gave the slightest flick, and all 3 little ghosts were gravely injured and sent flying far away. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was simply too great. Before leaving, the 3 little ghosts didn't forget to throw out a few threats. "Just you wait. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't mock a poor little ghost." Once the little ghosts had gone, Qin Huai was no longer being yanked around by anything and could easily pull the string to wake Yang Duangong. The moment Qin Huai tugged the string, Yang Duangong's spirit returned to the living world. He looked extremely weary. "Sorry, little Huai. I nearly couldn't make it back myself. I'm afraid your father's soul won't be able to return anymore." Yang Duangong had been about to say something else, but the moment he saw the mysterious man, astonishment instantly spread across his face. "Why you? Why are you here?" The mysterious man replied coldly, "Since you know I've come, you don't need to meddle in this matter anymore." Hearing that, Yang Duangong immediately answered yes and stood up to leave. "Little Huai, now that this person is here, your adoptive father isn't needed anymore. He can save your father." After saying those few words to Qin Huai, he immediately left. Seeing Qin Huai standing there blankly, the mysterious man said again, him leaving was the right choice. If he insisted on meddling in matters he shouldn't, even his life would have to stay in the underworld. "So, do you still want to save your father or not?" Of course, Qin Huai answered without the slightest hesitation that he did. It was his only wish at that moment. Only then did the mysterious man step over to the bed where Qin Huai's father lay. "My name is Zhang Yiqing." After that, he continuously used secret techniques on Qin Huai's father's body. With each technique he performed, his father's complexion gradually became rosier. Right after that, Qin Huai's father suddenly opened his eyes and let out a cry, but very quickly closed them again and fell back into a deep sleep. Strange. Your father's soul isn't in the underworld at all. But as for where it is, I don't know. We can only wait until the time is ripe and ask someone then. As for how long we must wait, it will be until the second thing I told you comes to pass. After that happens, I'll come find you. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man vanished once more right before Qin Huai's eyes. Qin Huai simply couldn't make sense of this man. How could he do all these things? But in any case, there was still hope. "Dad, I will definitely save you." It felt as though his adoptive father had changed overnight. For the past few days, Qin Huai had kept going to his adoptive father's house to check on him, and only relaxed after confirming he was fine. Meanwhile, Qin Huai's father had shown no movement at all over those several days, lying on the bed in a state between life and death. It wasn't until the 5th day that the villagers' shouts rang out from outside. "The Qintai River has stopped flowing. Everyone, hurry and go catch fish." No one had ever heard of the Qintai River stopping its flow before. It was truly strange. But in a way, that was good too. They would finally have fish to eat. Only one person was not as happy as everyone else, and that was Qin Huai, because he knew Zhang Yiqing's words had come true again. The Qintai River really had stopped flowing. So when exactly would Zhang Yiqing come to find him? But there was still one final matter left. The mother cow dies in one's place. Qin Huai still could not understand that sentence at all. What did the mother cow dies in one's place actually mean? Sure enough, Zhang Yiqing kept his word and immediately came to find Qin Huai again. "Are you ready? Let's go save your father's soul." "You know where my father's soul is being held?" Qin Huai asked in shock. "Little Huai, you should know that in this world, there is no such thing as a free meal. I can help you bring your father's soul back, but you must agree to one condition of mine." Qin Huai grew suspicious. Surely he wasn't about to ask him to take him as a godfather, was he? Even so, Qin Huai still asked what Zhang Yiqing's condition was. "I can't tell you yet, but don't worry. It's something within the bounds of what you can accept." Only after hearing that did Qin Huai feel at ease enough to follow him. He just did not know where they were supposed to go now. As it turned out, the place they were heading to was the Qintai River itself, the very river that had mysteriously stopped flowing. Only when they arrived did Qin Huai truly believe it. A whole stretch of the river had completely dried up, leaving behind nothing but a barren patch of exposed ground. Yet not far away, there was a pool of water that had not dried up at all. Zhang Yiqing led Qin Huai straight to that strange pool. The moment he touched the surface, ripples began leaping up from below in an eerie rhythm. "Little Huai, your father's soul is probably in this water." Qin Huai stared at the pool in confusion. Could it be that his father had been killed by the water ghost in it? "You know quite a lot, don't you? If I tell you to go down there and fish your father's soul out, would you dare?" Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Huai immediately said yes. Hearing that, Zhang Yiqing nodded in satisfaction, then took 3 sticks of incense from his robe and lit them. "I'll ask first whether the one inside is willing to let us take him away. The living are governed by the living, the souls by the souls. I have come here to ask you a question. Immortals of the 8 directions, open the way for me. Supreme Lord Lao, swiftly obey the law and command." Then Zhang Yiqing threw the 3 incense sticks toward the pool. Strangely, they did not go out, but stood upright on the surface of the water. Right after that, a hand rose from beneath the water, grabbed the 3 incense sticks, and dragged them under. That was what Zhang Yiqing had been waiting for. He immediately shouted, "By my command, drag the ghost out here." At once, a spirit was forcibly pulled out of the water and appeared before Qin Huai and Zhang Yiqing. But Qin Huai recognized at once that the soul before him was not his father's. Hearing that it was not the right one, Zhang Yiqing flicked his hand and sent that spirit back down, then asked Qin Huai, "What is your father's name?" It turned out Qin Huai's father was named Qin Yui. This time, Zhang Yiqing directly shouted for Qin Yui to appear. Immediately, a soul was slowly pulled up from the water. But before it could fully emerge, a sudden gust of violent wind rose in the sky. Both Qin Huai and Zhang Yiqing realized at once that this whirlwind was definitely not normal. Right after that, the soul that was about to come out of the water was abruptly dragged back inside, as though it could not break free. At the same time, the 3 incense sticks Zhang Yiqing had thrown into the water suddenly flew back into his hand. But now the incense had burned into 2 short and 1 long, an extremely inauspicious sign when offering incense. Qin Huai did not understand what that meant. Did it mean his father's soul could not return? Zhang Yiqing said firmly, "It can be retrieved, but not now. I'm afraid your father has hidden something from you." Little Huai, these 3 sticks of incense were meant to ask the gods and ghosts to yield the way, but they refused to accept them and burned them into 2 short and 1 long. That is a deadly omen. Your father may have done something to anger the spirits. Qin Huai asked in confusion, "Master Zhang, my father was such an honest man. How could he possibly have offended gods or ghosts? Could there be some mistake?" But Zhang Yiqing was certain there was no mistake, because the incense had already been burned. If they did not get to the bottom of this, the ghosts in the river would never spare Qin Huai's father. For now, they could only leave first. After they went up from the riverbank, Zhang Yiqing kept staring fixedly at Qin Huai. "Your fate is not good. By all logic, when you were born, you should have gone with your mother. But your mother died, and you survived. Don't you find that strange? I'm afraid your father tampered with your fate, and that is why you have managed to live until now." Qin Huai had grown up beside his father, yet he had never known that his father had such abilities. Even if your father didn't have them, he could still have found someone to help him. Why don't you first ask your adoptive father? So Qin Huai and Zhang Yiqing went out that very night to find Yang Duangong. The moment he saw Zhang Yiqing, Yang Duangong hurriedly thanked him. After all, if Zhang Yiqing had not intervened earlier, Yang Duangong's soul probably would not have been able to return. Standing to the side, Qin Huai found himself reassessing Zhang Yiqing. Yang Duangong actually addressed him as Sir, which showed that this man's identity was anything but ordinary. "When you went to the underworld, you couldn't find Qin Huai's father's soul, could you?" Yang Duangong replied. Little Huai's father's soul truly was not in the underworld. And furthermore, at that point, Yang Duangong hesitated and glanced awkwardly at Qin Huai. After Zhang Yiqing ordered him to speak plainly, old Yang continued, "After I reached the underworld, I quickly found a familiar underworld messenger and wanted to ask whether little Huai's father's soul was there. But to my surprise, the moment I said little Huai's father's name, that underworld messenger immediately turned hostile and tried to seize me. I was so frightened that I ran all the way back, but the messenger chased after me very quickly. If Sir hadn't stepped in to save me, I wouldn't have made it back. Sir, I'm afraid little Huai's father has offended the underworld." Hearing this, Qin Huai broke out in a cold sweat. Even his adoptive father said the same thing. It seemed his father really had done something. The ghost in the river would not release his father's soul, and in the underworld, his adoptive father had nearly been arrested just for mentioning his name. What in the world had his father done? Zhang Yiqing asked again, "When you were with little Huai's father, did he say anything at all?" Yang Duangong shook his head. "No, sir, he said nothing. It's just that little Huai's fate is poor. I had worried he wouldn't live past 20. But now that Sir is here, I suppose those concerns are no longer a problem." Zhang Yiqing nodded to show he understood, then turned and left coldly. Yang Duangong hurried Qin Huai to catch up, saying that he could not compare with Zhang Yiqing. Since that man was now looking after Qin Huai, there was no need for him to worry anymore. On the way, Qin Huai kept asking Zhang Yiqing what exactly his father had done to enrage both the underworld and the river ghosts. Zhang Yiqing could not guess for the moment what Qin Huai's father had once done, so he asked Qin Huai who had been closest to his father. The person closest to his father that Qin Huai could think of was his second uncle, so he brought him to see Master Zhang. The first question Zhang Yiqing asked was, "How did little Huai's mother die?" Second uncle answered, "Little Huai's mother had a short life. She died after giving birth to the child. Little Huai and his father have had a hard life all these years. I advised him several times to remarry, but he absolutely refused." The second question was, Qin Huai was delivered by a midwife, wasn't he? Second uncle looked at Zhang Yiqing in surprise. "Oh, how did you know?" "Yes, a midwife delivered him. It was strange, too. His father insisted on using a midwife instead of going to the hospital. In the end, after Qin Huai was born, his mother died, and Qin Huai grew up frail and sickly." Third question, where is that midwife now? Everyone calls her Granny Wang. She lives beside Wang Family Village. She's already quite old. After hearing that, Zhang Yiqing ordered Qin Huai to go find that midwife the next day. The very next morning, Qin Huai immediately led Zhang Yiqing to Wang family village. Before long, they arrived at Granny Wang's house. As soon as they got there, they saw an old woman sitting in front of a stone platform outside the house, smoking a pipe. Though old, she looked very sturdy. Seeing them come, she spoke first. "What do you want with me?" Qin Huai stepped forward and replied, "We want to ask about your work as a midwife in the past." Granny Wang immediately waved her hand. "Don't come asking me about that. I gave up that work long ago." Qin Huai quickly stopped her. "Don't you remember me, Granny? You were the one who delivered me back then. I'm the son of Qin Yui from a neighboring village." At those words, Granny Wang's expression changed drastically. She stood up and moved to close the door, sending them away. "Go back. I don't know anything. Even if you ask, I won't say a word." Zhang Yiqing sighed. Little Huai, you frightened her." Then he called out, "Old lady, you don't even know what we want to ask. So how can you already say you know nothing? Your great calamity is at hand. Why won't you speak?" Granny Wang's voice came from inside the house. "Bah, first thing in the morning, and you're standing in front of my house barking nonsense. Young man, what have I ever done to you? Do I have some grudge against you?" Zhang Yiqing replied coldly, "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I can cast a divination for you. Listen and see whether I'm right. At age 5, you were sold off by your parents. At 17, you were married off. At 18, you gave birth. Your son died at 40. This year, you were exactly 68. Granny Wang's shrill voice rang out again. "Everyone around here knows that. Who are you trying to fool, a child?" Zhang Yiqing continued, "Your grandson is about to turn 20. When that time comes, it won't just be you. Your grandson will also face a calamity." Granny Wang's cursing only grew louder. "Rottemotet, brat. First you're cursing me. Now you're cursing my grandson too. Did I dig up your family graves or something, you heartless bastard?" Even though he was being cursed so viciously, Qin Huai noticed that Zhang Yiqing did not seem angry in the slightest, as if he could not care less. Unable to hold back, Qin Huai snapped back a few words himself. "Hey, old woman, why do you keep cursing people? We haven't even done anything to you." Zhang Yiqing went on, "A black clothes hanger by the room, a cat hidden inside the room, and a corpse aura clinging around her body. Of these 3 things, 2 have already happened. If the third one happens too, not even the highest immortal will be able to save you." This time, he had clearly struck a nerve. Granny Wang fell silent, no longer hurling curses, as if lost in thought. Qin Huai snorted. Now she would see just how formidable Master Zhang was. Let her try acting arrogant after this. But a corpse aura clinging to the body? That sounded horrifying. This old woman was probably in serious trouble. In the end, Granny Wang had no choice but to give in. She opened the door and invited Qin Huai and Zhang Yiqing inside. The moment he entered, Zhang Yiqing told her to go check on her cat, because its lifespan had already come to an end. Hearing that, Granny Wang rushed into the room. Sure enough, her black cat had already stopped breathing. Qin Huai looked at Master Zhang in confusion. Could he have somehow caused Granny Wang's black cat to die on the spot? But Granny Wang did not think so at all. Instead, she came before Zhang Yiqing and dropped to her knees. "Please, Master, save my life. Whether you can be saved depends on yourself. You used a black cat to absorb Yin energy, which was not wrong, but your Yang energy is too heavy, so the black cat died. But who taught you this method of hiding 1 hun and 1 pu of your soul inside the cat?" Granny Wang stammered it. "It was a master. Now that the black cat is dead, where have my hun and pu gone?" The answer is simple. Naturally, they have gone to the underworld. If you trust me, replace that dark-colored curtain with a white one, and perhaps your life can still be preserved. 1 hun and 1 pu of yours are in the Earth God's hands. If nothing unexpected happens, the underworld will send little ghosts in the next few days, and your soul will be completely taken away. When Granny Wang heard that, she no longer dared disobey. She immediately replaced the black curtain at her doorway with a white one, then anxiously asked Master Zhang what she should do next. "No pity, one thing at a time. If I help you, shouldn't you repay us a little too?" This time, Granny Wang could only agree. "Fine. The truth is, I never wanted to tell anyone about this, and besides, I already promised not to talk carelessly." You're not talking carelessly. No matter what secret it is not something you can keep buried forever. Qin Huai, whatever you hear in a moment, don't panic. Qin Huai thought to himself that there must indeed have been some secret in this matter. Otherwise, why would his father have insisted on finding a midwife instead of going to the hospital? Granny Wang looked at Qin Huai and began to recount the past. "If I remember correctly, your name is Qin Huai, right? I still remember that when your father came to find me, it was already dark and it was raining heavily. The doctors from town had all come to your door, but your father absolutely refused to let them in and insisted on waiting for me. After I entered, I saw a scene I could never forget for the rest of my life. Your mother was lying on the bed, covered in blood from head to toe. Her face, her body, her hands, her legs, there was fresh blood everywhere. I was so frightened that my legs went weak. I had delivered babies for many years, but I had never seen anything like that. Your father was truly something. He wasn't flustered at all and even helped steady me, then told me that everything depended on me. I really wanted to wash my hands of it, but seeing your parents like that, I couldn't bear it. I told myself that helping you just this once would count as building up some merit for myself. But when I went over and touched your mother's hand, I found it was already ice cold. Then I looked at her face and saw that her eyes were shut, and I immediately felt something was wrong. She was probably already dead. Qin Huai hurriedly interrupted. Wait a minute. If my mother was already dead, then how could she have given birth to me? Granny Wang continued. Delivering a dead woman's child is no ordinary matter. But your father was a clever man. The moment he saw I wanted to refuse, he knelt and begged me. I softened for a moment and agreed to continue the delivery. But once the delivery was over, what came out was clearly a dead body. Qin Huai interrupted again. Dead? But aren't I standing here alive? Granny Wang sighed. I delivered babies for many years. How could I fail to tell whether a baby was alive or dead? You were clearly dead, yet you are still alive to this day. Your father must have made some kind of deal with the underworld. That's only my guess. Believe it or not as you please. But your father was absolutely no ordinary man. Master, I have already told you everything I know. Please save my life. Zhang Yiqing nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Hang a bronze gong above your front door. If anyone calls your name after dark, immediately strike the gong. 3 times exactly, not more and not less. Once tonight has passed, your life will be preserved. After saying that, Zhang Yiqing turned and left with his usual cold manner. Even after leaving Granny Wang's house, Qin Huai remained deeply troubled by what she had just said. If what she said was true, then what exactly was his father's identity? And what about his mother? And he himself? But Zhang Yiqing did not dwell much on it. Some things could not yet be clarified, and thinking about them now would be useless. Qin Huai changed the subject. Then, Master Zhang, can a bronze gong really save Granny Wang's life? Seeing that Qin Huai wanted to know, Master Zhang explained quite readily. It was once used by the Jade Emperor, and because its sound is clear and forceful, it was named the bronze gong. The bronze gong has always been used in both weddings and funerals. At weddings, people do not want little ghosts causing trouble, so striking the bronze gong can frighten them away. At funerals, the bronze gong is struck so that when little ghosts come at night to seize the soul. Qin Huai exclaimed in astonishment, I've really learned something new. Then Granny Wang should be fine, right? But at that moment, Zhang Yiqing turned and looked at Qin Huai meaningfully. She won't escape. She is certain to die. The reason Granny Wang cannot escape is because she has done something else as well. The bronze gong can stop little ghosts, but cannot stop other things. It seemed Granny Wang had not told the whole truth after all. She had done something else and kept it hidden. After that, Zhang Yiqing vaguely said that he would take Qin Huai to meet someone, but refused to say clearly who it was. Qin Huai had no idea who Master Zhang wanted him to meet, but somehow he ended up taking him to the graveyard. Qin Huai truly did not want to come to a place like this at all. Seeing Master Zhang actually sit down on someone else's tombstone, Qin Huai felt that this was really inappropriate. You're so old-fashioned at such a young age. The one beneath the yellow springs should feel honored that I'm sitting on his tombstone. It seems the person we're waiting for has arrived as well. Following the direction Master Zhang pointed, Qin Huai was shocked to discover that it was actually someone he knew. That's right, it was the female corpse, the drowned female body who had once saved Qin Huai's life before. So the person Qin Huai had been waiting for was actually her. What? You're a grown man, and you're afraid of a girl. Provoked by Master Zhang's words, Qin Huai naturally refused to admit it. But when he looked directly at the female corpse's face, he still could not help turning pale with fear as he asked, trembling, Why you? Are you alive or dead? The moment he asked, Qin Huai realized how stupid the question sounded. This time, the female corpse answered him. Am I alive or dead? Qin Huai looked fearfully toward Master Zhang, but Zhang Yiqing seemed to be deliberately ignoring both Qin Huai and the female corpse, leaving them to talk on their own. Qin Huai turned back to face her. If you can talk, then that means you're alive, right? Hearing Qin Huai say that, the female corpse smiled for the first time, a very lovely smile. But just after smiling, she suddenly let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. Only then did Zhang Yiqing step forward. What are you still standing around for? Hurry and take her home. She's not a corpse right now. Take her home first. This girl has had a bitter fate. After you save her, she'll repay you. After returning home, Master Zhang performed a ritual, burned a talisman, mixed the ashes into water, and handed it to Qin Huai. In a moment, give this bowl of water to that girl to drink. Also, change her into a clean set of clothes and heat some water to wipe her down. If you don't do it, your father's soul will have a very hard time coming back. Qin Huai did not understand. Why were these two things connected? Master Zhang said again, if she wakes up tomorrow and asks why she's here, you must tell her that you saved her. The next morning, while Qin Huai was still fast asleep, the door to his room was suddenly pushed open. The one who opened it was neither his adoptive father nor Master Zhang, but the girl from last night. The moment she saw Qin Huai awake, the girl asked, "Why am I here?" Qin Huai remembered Master Zhang's words. "Why? Ah, right, because I brought you back and saved you." The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Then Qin Huai's stomach growled, and the girl immediately ran to the kitchen and cooked Qin Huai a lavish meal. Looking at the delicate, beautiful girl in front of him, Qin Huai could not understand it. She cast a shadow under the sunlight, so she was clearly a living person. But how had that terrifying female corpse from last night suddenly turned into such a beautiful girl? The atmosphere quickly became extremely awkward again. Just then, the door was pushed open and Master Zhang came in, heading straight for Qin Huai. The first thing he said was a tease. "Were you the one who changed this girl's clothes last night?" Seeing Qin Huai blush all the way to his ears, Master Zhang burst out laughing. "What a spineless brat. You dare do it, but don't dare admit it." Then Master Zhang turned to the girl and asked, "I have a few questions for you. What is your name, and how did you die?" The girl answered, "Shi Tao." As for how she died, it seems Shi Tao did not want to talk about it. Master Zhang said again, "It's fine if you don't want to say. Have you ever seen the Qin Tai on the Qin Tai River?" Hearing that, Shi Tao raised her head and replied, "I have." After getting the answer, Master Zhang immediately began calculating on his fingers. Then he turned to Qin Huai and said, 3 days from now is an auspicious day, but for you, it will be an extremely bad one. If you want to get through that day safely, you need to gather the villagers in front of your house that evening." Qin Huai found it difficult. The people in the village all slept early. Asking them to come to his house that late at night, who would agree to that? Master Zhang had no intention of explaining further. He turned and walked toward the door, leaving behind only one sentence. "Find someone to help you. You absolutely must get it done. I'll come find you when the time comes." Qin Huai fell into thought, left Shi Tao at home, and went out first, gather the villagers at his house. Then he would have to ask Second Uncle for help. After briefly telling Second Uncle about it, Second Uncle immediately agreed and said he would do his best to help Qin Huai with the matter. Qin Huai felt lucky that he still had Second Uncle. In order to save his father, Second Uncle had already helped him with many things. Before Qin Huai left, Second Uncle called him back to tell him another piece of bad news. It turned out that Granny Wong, who had delivered him, had died last night. They said she had died a horrible death, covered in blood from head to toe. No one knew who had done it. It was truly vicious. "Look at you, scared silly, are you? Don't think too much. I'll definitely help you settle your matter properly." Qin Huai returned home with a head full of thoughts. Granny Wong was really dead. What Master Zhang had said had been frighteningly accurate. Granny Wong was truly pitiful too. What had she done to suffer such retribution? Wait, covered in blood? All over? Master Zhang had said Granny Wong was being haunted by an Yin corpse. And that female corpse from last night also seemed to have been covered in blood. Could have been Shi Tao. The moment Qin Huai returned home and saw Shi Tao, he sternly questioned her. "Did you go out and kill someone last night?" Caught off guard by Qin Huai's sudden question, Shi Tao, who had been cleaning the house, did not know how to answer. Just then, Qin Huai's door opened again. The person who had come was his adoptive father, Yang Duangong. He had come to check on Qin Huai's father, but everything was still the same. Qin Huai's father still had not woken up. Yang Duangong's attention immediately fell on Shi Tao. He went back outside and called Qin Huai out to speak privately. "Little Huai, have you heard about Granny Wong's death in Wong family village? I want to take a look." The victim's wounds looked like they were caused by a corpse bite. "I suspect it was the female corpse we fished out of the Qin Tai River." Qin Huai fell silent. Had Shi Tao really done it? Should he tell his adoptive father where she came from? "Son, don't be afraid. Stay home these next few days and don't wander around. I'll go ask for a protective talisman for you. If you notice anything, tell me immediately. After giving his instructions, Yang Duan left at once. Something was not right. His adoptive father had clearly seen there was an extra person in the house. So why had he not asked anything? Could it be that his adoptive father had already seen through it? Just then, Shirtao also came out of the house. Qin Huai, I heard your conversation, but the truth is I didn't kill anyone. Time passed quickly, and 3 more days went by. It was now the evening Master Zhang had told Qin Huai to bring the villagers over. By this point, second uncle had already arranged everything and assured him that the villagers would come tonight as promised. These past 3 days had actually been peaceful, and Master Zhang had not appeared at all. Meanwhile, Qin Huai and Shirtao had grown closer and closer. Soon, night arrived, and a few villagers had already appeared at Qin Huai's doorstep in response to second uncle's invitation. Everyone, since little Huai's father's soul returned, he still hasn't woken up. So today we invited you all here to make this place lively and see if all this liveliness can call little Huai's father back. While Qin Huai, Shirtao, and second uncle warmly entertained the villagers, Master Zhang, after being absent for so many days, finally showed himself. Qin Huai still had no idea what was going to happen tonight, but Master Zhang remained as evasive as ever and refused to explain clearly. When Master Zhang asked, Qin Huai gave him a rough account of the past 3 days he had spent living with Shirtao. The most special part was that Qin Huai had even prepared a super cute cosplay outfit for Shirtao to change into. When Master Zhang asked how they felt about each other, both of them blushed and could not stop praising the other. Just then, a fierce gust of wind rose outside, and from the distance, a procession with a sedan chair came striding toward Qin Huai's house. The villagers saw the group as well. They wondered whose family was holding a wedding and why they would choose nighttime to carry the bride. What era was this? Who still used a sedan chair for weddings? But when they looked carefully, there was something strange about this group. Their heels did not touch the ground. The villagers quickly realized that these were not people, but ghosts. It was a ghost wedding. When the crowd started to flee, Zhang Yiqing immediately stopped them. No one is allowed to leave. These ghosts specialize in sucking away the essence of the living. If you scatter and run, you will all die for sure. The simplest method right now is not to go anywhere. With this many living people together, the yang energy is strong, and they won't be able to get in. Don't worry, I am a Taoist from Longhu Mountain. I won't let anything happen to any of you. Only then did Qin Huai understand the bad luck Master Zhang had mentioned. It turned out to be a ghost wedding. A ghostly creature with its whole body covered leaped in front of everyone. Its voice was horrifying, as if it had come from hell itself. The river god is taking a bride. Everyone, get the hell out of the way. The river god taking a bride? Qin Huai looked towards Shirtao. Could the bride they want to be Shirtao? Seeing that the crowd refused to make way, the ghost creatures all became extremely furious and pulled out soul-binding chains to threaten them. The villagers were ordinary mortals. When had they ever seen anything this terrifying? Every one of them trembled so hard that their limbs shook, and they knelt on the ground begging for mercy. One ghostly creature ignored the villagers' fear and stepped forward, preparing to strike. But it was immediately driven back by a palm strike from Master Zhang. How bold! Does the river god, taking a bride, not need to see whether others agree? Daring to do something against all human morality. Be careful you don't end up with your soul scattered. That thing flew into a rage and, filled with killing intent, charged at Master Zhang. The river god, taking a bride, needs whose permission? But its soul-binding chain was worthless before Qin Huai's eyes. Master Zhang grabbed it directly. Then Master Zhang coldly struck out with a palm full of golden energy, instantly shattering the ghost soul. Upon hearing that Master Zhang was a Taoist of Longhu Mountain, the remaining ghosts could only leave unwillingly in the end. Only then did the villagers look toward Qin Huai's family with grievance and resentment. Did you know there would be a ghost wedding tonight? Is that why you invited us here? At that moment, even second uncle did not know how to explain it reasonably. Fortunately, Master Zhang spoke up and told everyone to go back before it got too late. Frightened, the villagers fled as fast as they could. Although today's matter could be considered temporarily resolved, Qin Huai knew things were not that simple. What about tomorrow night? What if that river god came again? The person the river god wanted to marry was probably Shirtao. Earlier, when they fished Shi Tao out of the river, they had ruined the river god's wedding plans. Master Zhang no longer concealed anything. The next time definitely won't be this simple. Next time, the river god of the Qin Tai River will surely come in person. Though Qin Huai felt some fear in his heart, he still bravely took Shi Tao's hand and comforted her, telling her not to be afraid. Looking at how affectionate the two of them were, Master Zhang even felt a little jealous. Remember this well. Tonight, no matter what happens, do not step outside the door. I'm leaving first. After Master Zhang left, Qin Huai and Shi Tao did not dare stay outside either. They immediately went back in and shut the door. Just as Qin Huai was preparing to sleep, knocking suddenly sounded outside. The one who had come was Yang Duangong. He had come to see Qin Huai so late at night because something urgent had happened. Hearing his adoptive father say it was important, Qin Huai immediately moved to go outside and speak with him without a second thought. Shi Tao stopped him at once. Had Qin Huai forgotten Master Zhang's warning before leaving? Only then did Qin Huai look carefully at the adoptive father before him. His entire face was drenched in fresh blood, and blood was flowing from all four limbs. He looked terrifying. Before Qin Huai could understand what was happening, Yang Duangong suddenly let out a grunt and collapsed unconscious to the ground. Qin Huai shouted his adoptive father's name and was about to rush outside to save him, but Shi Tao stopped him again immediately. Even though Qin Huai knew Master Zhang's warning that he absolutely could not go outside, he could not just stand by and watch his adoptive father die out there. Shi Tao quickly came up with an idea. They could drag him into the house. That way, it would not count as going outside. The two of them quickly worked together to drag the unconscious old Yang into the house. But now old Yang lay there motionless, with no response at all. Qin Huai trembled as he placed his hand beneath Yang Duangong's nose to check. This time, he was terrified to the extreme. He could not feel the slightest breath from old Yang. He had already stopped breathing. How could this be? Old Yang had been perfectly healthy that afternoon. How could he suddenly be dead just like that? Master Zhang was not here either, and Qin Huai had no idea what to do. Should he go find second uncle for help? But Shi Tao stood in his way once again. You're going out to seek help again? Master Zhang clearly warned you not to leave the house. But Qin Huai's heart ached beyond words. Looking at his adoptive father like this, he could do nothing at all to help him. Shi Tao thought of another idea. Earlier, Master Zhang had only said that Qin Huai could not leave the house. On the other hand, she could still go out normally, so she could go out and bring second uncle over to help. But Qin Huai did not want Shi Tao to risk herself because of his problems. In the end, he could only apologize softly to his adoptive father. Adoptive father, once tonight is over, I will definitely mourn you properly and bury you. The two of them placed his adoptive father's body in the main room, then returned to the bedroom. Too much had happened, and neither of them had the mood to joke around or sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a string of strange sounds came from the main room. When the two of them went out to check, they unexpectedly discovered something bizarre. Clearly, when they had placed Yang Duangong's body in the main room earlier, he had been lying on his back. So why was he now lying face down on the floor? But the two of them were certain that Yang Duangong's body had not been in this position just now. Then what had caused his corpse to end up like this? Qin Huai stepped forward again and turned Yang Duangong's body back over. There was still not the slightest trace of life in him. So how could he have rolled over by himself? After turning his adoptive father's body back over, Qin Huai and Shi Tao returned to the bedroom again. But this time, Qin Huai told himself he had to keep watch over his adoptive father and absolutely must not fall asleep. Yet for some unknown reason, Qin Huai dozed off once more, and Shi Tao beside him did the same. And when Qin Huai looked back out in the main room, he found that Yang Duangong's corpse had, for some reason, once again ended up lying face down on the ground. This time, Qin Huai found it even harder to turn him back over. It was as if his adoptive father had suddenly gained several hundred pounds. He could not move him at all. Even after Shi Tao woke up and came to help, it made no difference. The two of them simply could not budge Yang Duangong's body. Qin Huai, this isn't something we can handle. Let's wait until Master Zhang gets here and then decide what to do. Let's go cook first. Just then, Zhang Yiqing's voice sounded from outside the door. The dead haven't eaten yet, and the two of you dare eat first? That's improper. Qin Huai was about to tell him what had happened to Yang Duangong, but Master Zhang seemed to have already known. This is fate. Don't say more. Right now, your adoptive father needs to eat. Qin Huai immediately cooked a pot of rice and brought it over, asking Zhang Yiqing what he should do next. Haven't you ever heard that the dead cannot set out on an empty stomach? Otherwise, before they even reach the gates of the underworld, they'll starve until their souls scatter. Even criminals sentenced to death are given one full meal a day before execution. This is a rule that has existed since ancient times. Perhaps your adoptive father hadn't eaten his fill before he died, which is why he's lying face down like this. It means he died with unfinished grievance. Hurry and feed him, then shut the windows tightly. Don't leave even the slightest crack. Light a candle in the room. Good. After that, all of us go outside. About 10 minutes later, while Qin Huai and Shi Tao were waiting outside, they actually heard movement inside the room. It sounded like someone was chewing rice. Qin Huai wanted to see what was happening inside. Master Zhang did not stop him, but only allowed him to open the door a tiny crack to peek. However, Shi Tao was not allowed to look. Qin Huai secretly peered inside and saw young Duangong's corpse as if it had come back to life, with his face buried in the bowl, wolfing down the rice. After Yang Duangong finished the bowl, Master Zhang walked over and opened the door. They saw old Yang now in a kneeling position on the floor, and the rice bowl beside him had long been emptied completely. Following Master Zhang's instructions, Qin Huai stepped forward to turn his adoptive father's body over. Earlier, the two of them had been unable to move him at all, but now Qin Huai alone could do it easily. That meant Qin Huai's adoptive father had eaten his fill and could now set out on the road. As for arranging Yang Duangong's burial, Master Zhang walked ahead and told Qin Huai and Shi Tao to follow. Other than that, he did not reveal a single word more. My adoptive father lived alone by the river. He had only just gained an adopted son in me, and then he died such a miserable death. I must fulfill my duty and mourn him properly. The place Master Zhang brought Qin Huai to was actually Yang Duangong's house by the river. What was different now in front of old Yang's house was that 3 funeral couplets hung there. The dead announce the funeral. The widow weeps at the mourning hall. Great fortune and great profit. Your adoptive father was a clever man. Even in death, he had to die at your doorstep. He knew his great calamity had arrived. He had even prepared his own coffin in advance. Tell me, wasn't he very clever? The dead announcing the funeral. Your adoptive father has already done that. Next, all that remains is to wait for the widow to come and weep at the mourning hall. Now all you need to do is place your adoptive father in this coffin and wait. The next day, Qin Huai asked second uncle to help him change his adoptive father into burial clothes and place him into the coffin. That night, he kept vigil over the coffin, waiting to bury him the following day. Adoptive father, may you go early to the Pure Land. I still haven't even been able to properly show you filial piety. While Qin Huai and Shi Tao were burning joss paper for Yang Duangong, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Then the figure of a woman slowly appeared. Is this Yang Duangong's house? Is he the one who died? Hearing the woman ask, Qin Huai could only nod in confirmation. Duangong, how could you just leave like this? I came to see you, but you're already gone. Suddenly, the woman burst into loud sobs. You did so many good deeds, so how could the king of hell bear to take you away? You left too soon. It turned out Yang Duangong was this woman's life-saving benefactor. Seeing how heartbroken she was, Qin Huai could only step forward and offer a few words of comfort. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. Why did this woman's tears look so strange? And at that very moment, the woman suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Huai. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light, and her whole face began to slowly change. But before Qin Huai and Shi Tao could understand what was happening, the girl suddenly stopped crying after that transformation, sprang to her feet, turned around, and left. Could it be that this girl who had come to weep was a widow? And tomorrow, on such an auspicious day, just so happened to be the very day Yang Duangong would be buried. Looking at his adoptive father's coffin, Qin Huai still could not figure out what he had been planning all along. Early the next morning, Qin Huai and Shi Tao went to find second uncle and asked him to help bury Yang Duangong. On the way to second uncle's house, they passed Uncle Zhang's home in the same village. So early in the morning, they already heard him boasting that he was butchering a cow. I just slaughtered a cow, and the meat is still very fresh. Want to have a taste, little Huai? Qin Huai suddenly remembered Master Zhang's earlier warning. The third thing had not yet happened, the cow dying in another's place. Could this be the third thing Master Zhang had meant? With a mind full of confusion, Qin Huai went with second uncle to bury his adoptive father. Father, rest easy on your journey. Once I find the enemy, I will definitely avenge you. At that moment, Master Zhang suddenly appeared as well. Qin Huai hurriedly told him about the strange woman who who had come crying in front of his adoptive father's coffin, crying until blood flowed from her eyes. Master Zhang quickly interrupted him. The cow dying in another's place has already happened. There is only one possibility, but heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Qin Huai felt a little angry. So he had known all along, yet refused to explain. It was infuriating. My father and my adoptive father are both gone. I don't know what to do at all. Master Zhang still looked as calm as ever. Don't be anxious. I'll take you to meet the river god and ask about all this. Bring 2 jin of cooked white rice, and bring your bride as well. Qin Huai did not understand. Wasn't the person the river god wanted to marry Shi Tao? Now he was supposed to bring her too? Wasn't that like delivering her right to him? Master Zhang gave no further explanation, turned around, and left first, leaving Qin Huai completely baffled. Very soon, the 3 of them followed Master Zhang to the bank of the Qintai River. Before the river god came for them, they had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Qin Huai was not the only one feeling tense. Shi Tao also seemed to be under tremendous pressure. Next, Qin Huai did as Master Zhang instructed, pouring the white rice into the river while loudly calling out the river god's name. Then Master Zhang took out a talisman, burned it, and shouted, "In my name, I summon 10,000 ghosts to appear before me." By order, at once, a violent whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the Qintai River. Then the river god of the Qintai River slowly revealed himself. Who dares disturb this official? Facing the river god's demand, Master Zhang showed no fear and stepped forward. The river god's subordinates immediately came up and whispered that the white-haired man before him was the one who had obstructed the river god's bridal procession. After hearing this, the river god flew into a rage at once and ordered his men to capture the group before him. Qin Huai immediately wanted to take Shi Tao and flee, but Master Zhang slowly tore off one of his own sleeves. The moment Master Zhang's sleeve touched the ground, it transformed into strange dark shadows that effortlessly bound the river god's subordinates one by one. The river god snorted coldly in fury and charged straight at Master Zhang. The river god's power was mainly water. With a wave of his hand, he sent an entire torrent of river water crashing toward Master Zhang. But Zhang Yiqing remained standing there without moving at all. The golden light of his power completely blocked the river god's river water. Master Zhang merely flicked his hand, and the river god's attack was reflected straight back at him, severely injuring him. After becoming the river god of the Qintai River, you cause a monstrous catastrophe. Are you not clear about that in your own heart? The river god, furious, was just about to continue attacking, but when he heard Master Zhang say that, he suddenly stopped in fear. Why you? Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. You only need to remember who sent you to this Qintai River. The subordinates behind him immediately sneered. Who is this guy to dare lecture Lord River God? Is he just putting on airs? Where did he come from? Is Lord River God actually backing down to him? The River God flew into a rage and barked at his subordinates, making them all shut their mouths. Seeing Master Zhang completely overpower the River God, Qin Huai could not help admiring this master of immense abilities. Could Master Zhang's true identity actually be a sea god? Let me ask you one question. Has someone died in the Qintai River recently? The River God answered, there are countless dead people in the Qintai River. But when he heard the phrase, a dead person standing in the water, the River God's expression changed drastically at once. There were indeed too many dead beneath the Qintai River to count, but among them, only one had ever stood up. You are also hiding a soul here belonging to someone named Qin Yui, aren't you? Yet the River God shook his head and said no. This surprised Master Zhang somewhat. Forget it. Go investigate who that person standing in the water is. I'll give you 3 days. If you fail, then not even a great Luo immortal will be able to save you. Though unwilling, the River God still had no choice but to nod obediently. Understood. May I ask what divine being you are, sir? Master Zhang replied coldly. If you shouldn't ask, then don't ask. When it's time for you to know, you will know. In the end, the River God could only tuck his tail between his legs and leave obediently with his subordinates, not daring to ask another question or voice any objection. Qin Huai felt anxious. If his father's soul was not in the Qintai River, then where was it? But according to Master Zhang's guess, Qin Huai's father's soul could only be beneath the Qintai River. As for why the River God had said otherwise, It could only mean that this Qintai River was far more complicated than it appeared. Qin Huai looked at Master Zhang suspiciously. You're not actually the sea god, are you? Even the river god is that afraid of you. Zhang Yiqing did not answer. He only motioned for Qin Huai to keep quiet. Stop talking. Be careful not to let the ones above hear. After they returned home, Master Zhang mentioned that the third event had already happened, the cow dying in another's place. That also meant something major was about to happen. As for what that major event was, he would know when the time came. Qin Huai had heard that line far too many times already. He knew it by heart. Since he knew he could not pry a single extra word from Master Zhang, Qin Huai did not bother asking more and simply turned around to go to sleep. But when he entered the bedroom, he discovered that his father had disappeared and was no longer lying on the bed. There was a letter left on the table nearby, seemingly written by his father. Inside were only 3 words in his father's handwriting. Don't look for me. Master Zhang comforted him from his side. Don't worry. Your father is fine. Worry about yourself first. The 3 things I mentioned at the beginning have all happened, which means that person will come back to life. Although Qin Huai was very curious, he still did not intend to ask who that person in Master Zhang's words was, because he knew asking would be useless. Qin Huai's restraint in not asking also surprised Master Zhang. But this time, since Qin Huai did not ask, Master Zhang took the initiative to speak. In ancient times, there was an emperor whose military achievements throughout his life were unmatched. In order to live forever, he built a Qin terrace to seek the elixir of immortality. The Qintai River got its name from that. Qintai River? Hearing this, Qin Huai had likely already guessed that man's identity. It was Qin Shihuang. Master Zhang stopped there and said no more. If you want to see your father, then tomorrow morning light 3 sticks of incense at the door. At night, call your father's name 3 times. As long as the incense does not go out, you will be able to see him. After speaking, he left coldly again. The next morning, Qin Huai immediately did as Master Zhang had instructed. As for how to keep the incense burning from morning till night without going out, wouldn't it be enough to light new incense whenever the old one was almost burned out? That way, the incense would never go out. So from morning until noon, Qin Huai did not leave the incense burner for even a single step. He stayed there guarding the incense as it burned from morning till evening. The moment the time came, Qin Huai immediately shouted his father's name, Qin Yui, Qin Yui, Qin Yui. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. He thought his father had returned, but it was not him. It was actually second uncle. But he also brought good news. He had just seen Qin Huai's father, but his father had already left the village. As soon as Qin Huai heard this, he rushed at full speed toward the entrance of the village. Under the tree at the village entrance, he saw his father's figure. But for some reason, no matter how hard Qin Huai chased, he could not catch up. His father seemed to be only walking, yet Qin Huai, even while running, could never reach him. Qin Huai's father kept walking like that until he reached the place where Qin Huai and Master Zhang had met the river god the night before, and then he stopped. Without giving Qin Huai any chance to understand what was going on, and without saying a single word, he threw himself straight into the icy river. The instant Qin Huai was about to jump in after him, Master Zhang appeared and stopped him. Don't chase after him. You can't save him. Your father offended someone he should never have offended. Qin Huai did not quite understand. Who was this person who could not be offended? Could it be the Qin Shi Huang Master Zhang had mentioned yesterday? At that moment, from beneath the river, stone pillars suddenly rose, towering above the surface. Master Zhang suddenly closed his eyes and began calculating on his fingers, then asked Qin Huai a question. When you were little, what did your father feed you here in the Qintai River? Qin Huai could not remember clearly anymore. Maybe moonfish. Seeing that the situation was becoming tense, Master Zhang sent Qin Huai home first. Don't worry about me, and don't worry about your father either. This place is not safe for you. Go back first. Qin Huai also knew that staying would only cause more trouble now, so he could only follow Master Zhang's instructions and hope that both he and his father would be safe. But as soon as Qin Huai returned home, he saw a large crowd of villagers gathered at his door, banging on it nonstop. Second uncle was among them as well. Qin Huai, I'm doing this for your own good. Do you know who came to take the bride? It's the river god. Qin Huai stepped forward and blocked the door. I don't care what you all want to do. I will never agree to it. The villagers gradually became agitated. The person you're hiding is the river god's bride. This is a disaster that will doom the whole village. If we offend the river god, none of us will have peace. Hand that girl over now. The village chief stepped forward, wanting to drive Qin Huai away, but Qin Huai shoved him so hard he stumbled backward. Enraged, the old village chief immediately ordered the villagers to subdue Qin Huai, while the girl in the house was to be seized and handed over to the river god. Seeing Qin Huai being restrained by the villagers, the door to the room opened. Shi Tao stepped out of the house and willingly offered herself up so Qin Huai would not be put in a difficult position. Just like that, the villagers led Shi Tao straight to the Qin Tai River. Lord River God, we have brought your wife to you. Please do not blame us. Lord River God, in your great magnanimity, bless our village with favorable weather and peace. After throwing all the offerings into the river, they then forced Shi Tao to choose whether to jump in herself or be pushed into the river by them. Qin Huai kept chasing after them from behind. He wanted to stop Shi Tao from jumping, but there was nothing he could do. Watching Shi Tao's figure slowly sink into the river, Qin Huai felt as if his heart were being cut apart. Right at that moment, a voice came from beneath the river. Are human lives nothing but grass to you people? Hearing a voice rise from the bottom of the river, the villagers thought the river god was enraged and immediately fled in panic. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Huai immediately jumped into the river and pulled Shi Tao back to shore. At that moment, the mysterious person also rose above the surface of the water and reached out towards Shi Tao. Seeing this, Qin Huai immediately stepped in front of Shi Tao to protect her. But unexpectedly, the person who emerged from the water was the one Qin Huai had longed most to see, his father. Seeing his son bravely protect a girl like that, Qin Yuyi was extremely satisfied. This is not a place to stay long. Let's go home first and talk there. Little Huai, I made you worry these past few days, but you still have to grow up on your own. There are some things that cannot yet be explained clearly to you. Just as Qin Huai's father finished speaking, Master Zhang walked in from outside. Still not going to make things clear? When exactly do you plan to say it? The moment Qin Huai's father saw Master Zhang arrive, he stood up in shock and then prepared to kneel and salute. Thank you so much. If you had not protected little Huai, something would have happened to him long ago. It's nothing, but things have reached this point. It can no longer be hidden. You may as well tell him so he can prepare himself. You also went down into the river yourself tonight, so you know full well what the situation is down there. But first I want to confirm one thing with you. You fed Qin Huai one of the pills belonging to the person beneath the Qin Tai River, didn't you? To prolong Qin Huai's life. At this point, Qin Yuyi decided not to hide anything anymore. I'll tell everything. At that time, little Huai's life should have ended beyond all doubt. His mother's only wish then was that he could live on in good health. I had no other choice, so I resorted to this desperate measure. Master Zhang continued, you found the pill, and you also changed Qin Huai's birth data, didn't you? Qin Yi went on, I knew the thing in the Qin Tai River was extremely powerful, and in recent years, I discovered that the chains could barely hold him any longer. He would soon break free of them and escape. Once he got out, the first person he would look for was me. I had no other choice, so I faked my death. Master Zhang smiled and said, of course he would come looking for you. Your son ate his things. How could he not be angry? Over the years, I've always been trying to make it up to him. I've found quite a few good things for him. I even found another similar pill, but he still refused to let it go. So I could only gamble on luck and see whether I could escape. That was why Qin Yi had gone down into the river again to take another look. He had planned to return, take Qin Huai with him, and flee somewhere else. But Qin Yi was obviously indulging in wishful thinking. Even if Master Zhang said nothing, he himself knew there was no way he could escape. After talking for so long, Qin Yi only now noticed the girl beside Qin Huai. So this was his daughter-in-law, personally chosen by Master Zhang. That one sentence made both Qin Huai and Shi Tao blush bright red with embarrassment. Don't say another word, brat. I've accepted this daughter-in-law. If you ever dare wrong her, just see how I'll deal with you. But what Qin Huai wanted to ask was not that. He wanted to know who exactly was imprisoned beneath the river. Master Zhang and Qin Huai's father exchanged a glance. To explain that, we have to start with Qin Shi Huang. After unifying the 6 states, he wanted immortality so that this empire would flourish forever, even endure for 10,000 years. So he ordered his subordinates to seek immortals and divine medicine, wanting to obtain an elixir of eternal life. There was a eunuch named Zhao Gao who had gained Qin Shi Huang's trust. Zhao Gao slaughtered the innocent, twisted black and white, and threw the court into chaos. Qin Shi Huang, obsessed with the elixir, ignored Zhao Gao's actions entirely. As Master Zhang spoke to this point, a sudden rainstorm began outside. Qin Yi wanted to say something, but Zhang Yiqing stopped him. Zhao Gao was the one tasked with searching for immortals and seeking the elixir, and he poured all his effort into traveling everywhere. His labor was not in vain. In the end, he really did find the immortal elixir. But Zhao Gao did not present the elixir to Qin Shi Huang. Instead, he took it himself. Qin Shi Huang was furious and sentenced Zhao Gao to death. But no matter whether he was torn apart by 5 horses or flayed and dismembered, his body would always stitch itself back together. Even fire could not kill him. When Qin Shi Huang saw that Zhao Gao could not be killed, he used 1,000-year refined iron to forge an iron chain, bound Zhao Gao with it, and imprisoned him underwater. He has been locked there for more than 2,000 years now. Hearing this, Qin Huai finally more or less understood the whole story. So the enemy of the Qin family beneath the Qintai River was Zhao Gao. The thunder and lightning outside grew more and more violent. It seemed things could not hold on much longer. Tonight, Zhao Gao would break his chains and escape. Our calamity cannot drag the people of the village down with us. I have to go notify everyone so they can avoid disaster. Little Huai, you are not to leave Mr. Zhang's side for even half a step, understand? After giving those instructions, Qin Yuyi left the house and stepped into the cold curtain of rain. Master Zhang also stopped Qin Huai from chasing after his father, because he knew that if Zhao Gao broke free of the chains, the first person he would seek out would be Qin Huai. Qin Huai also voiced the guess in his heart. There was probably more than one immortality pill. Qin Shi Huang had not been able to kill Zhao Gao back then, because Zhao Gao had taken one pill. And Qin Huai himself had survived until now only because of an immortal pill his father had obtained. That made 2 pills already. But if there was more than one pill, then wouldn't it have been enough to present the remaining one? If that were the case, Zhao Gao would not have had to suffer being imprisoned at the bottom of the river for thousands of years. Why had Zhao Gao done such a thing? Just as he spoke, another bolt of heavenly lightning struck from the sky, proving that the countdown until Zhao Gao's escape was drawing ever closer. Master Zhang asked Qin Huai a question. Are you afraid? Even though his face was already drenched in sweat, Qin Huai still said that he was not. Very good. Since you're not afraid, then come with me to the riverbank, and let's see what kind of storm he can really stir up. Qin Huai went, Master Zhang went, and Shi Tao also wanted to go with them. When the 3 of them arrived at the riverbank, they saw that all the villagers had gathered there, kneeling on the ground in prayer. Hadn't Qin Huai's father just gone to persuade everyone to take shelter? And at that very moment, from beneath the river, a gigantic iron pillar and a huge figure slowly rose up. The moment the villagers saw this person, they knelt even more reverently, welcoming his lordship's return. Immediately afterward, the iron chains wrapped around the iron pillar shattered completely. A strange, sinister laugh rang out. Haha, several thousand years have passed, and I can still meet you again, my lord. After all this time, you are still as powerful as ever. On this side, Master Zhang gave a cold snort. And you still have the face to look at me? Behind him, Qin Huai was stunned. Why was Zhao Gao calling Master Zhang, my lord? At this point, Master Zhang no longer hid the truth. He was in fact the greatest emperor of all ages, Qin Shi Huang. But hadn't Qin Shi Huang long since died and vanished into the river of history? Haha, my lord, times have changed. The world moves on and the stars shift. You should be a little more broad-minded. You're not wrong, but I can be tolerant toward humans, not beasts. Hearing Zhang Yiqing say that, Zhao Gao flew into a rage. With a wave of his hand, the villagers, as if brainwashed and turned into puppets, walked toward him. Hear my command, seize that brat for me, and you'll be richly rewarded. As soon as Zhao Gao finished speaking, all the villagers went mad, brandishing weapons as they charged toward Qin Huai and Shi Tao. Even Qin Huai's second uncle was not in his right mind, and he was even the first to raise a knife and rush at Qin Huai. Master Zhang immediately stepped forward to shield Qin Huai, striking out with one palm and forcing them all back. I said I would protect you, and I won't let anything happen to you. Whoever still dares to act recklessly, I'll send him straight to the King of Hell. The moment Master Zhang finished speaking, no one else dared charge at Qin Huai so aggressively anymore. A bunch of useless trash. All of you get lost. Right now, you're just a lone man with no support. You don't even have a single helper. Don't get so smug. Let's see how I deal with you. Under Zhao Gao's control, countless columns of water condensed from the Qintai River, then gradually merged together. If it had only been a single water column, like the river god had used earlier to attack Zhang Yiqing, it would not have seemed so frightening. But these things could actually merge together, which made them far from simple. The suffering I've endured for thousands of years. Today, I'll repay it to you many times over. Under Zhao Gao's control, each towering surge of water transformed into terrifying water dragons, roaring as they lunged at Zhang Yiqing. Facing the attacking water dragons, Master Zhang remained completely calm. He instructed Qin Huai to protect Shi Tao well, while he himself stood proudly in front and blocked every attack. The water dragons once again turned into waves that split to either side, causing no harm at all to Qin Huai or Shi Tao. Zhao Gao, if you have any other skills, bring them out already. Faced with Zhang Yiqing's mockery, Zhao Gao had no choice but to use his true ability. Strands of iron chain shot toward Qin Huai like giant pythons. If 2 iron chains could do nothing to Zhang Yiqing, then what about 4? 6? This time it really was different. Zhang Yiqing was finally bound by Zhao Gao's iron chains. My lord, you searched far and wide for the greatest blacksmith to forge these iron chains. Who would have thought that one day you yourself will be bound by them? You should have a taste of being imprisoned beneath the Qintai River for 1,000 years as well. With that, Zhao Gao hurled Zhang Yiqing into the river, and little by little he sank into its icy depths. Ha ha! The suffering you caused me. Today, I'll return it to you 10,000-fold. Seeing Master Zhang defeated, Qin Huai anxiously wanted to rush over and save him, but he had no special abilities at all. Besides, Master Zhang had fallen into this state because he was trying to save Qin Huai. But Zhao Gao was not allowed to celebrate for long. Master Zhang appeared once more on the river's surface, completely unharmed. Zhao Gao could hardly believe it. How'd he done that? You'll know soon enough. As he spoke, Zhang Yiqing grabbed the chains and charged at Zhao Gao. Seeing that, Zhao Gao immediately lunged forward and seized Qin Huai by the throat. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill this brat. Go ahead and try. I'm not related to him in any way. So what if you eat him? Hearing that, Zhao Gao raised his claws to Qin Huai's throat. Fine then, I'll eat this brat. From aside, Shi Tao cried out, No, don't hurt brother Qin Huai. See, my lord, you may not care, but someone else does. Little girl, ignore him. After Zhao Gao eats Qin Huai, we'll just avenge him. I'm sure Qin Huai won't blame us. After saying that, Master Zhang really did ignore Qin Huai's life and swung his hand, sending 3 iron chains flying toward Zhao Gao. Driven into a corner, Zhao Gao decided to drag everyone down with him and directly strangled Qin Huai to death. Qin Huai suddenly felt something strange. Before him was the sight of Zhao Gao choking his own body. Had Qin Huai really died? Had his soul already left his body? Shi Tao hurried toward Qin Huai. It seemed she had a special ability. Even though Qin Huai's soul had already left his body, she could still see him. With no hostage left to rely on, Zhao Gao was completely at a disadvantage against Zhang Yiqing. The iron chains once again tightly bound Zhao Gao's body. In all these years, no one has ever dared threaten me, Master Zhang said with a cold snort. But Zhao Gao showed no courtesy either. Back then you couldn't kill me. What do you do now? Or do you really still think of yourself as the king of Qin, as the emperor of old? Zhang Yiqing replied lightly, That doesn't matter. But one thing is certain, you will not survive today. After that, Zhang Yiqing called Qin Huai's soul closer. Let me ask you, do you dare kill someone? When Zhao Gao saw this, he burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, this little brat can kill me? Is he worthy? I was the highest minister in the imperial court, and a commoner like you wants to kill me? On what grounds? Master Zhang patted Qin Huai lightly on the shoulder. At the moment, he really is just a commoner. But very soon he won't be. Qin Huai, listen to my decree. I now appoint you as the first divine general serving beneath the sun of heaven, with the authority to slay all who are disloyal and unfilial. Zhao Gao roared. This world has passed through thousands of years. Who still recognizes you as the Qin emperor of old? Are you dreaming? Qin Huai quickly replied. Who says no one acknowledges him? I do. I acknowledge him as Qin Shi Huang. Over on the other side, Shi Tao was the same as Qin Huai, regarding Zhang Yiqing as the emperor. Qin Huai picked up a blade that Zhang Yiqing handed him and strode toward the bound Zhao Gao. With a single stroke, he slashed straight at Zhao Gao's neck. But Zhao Gao showed not the slightest fear. Instead, he gave a crafty grin. The moment Qin Huai's slash landed, the wound on his neck rapidly closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. From behind him, Zhang Yiqing encouraged Qin Huai. Don't lose heart. Keep going. Hearing that, Qin Huai raised the blade and slashed again. But this time, the blade in his hand could not even injure Zhao Gao, and the edge chipped instead. Third time's the charm, little brother. If your next strike still can't kill me, then you'll never be able to kill me again. Qin Huai was about to swing again, but Master Zhang stopped him. He's right. This third strike must be carefully thought out. Under what authority will you execute him? The first two failed because success was within reach, yet the final step was missing. Shirtao suddenly thought of something. She stepped forward and whispered a few words into Qin Huai's ear. As soon as he heard them, he immediately understood under what authority he should execute Zhao Gao. If you can strike, then do it quickly. In less than half an hour, the underworld will send people to take all of you away. Clearly, Zhao Gao had no fear at all. Qin Huai roared, I seek justice for the wronged souls who died, and in the name of the first divine general under the sun of heaven, I will eliminate the wicked and destroy evil. The moment he finished speaking, all the resentment and the unjust souls who had died because of Zhao Gao's crimes gathered at the tip of Qin Huai's blade, as if lending strength to his next strike. Right after that, Qin Huai delivered a third slash. This strike was no longer blocked by anything. It cleanly severed Zhao Gao's head from his neck. But Zhao Gao still was not dead. His soul left his body and moved toward Qin Huai with a sinister smile. Did you really think I'd die that easily? But the wronged souls attached to Qin Huai's blade appeared once more, surrounding Zhao Gao's spirit and tearing into it. In an instant, Zhao Gao was devoured by those resentful spirits, and his soul was utterly destroyed. Yet Master Zhang was not happy at all, because he knew the underworld was coming to seize Qin Huai's soul. Sure enough, countless dark figures emerged at once from the depths of the underworld, continuously calling Qin Huai's name. Bring out the underworld warrant, and let me see whether Qin Huai's name is on it. Faced with those ghost constables, Master Zhang was still anything but polite. When the underworld claims a soul, how could we let a mortal inspect the warrant? If you keep talking, we'll arrest you too. Zhang Yiqing gave a cold snort. Tell Huang Dongjun to get out here. If he doesn't appear before me within 7 minutes, he can forget about keeping his post as Earth God. The moment the ghost constables heard the name Huang Dongjun, it was as if they had met their natural enemy, and they all scattered in a panic. Then Master Zhang quietly asked Qin Huai, Little Huai, do you blame me? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have died. Qin Huai sighed. In that situation, there was nothing you could do to help me. There was no other way. Even though he said that, Qin Huai really did blame Zhang, eaching a little in his heart. He had clearly watched Qin Huai die without saving him and had ignored his life. Don't worry, Lil Huai. I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll compensate you in the future. Besides, if you hadn't died, the person behind your harm would never have appeared. Qin Huai and Shirtao were both startled. Hadn't the one behind Qin Huai's suffering been Zhao Gao, who was already dead? Could there still be someone else? As for the true mastermind's identity, Master Zhang still refused to reveal it. Just then, the ghost constables from earlier returned aggressively with someone in tow. Where's that madman? He dared summon this official? I'm here now, what do you want? But the moment he saw Zhang Yiqing's face, the Earth God Huang Dongjuan's expression changed at once. Lord Zhang, why are you here? A misunderstanding. It's all just a misunderstanding. If I'd known it was you, this lowly official would have come to welcome you long ago. Quite imposing, aren't you? After a person dies, their soul is supposed to report to the underworld within 12 Shurchen. Only after that deadline passes are ghost constables sent to seize the soul. So tell me, this time, not even 1 Shurchen had passed. So why were ghost constables already sent to seize a soul? Someone told you to send them, didn't they? Master Zhang understood the underworld's procedures so clearly. Could it be that he also held some official post down there? Qin Huai felt a little puzzled, seeing that Huang Dongjun seemed hesitant and unwilling to speak. Zhang Yiqing gave a cold snort. You don't want to talk, is that it? Then I'll just file an accusation against you. My lord, please calm your anger. Please be lenient. I'll speak. The truth is, a few days ago someone came to report to this lowly official, saying that someone would die by the Qintai River and telling me to send people to seize the soul. But that person wore a black hooded robe and was covered from head to toe. I truly did not see what he looked like. Qin Huai cut in from the side, helping a complete stranger for no reason. You must have received some benefit from him, didn't you? Zhang Yiqing immediately asked, check whether the name Qin Huai is on the death register. The Earth God Huang hurriedly took out the Book of Life and Death to look, and sure enough, Qin Huai's name was indeed on it. But after reading the Book of Life and Death, Zhang Yiqing grew even angrier. Huang Dongjun, I think you've grown far too comfortable in your post as Earth God. Are you so old now that you can't even read clearly? The Huai in Qin Huai means aspiration. Look again, what's written on the list. You neglected your duty and sent ghost constables to seize the wrong soul. Do you know what crime that is? Huang Dongjun immediately began kowtowing repeatedly. My lord, spare my life. For the sake of this being my first offense, please spare my life. I can spare you, but within 7 days, investigate that black-robed person's background for me. After receiving the order, Huang Dongjun assured him that he would complete it well. Then he left in a rush with the ghost constables. At that moment, Qin Huai's soul was suddenly pulled back into his body. If it did not return soon, then by daylight he would likely have completely dispersed in body and soul. When Qin Huai opened his eyes again, he found that his body could move normally. He truly had not died. Do you remember I once said that after those 3 things happened, something major would occur? Master Zhang walked over and asked, "A mother pig dying in someone else's place means someone wanted to conceal something and blind others' eyes and ears." After that, Master Zhang escorted Qin Huai and Shi Tao safely back home. Qin Huai was still worried about Zhao Gao's corpse lying by the riverbank, but Master Zhang paid it no mind at all. That dried-up body, once separated from its soul, had already turned to ashes. Qin Huai entered the house with his thoughts in a mess. Before Zhao Gao died, he had said that someone had saved him. There was very likely another person behind him. Going back a few minutes, Master Zhang had also said that the one trying to conceal things and mislead others was most likely that black-robed man. Qin Huai, you've only just had your soul return. Your spirit still isn't stable, and wandering ghosts will all want to seize your body. You must be extremely careful these next few days. Call your uncle to your house. In heaven there is the Thunder Lord, and on earth there is your uncle. If your uncle stays by your side, no one will dare snatch your body anymore. Qin Huai lowered his head and replied, I only know where my uncle's house is. Ever since my mother died, my family hasn't had any contact with him. Master Zhang said softly, you must bring your uncle here in the middle of the night, so the wild ghosts will see him come. Then have him go home again at 2 in the afternoon the next day. At that hour, the yang energy is at its strongest, and the evil spirits won't know that he's already gone back. Just then, several villagers came running over in alarm. Qin Huai stopped a man surnamed Zhao and asked what had happened. According to him, many people in the village had gone to the riverside, and all of them had drowned. As for Qin Huai's father, after going house to house warning everyone to flee, no one had seen him again. Qin Huai knew the truth very well. The villagers had not died by drowning. They had clearly been killed by Zhao Gao. Suddenly, many terrifying wandering ghosts appeared outside Qin Huai's house. They had come to seize Qin Huai's body, and unexpectedly they had arrived so quickly. Qin Huai immediately covered his nose and did not dare breathe hard. They had not yet seen him. Perhaps they had only caught the scent of flesh. If those wild ghosts discovered him, he would be finished. The lonely ghosts and wandering spirits had already reached the door. If this went on much longer, hundreds of ghosts might surround the whole house. Qin Huai could not wait any longer. It seemed he had to go find his uncle. It was said that Qin Huai's uncle's home was about 5 kilometers from here. Shi Tao suddenly thought of an idea. She left Qin Huai there and hurried into the kitchen. At that very moment, Qin Huai's door was kicked open, and outside, thousands of wandering ghosts had already surrounded the house. Just then, Shi Tao came running out of the kitchen. In her hands was a bronze gong, something capable of driving away evil ghosts. That was right. Master Zhang had said earlier that a bronze gong could repel evil. Shi Tao really was clever to think of it so quickly. With the bronze gong in hand, Qin Huai no longer had to fear the evil creatures outside the door, and so he set out carrying it. The moment he saw those ghostly things trying to come closer, Qin Huai immediately struck the bronze gong with all his might. Sure enough, it worked. The evil creatures heard the gong and instantly retreated in fear. Even so, they had no intention of giving up on taking Qin Huai's body and continued to follow after him, whining endlessly. We died so miserably, we can't enter hell or reincarnate. Lend me your body. I'll return it after I'm done with it. I'm so pitiful. I have no children and no descendants. After I died, they threw me onto a barren mountain, and I received no funeral offerings. Qin Huai was moved by this old ghost woman's story. The moment she saw Qin Huai distracted, she seized the chance to rush forward and grab him by the throat, causing him to drop the bronze gong in his hand to the ground. Luckily, Shi Tao was right beside him. She immediately picked up the bronze gong and struck it hard, once again forcing back the evil creatures around them. Qin Huai, don't be soft-hearted toward them. That's just a trap. They said those those things only to distract you. So Qin Huai and Shi Tao continued forward together, walking while constantly striking the gong, and at last they saw Qin Huai's uncle's house. But just as they reached the doorway, the gong in Qin Huai's hand, having been struck too many times, suddenly shattered. Before Qin Huai could step into his uncle's house, he was already surrounded by the evil creatures. "Uncle, I'm your nephew, Qin Huai." At this critical moment, his uncle's voice came from inside the house. "Who's out there, calling at the door so late at night?" The instant that voice rang out, a heavenly thunderbolt came crashing down from the sky onto the spot where Qin Huai and the evil creatures were. In the blink of an eye, all the creatures surrounding Qin Huai were blasted into dust. Even though they had little contact with each other, Qin Huai was still his uncle's nephew. So as soon as he saw him, his uncle invited Qin Huai inside. The remaining evil creatures outside, seeing this, no longer dared come forward and could only watch from afar. "In heaven there is the Thunder Lord, and on earth there is your uncle." Just as Master Zhang had said, those evil creatures truly did not dare come close. If they came near, the Thunder Lord would surely blast them apart. Following Master Zhang's instructions, Qin Huai invited his uncle home that very night. The lonely ghosts and wandering spirits, intimidated by his uncle, did not dare act rashly. Only at 2 in the afternoon the next day did Qin Huai send his uncle back home. That night, Qin Huai and the female corpse did not dare sleep. They kept staring at the door, afraid that the wandering ghosts and wild spirits would rush in again. But they waited until after 9 at night, and not a single wild ghost dared step inside. It seemed those things all thought he was still in the house, so they did not dare act rashly. Just then, there came a knock at the door, instantly raising Qin Huai's nerves again after they had only just calmed. But the person who entered this time was Master Zhang, not some evil spirit. It seemed he had also guessed that Qin Huai had managed to invite him to the house. This time, Master Zhang had not come to check on Qin Huai, but to bring news. Qin Huai's adoptive father, Yang Duangong, was not dead. Qin Huai found this impossible to believe, because that day he had personally buried his adoptive father himself. As always, Master Zhang said little and turned to leave first, leaving Qin Huai and the female corpse to follow behind him full of doubts. The place Master Zhang brought Qin Huai to was none other than the home of his adoptive father, Yang Duangong. But when they entered the house, there was no one there at all. His adoptive father was not home. If your adoptive father is really still alive, that would be good. If your adoptive father is really still alive, then you are in serious trouble. As he spoke, Master Zhang pointed at something hanging on the wall in old Yang's house. Qin Huai picked it up and saw that it was a piece of cowhide. Only after Master Zhang reminded him did Qin Huai realize that this thing had not been hanging on the wall before. "I told you before, the mother cow died in his place. Your adoptive father was clever and had the mother cow die for him. He must be living quite well now." But Qin Huai still did not understand one thing. If the mother cow died in his place, then what about the corpse in the coffin? If I am not mistaken, the thing in the coffin right now is not your adoptive father, but a bull's head. Seeing that Qin Huai did not believe him, Master Zhang turned and walked outside, telling Qin Huai to shut the door when he came out. Once outside, Zhang Yiqing casually scattered a few things around Yang Duangong's house. Then he led Qin Huai and the female corpse to the cattle butcher's home. At that moment, the butcher's house was in mourning. His son had been killed by Zhao Gao. The moment he arrived, Master Zhang said that the butcher's son had to be buried that very night. But the old butcher found that hard to accept. According to their local custom, the body had to be kept for 3 days before burial. Otherwise, the deceased would not be able to reincarnate in the underworld. Could Master Zhang not know that? But if the body was not buried tonight, something terrible would definitely happen. As he spoke, Master Zhang shoved the coffin lid aside. Inside was the butcher's son's corpse, but by now it had undergone a huge change. Fangs had grown out of his mouth. At the same time, his fingernails had grown longer too. These were clearly signs that he was about to turn into a hopping corpse. If your son is not buried tonight, he will rise. And once he rises, both you and your wife will be buried along with him. Let me ask you, did you see Qin Huai's adoptive father, Yang Duangong, a few days ago? The old butcher thought back. Yes, a few days ago I really did see Yang Duangong. He was the man in charge of handling such matters in the village. Funerals, weddings, all kinds of events, people would go to him for help. Yang Duangong was not a local. He only moved here about 10 years ago. At first, no one sought him out, but then something happened. That was how Yang Duangong became famous. Back then, a child died in the neighboring Wang village. The child had fallen to death, not from height, but simply collapsed while walking and died. But someone said the child was not actually dead, only frightened so badly that his soul had left his body, and that he could bring the soul back from the underworld. That person was, of course, Yang Duangong. Yang Duangong really did save that child, who is still living well even now. From then on, Yang Duangong became well known, and people from all over began asking him to deal with such matters. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. That day, when the old butcher saw Qin Huai, he asked whether he wanted to buy beef. After Qin Huai left, Yang Duangong came by and bought both the bull's head and the cowhide from him. That same day, before Yang Duangong supposedly died, Qin Huai had buried him with his own eyes, and the next day, Uncle Zhang slaughtered the cow. From this, it could indeed be inferred that his adoptive father, Yang Duangong, might truly not be dead. But as for why old Yang would do such a thing, Qin Huai had no idea. After finishing his analysis, Master Zhang brought Qin Huai and the female corpse to find the person whose soul Yang Duangong had once saved. Master Zhang knocked on the door while pretending to be Yang Duangong. The moment the people inside heard the name, they hurried to open up. But when the door opened, they saw that the person outside was not Yang Duangong at all. Only then did the man stammer awkwardly and pretend. Didn't Yang Duangong already die? Hurry up and leave. He had intended to use force to drive Master Zhang and the others away, but he could not move Zhang even an inch. All right, are you people really here on Yang Duangong's behalf? Tell me, what is it? Master Zhang immediately pressed him. Didn't you just say Yang Duangong was dead? Whether he's dead or not, what does that have to do with me? I'm going to bed. With that, the man turned to head back inside. Let me tell you something. In 3 days, your grandmother will come back to visit you. The moment he heard the word grandmother, the man's face turned furious. You've been spouting nonsense this whole time, and now you're trying to curse me too? Get lost. Qin Huai, if I told you that 3 days after your father died, he would come back to visit you, what would you think? Qin Huai replied, if it were my father's spirit coming back to see me, I would be happy. Judging from the reaction of this man, surnamed Wang, just now, it was obvious he did not want that to happen. Why would he not want to see his own grandmother? There is only one reason. His grandmother was killed by him. Or there's another possibility. The person Yang Duangong saved back then was not Granny Wang's real grandson at all. Qin Huai did not understand. If he was not Granny Wang's grandson, then after living with her for so long, how could she not realize it? Someone arranged it all in advance. Do you know why the butcher's son was turning into a hopping corpse? If you had looked carefully just now, you would have seen that the butcher's son's fangs had grown out, and fangs take at least a month to grow. There's only one answer. The butcher's son actually died a month ago. The person who laid out this scheme is vicious and thinks far ahead. Not only your village, but even the neighboring villages are part of his plan. And his corpse refining art has already reached a highly skilled level. Qin Huai, after your father left that night, he never came back. Do you know why? Because he was hiding. He knew this matter was not over yet. Qin Huai still did not understand. Zhao Gao was already dead. So who was his father still hiding from? And where was he hiding? Master Zhang said nothing more, and instead brought Qin Huai back to his house. As for the piece of cowhide in Yang Duangong's house, the cowhide and the bull's head, body and head separated. If the bull's head knew the cowhide was there, it would definitely come looking for it. Qin Huai, remember these 3 things. First, do not eat any fish from the Qintai River. Second, if you see the blind man lighting a lamp, do not say it is broken. Third, if anyone asks who I am, do not say, I am a Taoist from Longhu Mountain. After saying this, Master Zhang left once again. The next morning, when Qin Huai woke up, old Butcher Zhang was already standing at the door. It turned out that early that morning, he had caught fish in the Qintai River and had specially brought them over to thank Taoist Zhang and Qin Huai. Qin Huai accepted the fish with a heart full of anxiety. The very first thing Master Zhang had warned him about had already come true. Qin Huai immediately dug a hole and buried the fish old Butcher Zhang had brought. Remember this well. Fish from the Qintai River could not be eaten. Just then, crying could be heard from outside his door. When Qin Huai went out, he saw an old man sitting by the roadside crying. The old man kept saying his flashlight was broken. Looking closely, Qin Huai realized that this old man was blind. Qin Huai knew who he was. It was said that when he was young, a mine had collapsed while he was digging, and his eyes had been ruined because of it. After that, he had been half crazed like this for decades. And This was exactly the second thing Master Zhang had spoken of, the blind man lighting a lamp. Just then, old Butcher Zhang came back again. It turned out that a traveling opera troupe had arrived at the entrance to the village, and he had come especially to tell Qin Huai. Seeing the blind old man repeatedly saying that his flashlight was broken, old Zhang went over to inspect it. Sure enough, the blind man's flashlight really was broken. As soon as he heard someone confirm that the flashlight was broken, the blind old man became delighted as if celebrating the festival. He smashed the flashlight on the ground in one blow and happily ran off. Qin Huai had not expected that 2 of Master Zhang's warnings would come true so quickly. Now only the final one remained. You only need to do your own duty well. Not everything concerns you. Some things are other people's retribution. Let's take a look at the fish you buried. It turned out Master Zhang had somehow arrived at Qin Huai's home. Qin Huai took a shovel and dug up the fish that Butcher Zhang had just given him. Astonishingly, it was still alive. Master Zhang picked up the fish and told Qin Huai to bring over a basin of water. Once the fish was placed in the water, it immediately began swimming around in the basin. Fish, speak. If you still refuse to open your mouth, I'll cook you into soup. Unexpectedly, the fish really could speak. Don't make soup out of me. I'll talk. Qin Huai is your life-saving benefactor. You owe him a favor, don't you? The fish immediately replied, "What benefactor? He buried me alive. I nearly died on the spot." Hearing this, Master Zhang told Qin Huai to hurry and boil a pot of water ready to stew fish soup. The fish was instantly terrified. No, all right, I owe him a favor, okay? Please help remove this red string from me." As soon as Master Zhang pulled off the red string, there was also a talisman hidden inside. So this was what had prevented the fish from returning to human form. The moment Master Zhang removed it, the fish transformed. Unexpectedly, it was actually the river god. According to the river god, the person who had caught him from the river claimed to be a Taoist from Longhu Mountain, but the river god had not been able to see his appearance clearly. He only knew the man had covered his whole face with a black cloak. That fellow had some ability, but more importantly, he used sinister methods. Otherwise, how could the river god have lost so disgracefully? Master Zhang understood at once and told the river god to go back first. The river god glanced at the female corpse and sighed. He did not want to stay here and watch his bride remain at another man's side. The female corpse remained silent for a long while. Could this too have been arranged? If Qin Huai had eaten the river god, he would have offended the Dragon Palace. Was the black-robed man's purpose to make Qin Huai an enemy of the Dragon Palace? The female corpse's analysis was very accurate and even earned Master Zhang's praise. That night, Qin Huai and the female corpse were taken by Master Zhang to a wild burial mound. According to Master Zhang, this tiny village of Qin Huai's actually hid many experts. There they saw that the blind man they had met that morning was now holding a flashlight and searching for something among the graves. It did not take him long to find the grave he was looking for. He directly dug the person out of the coffin with his hand, then used the candle in his hand to melt the flesh of the corpse, from which a substance called corpse oil flowed out. As soon as the corpse oil appeared, he stuck out his tongue and licked it clean. "Precious oil, once I eat you, I will be able to see." Only after he finished did Master Zhang lead Qin Huai and the female corpse over to meet the blind man. At this time, the blind man had already noticed someone approaching from behind. He turned and glared at the newcomers. To Qin Huai's surprise, his eyes had now returned. "Don't ruin my good business." The blind man lunged over fiercely, only to be kicked by Master Zhang and sent flying. Immediately afterward, his whole body fell to the ground, but his soul was forcibly dragged out of his body. "What is going on? I'm not dead yet, so why has my soul left my body? Did you kick me to death? I'm going to the underworld to accuse you." Zhang Yiqing let out a cold snort. "These past decades, your life in the world of the living must have been hard. But why have you never gone down to the underworld? If you want to hear it, let me tell you a story. There was once a miner who was crushed to death when a tunnel collapsed. His soul was trapped inside the cave, and he was in despair. Just as he was despairing, someone appeared and changed his fate. That person found the miner's soul and used corpse refining techniques on his body, making him resemble a living person. And so he scraped by in the village for decades, killing quite a few villagers and providing materials for that person's corpse refining. Am I right? Didn't your master give you a pair of eyes this time as well?" The blind man had originally intended to deny everything, but seeing that the man before him knew the whole story so clearly, he could not deny it. "So what if you know? Do you think I would betray my master? Let me tell you, it won't be long before all of you die." Zhang Yiqing retorted, "How naive. If he could act, he would have done so long ago. Why would he still be waiting? Do you think he is helping you?" He is harming you. Even if your soul returns to your body, you will not survive tonight. Even after Zhang Yiqing said this, the blind man remained resolute and swore that he would never betray his master, even in death. Whether that is true or not will become clear once we look at the blind man's real body. Master Zhang immediately told Qin Huai to lift off the cap on the old man's head. There, at the back of his head, were 3 large round holes. So the blind man had only ever been a tool used by the person behind all of this. 3 holes hiding corpse energy. Did you really think you could still live? The 3 holes concealing corpse energy are a kind of corpse refining technique. The corpse energy is compressed inside them, so the one being refined cannot detect it. And with your eyes, even if you wanted to see, you could not have seen it. The blind man roared in grief and anger. I am not dead. I am alive. I'm no longer blind. I can see again. But so what? That only proves he no longer had any use for you. So the person behind this gave you a pair of eyes so you could see again. I've always had body and soul as one. That's what living people are like. On what grounds do you say I'm dead? Zhang Yiqing explained, back then, the corpse energy was still inside your body, which was why your body and soul remained united. But now the corpse energy has completely dissipated. Look at your own soul. Before Zhang Yiqing had even finished speaking, the blind man's soul had already begun to scatter. You are about to have your soul completely destroyed, with not even a chance to reincarnate. If you want revenge, then quickly tell us where your master is. Only now is the blind man truly terrified. Save me, I don't want to die. If I tell you, will you avenge me? He's in Qin. He only managed to utter the single word Qin before the blind man completely vanished from the world, his soul utterly destroyed. All the corpse energy he had gathered over the years had been consuming his soul. Death had been certain, and even if Zhang Yiqing had acted, he could not have saved him. This was also the retribution he deserved for his countless crimes. After leaving the graveyard, Master Zhang led Qin Huai and the female corpse straight to Yang Duangong's house. As soon as they arrived, Qin Huai noticed footprints in the powder Master Zhang had earlier scattered around Yang Duangong's house, proving that someone had broken in. This had been entirely within Zhang Yiqing's expectations. And Qin Huai's family pearl was probably gone as well. When they returned to Qin Huai's own house, he found footprints there too, proving that his home had also been entered. Judging by the size, the footprints in Qin Huai's house and Yang Duangong's house belonged to the same person, and they were the footprints of an adult man. Sure enough, just as Master Zhang had said, when Qin Huai checked, the family pearl was gone. Good, the family pearl is gone. Now the cow's body and head are in the same place. As long as Qin Huai remains alive, that person has no intention of sparing him. After that, Master Zhang called Qin Huai over and whispered something into his ear. Then he took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to him. Tomorrow, do exactly as I told you, and be sure to bring this bottle with you. On the way home, Qin Huai noticed that many villagers had gathered in front of old Butcher Zhang's house. This Butcher Zhang really is unlucky. That's right, he went to watch the opera and ended up blinded. It seemed that the reason old Zhang had gone blind was because he had answered the blind old man earlier, and so he had lost one of his eyes. Qin Huai entered Uncle Zhang's house with the female corpse and saw that someone from the village was bandaging him. It looked as though he had gone blind in only one eye. Old Zhang's wife was crying bitterly. Her son had just died, and now her husband had gone blind too. Tragedy truly kept piling up one after another. Qin Huai stepped forward and said to Aunt Zhang, "Auntie, don't panic. I have a way to cure Uncle Zhang's eye." When everyone heard Qin Huai say that, they began murmuring, "That's going too far." Even the doctor said there was no cure. His eyeball is ruined. How could it possibly be healed? Little Huai, Annie knows you're just trying to make me feel less sad, but you can't speak carelessly about something like this. Qin Huai quickly said, "I'm telling the truth. Everyone knows the legend that immortals once appeared at the Qin Huai River, right? Qin Shi Huang even built the Qin Terrace to seek immortals and ask for elixirs, and legend says he really obtained an immortal pill there. I don't have the immortal pill itself now, but I do have a bit of powder from one. If Uncle Zhang uses it, it will definitely cure his eye. Look at me. Before, my body was full of illnesses and weaknesses, but now haven't I gotten better? I used immortal pill powder myself. Taoist Zhang gave it to me. Aunt Zhang, the immortal powder is in this bottle. Just mix it with water and let Uncle Zhang drink it." Aunt Zhang immediately took the bottle of immortal pill powder and went to mix it with water, just as Qin Huai had instructed. Although no one knew whether it could really heal old Zhang's eye, there was no other option now. Better to try than not try at all. After old Zhang drank a bowl of the medicinal water, everyone around held their breath, waiting to see whether the immortal pill powder would really work. After a short while, old Zhang began to feel his eye itch intensely. Then from the place where his blind eye had been, a new eye slowly began to grow out. Then a miracle happened. Old Butcher Zhang really could see again. After witnessing the miraculous effects of the immortal pill powder, all the villagers turned back and begged Qin Huai for a bottle. This is immortal pill powder, not vegetables from the market. How could I possibly have that much? Master Zhang's whereabouts are always uncertain, and I don't know where he has gone either. Seeing that they couldn't get any from Qin Huai, everyone turned to Mrs. Zhang instead. After all, it was an immortal pill. Who wouldn't crave it? Old Butcher Zhang immediately stepped forward, cleaver in hand, and threatened them. Stay right there, all of you. Let's see who dares snatch little Huai's things. Only after the villagers were driven off by Butcher Zhang did the old couple finally have a chance to thank Qin Huai. No need to thank me. When you see Master Zhang again, just thank him instead. Uncle, Auntie, get some rest. I'm heading back now. The moment Qin Huai and female corpse left Butcher Zhang's house, the people who had just been chased off had not gone home at all. They were waiting outside the door, blocking Qin Huai's path to demand the immortal pill powder. Faced with this, Qin Huai was not flustered in the slightest, because Master Zhang had already anticipated this. You want immortal pill powder, right? I know where you can find it. The immortal pill powder came from the Qin Tai River. You have to go into the river to look for it. The moment they heard that, everyone erupted and rushed straight toward the Qin Tai River, hoping to find the so-called immortal pill powder. Qin Huai quickly called after them. If you find the immortal pill powder, don't eat it right away. It's poisonous. It has to be refined by Master Zhang before it can be used. Qin Huai had done everything exactly as Master Zhang instructed. Next, things should probably settle down. Female Corpse was truly curious what Master Zhang's purpose was in telling Qin Huai to do all this. Qin Huai leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The truth is, I have no idea either. Master Zhang told me to do it, so I did." By dusk, second uncle from the village came happily running to Qin Huai's house, reporting that he had found immortal pill powder. Right after him, many other villagers came rushing over too, each of them holding a bottle filled with immortal pill powder. At that very moment, the main figure himself, Master Zhang, happened to arrive. The moment everyone saw the Taoist, they immediately crowded around him. "Taoist Zhang, you're here. Help us refine the immortal pills." Before dealing with the crowd, Master Zhang went inside first because he wanted to speak privately with Qin Huai. "Qin Huai, tonight we may be able to see the master the blind man spoke of." After that, Master Zhang had Qin Huai open the door. As soon as he stepped outside, the gathered villagers urged him to hurry and refine the immortal pills. But Master Zhang said it couldn't be done tonight. Tomorrow night. A few of the villagers were even worried that Taoist Zhang might run off with their immortal pill powder. In the end, they decided to leave one person in front of Qin Huai's house to keep watch, while all the immortal pill powder was left inside Qin Huai's home, with every bottle marked with its owner's name. Although there were a great many bottles of immortal pill powder in front of them, according to Master Zhang, only one of them was real. In the beginning, Zhao Gao came here to seek immortal pills, and had been someone underwater refining pills. These bottles have been used to fake immortal pill powder. What the villagers found were all just scraps of immortal pill powder, or rather, failed products that had never truly become immortal pills. As for why one bottle was real, it was because someone had grown impatient, so he mixed the genuine article in with the fakes, hoping to have Master Zhang actually refine the real immortal pill. As he spoke, Master Zhang pointed to one bottle and stated firmly that it was the real one. Qin Huai checked it, but it looked no different from the others, and even the smell was exactly the same. The owner of this bottle was a man named Qin Jiang. In terms of seniority, Qin Huai even had to address him as uncle. The moment the guard at the door saw Qin Huai and Master Zhang about to go out, he immediately asked about the refining of the immortal pills. When he heard they were going to Qin Jiang's house, he could only reluctantly follow along. But no matter how much they called, this Qin Jiang never came to open the door. Sensing that something was wrong, Master Zhang directly broke the door down and charged inside. The moment he entered, he saw that Qin Jiang had hanged himself in the house. Very quickly, the villagers, having heard the news, all rushed over. They had still been talking with Qin Jiang during the day, so how had he hanged himself already? Judging by how he looked, he had clearly been dead for 3 to 5 days. Among the villagers, one person turned and slipped away as soon as he saw the situation, and that immediately caught Master Zhang's attention. Master Zhang chased after him, and in the end, the two finally stopped. That person was none other than the mysterious black-robed man, the mastermind behind everything. I only wanted to watch the excitement for a bit. I didn't expect you to notice me. Master Zhang said, you've been skulking around in secret and caused so many deaths. Shouldn't you give some kind of explanation? An explanation? You want me to explain myself to you? Are you even worthy? The instant Qin Huai heard that voice, he recognized it at once. There was no mistake. The mysterious black-robed man was Yang Duangong. The man did not hide it either. He directly took off the cloth covering his face, and sure enough, it was indeed his adoptive father, Yang Duangong. Master Zhang, standing beside him, explained coldly, Yang Duangong died long ago. He's only wearing someone else's face. Little Huai, if you still acknowledge this adoptive father, then come over here quickly. Don't let that man, surnamed Zhang, deceive you. There are some things you simply can't see clearly, and I don't blame you for that. Little Huai, if your adoptive father hadn't saved you, you would have died long ago. You owe me. Didn't you once say you'd take care of me? Female corpse shouted from the side. You've harmed Qin Huai again and again. Only a ghost would believe you ever saved him. Yang Duangong suddenly pointed a finger toward the sky and gave a cold snort. In an instant, a terrifying heavenly thunderbolt crashed down from above. Even though Master Zhang reacted quickly, he only had time to pull Qin Huai away. Female corpse ended up taking that full bolt of heavenly thunder herself. Zhang Yuqing, back then you used the corpse charge with baleful energy to ruin my plans. Now I've let heavenly thunder strike this girl, so let's call us even. After taking just that one heavenly thunder strike head-on, female corpse no longer showed the slightest sign of life. From the side, Master Zhang instructed, Qin Huai, help that girl up. Don't let her feet touch the ground. Zhang Yiqing, we are both in the Celestial Master's manor. By seniority, you should even call me senior brother. I am the inheritor of Patriarch Zhang Daoling. Why haven't you paid your respects upon seeing me? Zhang Yiqing retorted, the order of inheritance naturally matters, but what we cultivate is Taoist arts. And when it comes to Taoist arts, power should decide who stands higher. You want to compare cultivation? What the Celestial Master's manor cultivates is talismans and techniques. Let's fight with the Five Thunders incantation. Whoever lasts to the end wins. Yang Duangong did not object. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. But what if someone can't endure it midway and runs? Zhang Yiqing took out a jade plaque. This is a jade plaque of the Celestial Master's manor, purified by a ritual artifact. It is linked to its owner's life. We'll place this jade plaque between us. If either of us runs, lightning will shatter that person's plaque. Yang Duangong also took out a jade plaque. Fine. If the plaque is damaged, its owner will lose part of his cultivation as well. That's quite a good method. In a contest of Taoist arts, there is no need to fight over order. What must be done should be done. I'll go first. Even ni tiger, urgent, urgent. Dragon and tiger move together. Great splendor, great wonder. Lord of thunder, charge ahead. Wind wheels and fire chariots. Divine spirits and heavenly generals. Thunder crashes for 10,000 li crush and subdue spirits and ghosts. Urgent as the law commands. Over on Yang Duangong's side, he had already finished chanting the incantation, and thunder immediately began rumbling across the sky. On this side, Zhang Yiqing immediately responded, Heaven above grants me might to shake all spirits. Let shaking thunder descend upon me. Let ghosts hear and their brains split. Let false words be shocked into truth. Urgent as the law commands. Then a huge opening appeared in Zhang Yiqing's chest, just enough to absorb all the thunder Yang Duangong had hurled at him. Your move of swallowing thunder into your belly is not bad, but in my eyes, it's only a petty trick not worth mentioning. Zhang Yiqing did not waste time arguing. He directly recited another incantation out loud, and at once a heavenly thunderbolt struck straight at Yang Duangong, leaving him no time to respond. The two sides continued trading moves like this, one heavenly thunderbolt after another crashing endlessly toward the other side. But this time, Yang Duangong directly summoned 4 heavenly thunderbolts at once to strike Zhang Yiqing. At the exact moment those 4 heavenly thunderbolts were about to hit, Zhang Yiqing suddenly shouted, Let's see if you dare. Sure enough, as if frightened by something, the 4 thunderbolts suddenly split apart to either side and did not dare harm Zhang Yiqing. This left Yang Duangong on the opposite side, completely baffled. Why couldn't the heavenly thunder strike Zhang Yiqing? Of course they have to avoid me. The Celestial Master's manor follows the Zhang Celestial Master, and right now, I bear the surname Zhang. Yang Duangong was stunned. You, Could it be that you are the current celestial master of the celestial master's manor? Do you take me for a fool? How could someone who once became emperor ever willingly live as a Taoist? Zhang Yiqing smiled. The celestial master's manor reveres neither ghosts nor gods, only heaven and earth. We cultivate ourselves with upright and noble righteousness, travel among the common people, and live in freedom and ease. What is there for me to be unwilling about? Using the name of the celestial master's manor, you brought disaster upon innocent people and committed every evil imaginable. Today, I will cleanse the sect. Cleanse the sect? You? At my command, I summon the divine generals of the four directions to come aid me. Supreme Lord Lao, urgent as the law commands. At once, for enormous figures appeared around Yang Duangong's body. Well, Zhang Yiqing, I have the bodies of divine generals protecting me. What can you possibly do to me? Master Zhang let out a sigh. You refuse to repent. Then don't blame me. As soon as Zhang Yiqing finished reciting the spell formula, tens of thousands of heavenly thunderbolts gathered in the sky. Yang Duangong's face instantly changed dramatically. If that mass of heavenly thunder came crashing down, even 10 divine generals would not be able to withstand it, let alone only 4. After the heavenly thunder passed and the smoke and dust dispersed, Yang Duangong had been blasted by lightning into rotting flesh, his whole body giving off a scorched stench. Just when it seemed everything was over, a bolt of water thunder suddenly shot out from below the water and struck straight toward Qin Huai, who was standing nearby. Fortunately, Master Zhang had been paying close attention to everything and managed to save Qin Huai's life in time. But their enemy had already achieved his goal. At this point, Yang Duangong's lightning-struck body had completely vanished. Master Zhang stepped forward, picked up Yang Duangong's jade plaque, and instructed Qin Huai, take that girl back first. I still have other matters to deal with. Take this jade plaque with you. Qin Huai, however, still had countless questions. Where had Yang Duangong gone? Why had the river god attacked them? But Master Zhang refused to explain clearly. Don't make wild guesses. Just remember this sentence well. When a dragon swims into shallow waters, even shrimp can bully it. But one day, once the dragon reaches the water again, it will surely make the Yangtze flow backward. Qin Huai quickly carried female corpse back home to rest. For now, they could only wait for news from Master Zhang, and there was no telling when female corpse would wake up. At that very moment, someone came to Qin Huai's door again. When he opened it, to his surprise, it was the river god. Could that earlier attack from beneath the water really not have been his doing? Qin Huai immediately shut the door, unwilling to receive him. But the river god kept insisting that Master Zhang had sent him. When a dragon swims into shallow waters, even shrimp can bully it. But one day, once the dragon reaches the water again, it will surely make the Yangtze flow backward. The moment he repeated Master Zhang's exact words, Qin Huai finally believed he had indeed been sent by Zhang Yiqing. There's no time left, Qin Huai. You must come with me to a certain place. But before leaving, Qin Huai wanted to ask the river god to do one thing. Because he owed Qin Huai his life from before, he had no choice but to agree. That thing was carrying the unconscious female corpse along with them. Female corpse is badly injured. I can't rest easy leaving her here alone. Be careful not to let her touch the ground. Just now, Master Zhang also swam down this river. Where exactly are we going, river god? It was as if this river god had learned from Master Zhang. He put on the same mysterious, evasive air. Very quickly, they arrived at the place they needed to reach. The river god brought Qin Huai to the entrance of cave. Standing before it, the river god loudly recited a passphrase. May all beings receive grace. May the four seas be calm. At once, the cave entrance lit up. It really exists. Mr. Zhang truly didn't lie to me. Suppressing his astonishment, the river god immediately rushed straight into the cave. Only after entering did Qin Huai discover in amazement that the water outside did not flow into this cave at all. Flying in the sky, looking upon the earth, the Qilin of the great marsh sends down rain. River to the left, lake to the right. May the new palace prosper and the clouds follow. After walking a little farther, a statue appeared before Qin Huai. That's right, this was the Dragon King's temple. Qin Huai recalled what Master Zhang had said before. Could it be that once this Dragon King statue encountered water, it would transform into a dragon? Sure enough, your comprehension is very high. That is exactly what Mr. Zhang meant. But isn't so simple. You can see for yourself that that water simply cannot enter this place. However, Mr. Zhang said that when Qin Huai comes to the Dragon King's temple, whatever he prays for will be granted. Whatever I pray for will be granted. Could Master Zhang mean for me to ask the Dragon King for help? But even the Dragon King may not necessarily be able to save female corpse. The river god muttered from the side, "Say, why don't you carry this girl yourself? Before, I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I dared to think of taking her as my wife. I don't dare think that anymore. I'm afraid she'll blame me once she wakes up." "Don't worry, she won't blame you. I'm very grateful to you too." With that, Qin Huai walked up to the Dragon King statue to inspect it. There was a bamboo fortune cylinder there. Master Zhang said whatever I pray for will be granted. Does that mean I should draw a fortune? Very quickly, Qin Huai shook out a slip. Someone comes asking about rainfall. In 3 hours, rainwater will flood the steppes. Even after reading it, Qin Huai had no idea what the fortune meant, and the river god beside him did not understand either. He was only a minor river deity, while rainfall was under the Dragon King's authority. He would not dare interfere. Qin Huai was about to pull out the other slips and take a look, only to discover that aside from the one he had just drawn, every other slip was blank. Qin Huai stared fixedly at the fortune slip he had just drawn. Could it really be, as Master Zhang said, that whatever he prayed for would be granted? Suddenly, at that moment, the slip in Qin Huai's hand changed. A wisp of green smoke emerged from it, shot straight into Qin Huai's body, and wrapped itself around him. Only then did he realize in shock that the river god and everything else nearby had frozen, as if time itself had stopped. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Huai found that he had been pulled into a completely different and unfamiliar space. Where is this? Where did the river god and female corpse go? Something stirred in the darkness ahead. Qin Huai thought it was the river god, so he immediately called out loudly. But what appeared was not the river god at all. It was clearly a monster, with both eye sockets gouged out, razor-sharp teeth, and a gaunt body. The instant it saw a living person arrive, that horrifying monster bared its fangs and lunged to attack. In his fear, Qin Huai could only shout for Master Zhang to save him. But in a strange place like this, could Zhang Yiqing really come and save his life? Suddenly, a terrifying golden palm force burst from Qin Huai's arm and directly erased the monster before him, leaving Qin Huai utterly dumbfounded. Then a voice came from behind him. "Dragon King, you truly are useless." Qin Huai blankly turned around, only to see an enormous being staring fixedly at him. But on that being's head was Qin Huai's own face. "What are you talking about? Where exactly is this place? What was that monster just now? And who are you? Why do you look like me?" Qin Huai fired off a whole string of questions. That being leaned close to Qin Huai's face to inspect him. "Too immature. It is not yet time. Still far too weak." Then the figure tossed Qin Huai aside and simply walked into the illusory mist, disappearing from Qin Huai's sight. Everything happening left Qin Huai unable to understand what was going on at all. Why was he able to unleash a palm strike? Where was this place? And how was he supposed to get back? Just then, that space began to twist, as if it could collapse at any moment. When he opened his eyes once more, Qin Huai found that he had returned to the real world. In front of him, the river god was urging him non-stop to go back home and wait. Could what just happened have been an illusion? Qin Huai could not make sense of it, no matter how he thought about it. Why had the person in that world called him the Dragon King? At noon the next day, at Qin Huai's house, female corpse still showed no sign of waking up. It was clearly midday, yet outside it was as dark as night. A strange man came walking up to Qin Huai's door, carrying a signboard for fortune-telling and character reading, praying for wind and rain, hoping to meet a benefactor. Meeting at the doorstep, unlucky, unlucky. "Who are you? Standing at my door, and before I even say a word, you dare curse me as unlucky?" Qin Huai was about to shut the door, so he wouldn't have to see the fortune teller, but unexpectedly, the man blocked it with his foot. "Easy there, young friend. Meeting is fate. Let me cast a fortune for you, so you can welcome good fortune and avoid disaster. In weather this gloomy, do you know when it will rain? And how much rain there will be?" Qin Huai suddenly remembered the words from the fortune he had drawn at the Dragon King's temple. "In 3 hours, rainwater will flood the steppes." Someone comes asking about rainfall. Weren't the events happening right now exactly what the fortune slip had foretold? Qin Huai recited the words written on the fortune slip, but the fortune teller did not think the same way he did. Qin Huai had no interest in arguing with him either and wanted to shut the door and send him away. "Young man, you're quite straightforward. I'm in the mood today, so how about we make a bet? You say it will rain in 3 hours and the water will flood the steppes. I say it will rain in 4 hours and the water will flood the steppes. Do you dare to bet?" Qin Huai was still somewhat hesitant because he did not know the man in front of him at all. What good would come of making a bet? I already have gold, silver, jewels, and peerless beauties. What's more, they are inexhaustible and endless. So tell me, my young friend, what you want? Qin Huai recalled what Master Zhang had said before. Ask, and you shall receive. Could this be the chance to save Tik Dao? If I win, can you wake the girl in my house? The other party immediately agreed. Deal. As it happens, I have one soul and one spirit of hers. If you win, I'll give them to you. Then, young friend, what if I win? If I win, you must also give me one soul and one spirit of yours. Qin Huai hesitated for a few seconds, but then immediately agreed. Very good. I'll take my leave for now. I'll return when it rains at 4 o'clock. Although the man had already left, Qin Huai could not help looking up at the sky. Judging from the weather, it probably would not even take 3 or 4 hours. Rain was coming soon. At that moment, Master Zhang appeared. Qin Huai had been about to tell Zhang Yiqing everything that had happened yesterday, but he did not seem hurried at all. Master Zhang, I can't figure it out. If it wasn't the river god, then who is it that saved Yang Duangong earlier? Master Zhang replied calmly. No need to think too much about it. Besides, Yang Duangong has already failed to achieve his goal. Oh, right. Qin Huai, how did you find my skills when I fought old Yang last night? Do you want to learn? Qin Huai's eyes lit up at once. Of course they were amazing. Earth shaking, ghosts weeping, and gods wailing. It was truly like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Of course I want to learn. Please teach me. If you want to learn, why are you still standing there in a daze? Kneel and bow 3 times, then offer me tea. Qin Huai immediately did as Zhang Yiqing said and knelt down reverently, bowing 3 times. Qin Huai, from now on you are my disciple, Zhang Yiqing's disciple, a disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion. Rise, bring me the command token from last night. Zhang Yiqing took the token from Qin Huai, recited an incantation to erase Yang Duangong's name from it, and then handed it back so Qin Huai could drip his blood onto it. After Qin Huai's blood dripped onto the token, he immediately felt a strange sensation. The token had acknowledged Qin Huai as its master. As long as the master lived, the token remained. If the master died, the token would perish as well. At that very moment, it was already 3 in the afternoon, exactly the time stated in the Dragon King's divination. Sure enough, a few raindrops began to fall, but after only a handful of drops, it stopped again. Seeing how anxious Qin Huai was, Master Zhang remained calm and composed as he sat there. To accomplish great things, one must stay calm. Sure enough, just as Master Zhang had said, a few seconds later a torrential downpour came crashing down and the rainwater quickly rose past the steps. But by then it was already 4 o'clock, which meant Qin Huai had lost the bet with the fortune teller. At that moment, the fortune teller's voice rang out from outside. Haha, young friend, what did I tell you? In the end, it still rained at 4. The fortune teller walked up to Qin Huai's door. Strangely, not a single part of him had been wet by the rain. But the moment he stepped inside, he fixed his gaze on Master Zhang, who was seated within. He did not pay it much mind, however, and immediately moved to take one soul and one spirit from Qin Huai as they had agreed in the bet. Just then, Zhang Yiqing, who had been silent from the beginning until now, finally spoke. Hold on. Since this gentleman has won, of course we won't go back on our word. Let alone one soul and one spirit. Even 3 souls and 7 spirits will be fine. The old fortune teller pointed outside. Then naturally I've won. Just look at the time and the amount of rain. Isn't that right? Zhang Yiqing snorted with laughter. No need to look. Clearly you lost. And you dare boast about your skill in divination? Why don't you cast a reading for yourself? Great calamity is already upon you. If I remember correctly, the imperial decree stated that at 3 o'clock the rain should flood over the steppes. Yet it rained at 4. What boldness, Dragon King, are you? The fortune teller's expression changed instantly. You, how do you know that? Qin Huai, standing to one side, was also stunned. This fortune teller was actually the Dragon King? The waterways, rivers, streams, and mountains are all under your control. You received the Jade Emperor's decree, then fancied yourself clever enough to come find Qin Huai and make a bet. Yet Qin Huai guessed the correct time of the rain. In order to win against him, you changed the Jade Emperor's decree and moved the rain to 4 o'clock, delaying it by 1 full hour. This concerns the grand order of the world. You willfully acted recklessly and violated heavenly law. The Dragon King, surnamed, he was sweating profusely, but still tried to act tough. It was only delayed by 1 hour, and the rainfall itself did not change at all. Even if the Jade Emperor finds out, he won't blame me. Dragon King, a slight deviation can lead to a world of difference. I fear the Jade Emperor's decree of punishment has already reached your manor. Dragon King, he flew into a rage at once. Nonsense. You're trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain so you can escape after I leave, aren't you? Though he spoke boldly, he was in fact already rattled. He turned around and rushed back to his own manor to verify the truth. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Huai still did not understand. If this man was the Dragon King, then who was the one Qin Huai had worshipped in the Dragon King temple before? Qin Huai, there are countless lakes, rivers, and streams in the world, and accordingly there are many Dragon Kings. Their ranks differ, and the territories they govern differ as well. Among all Dragon Kings, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings stand at the top, and among the Azure, White, Red, and Black Sea Dragon Kings, the Yellow Dragon is revered above all. That fortune teller is merely the Dragon King of the Qintai River. The Dragon King you worshipped is far more formidable. Naturally, you won this bet. He'll be back very soon. No sooner had Zhang Yiqing finished speaking than Dragon King, he indeed returned. This time his attitude was completely different from before. The moment he arrived, he immediately kowtowed before Master Zhang. Sir, I beg you to save my life. I have just received the Jade Emperor's decree of punishment. Sir, your foresight is divine. You must possess great divine powers. Zhang Yiqing spoke. On what grounds do you think I can save your life? If I am not mistaken, the Jade Emperor has ordered that tomorrow at noon, you are to be beheaded publicly, correct? Dragon King, he nodded. I was blinded by villains and did something foolish. Sir, your divine powers are vast. Your deduction was not off by the slightest bit. I beg you to save my life. I lost this wager. Zhang Yiqing told him to get up. In that case, first keep your promise and give Qin Huai 1 soul and 1 spirit. Of course, if you refuse to hand them over, that's fine too. Once you've been executed, we'll simply go take them ourselves. Dragon King, he was so frightened his courage nearly burst apart. He hurriedly pulled a ledger from his robes. From within it flew out a soul and a spirit. It was 1 soul and 1 spirit belonging to Tik Dao. One of Tik Dao's souls greeted Qin Huai with a few words, then immediately flew back in her body. Heaven and earth are clear and bright. All things arise from the heartless void. Emptiness contains dust and traces. The 100 laws return to one. Separation and union, gathering and dispersing, karmic bonds and worldly feelings be severed. By command, return at once to the body. As soon as Master Zhang finished speaking, Tik Dao, who had been unconscious for several days, immediately opened her eyes and woke up. Girl, I have taken Qin Huai as my disciple. You are his fiancée, so saving you is naturally my duty. After Qin Huai's group finished speaking, Dragon King, he, standing behind them, finally dared to ask softly, My lord, then what about saving me? Master Zhang had almost forgotten this fellow was still there. Beneath the Qin Huai River, there's an old Dragon King in a cave. You must guide the water into that place, and the old Dragon King will naturally save you. If you don't make haste, you won't have another chance. After receiving Zhang Yiqing's guidance, Dragon King, he hurriedly left at once. Qin Huai stepped forward and asked quietly, Master, can he survive? And how did you know the Jade Emperor's decree? At that, Zhang Yiqing suddenly burst into laughter. Everything is determined by fate. As for why I knew, because the memorial requesting his execution was sent to the Jade Emperor by me. Qin Huai, do you still remember those words I told you? When a dragon is stranded in shallow waters, even shrimp may mock it. But when the dragon gains water, it can make the great river flow backward. Qin Huai, now that you have become my disciple, I should also give you a gift. After that, Zhang Yiqing led Qin Huai and Tik Dao to the edge of the pit through which Qin Huai had previously entered the Dragon King temple. At that very moment, a heaven-shaking roar rang out, and from beneath the river a massive dragon shot up into the sky. Was this what it meant for a dragon to gain water? After the dragon departed, Master Zhang led Qin Huai along the riverbank again. The gift he had prepared for Qin Huai had already arrived. An old Dragon King had long been waiting there for Qin Huai's group. Standing before this old Dragon King, Qin Huai felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Celestial Master Zhang, thanks to your help this time, this king escaped disaster. The Celestial Master Mansion is also returning to its prosperous days, and your contribution is no small one. The Dragon King flatters me, Master Zhang replied politely. If the Celestial Master Mansion wishes to return to its former glory, it still has a long road ahead. Ha ha ha. I too am a disciple of the Taoist sect. I once cultivated at the Celestial Master Mansion and had the good fortune to witness the bearing of Patriarch Zhang Dowling himself. So if there is something you need, just say it directly. Seeing this, Zhang Yiqing no longer stood on ceremony. The Dragon King of the Qintai River has violated heavenly law. Though his death sentence may be spared, he will not escape punishment alive. I'm afraid he can no longer keep his seat as Dragon King. According to our earlier agreement, I hope you can recommend my disciple as the new Dragon King of the Qintai River. When Qin Huai heard this, he was dumbfounded in shock. His master was actually recommending him to become the Dragon King. Only then did the old Dragon King look toward Qin Huai, a disciple of Celestial Master Zhang. Could he be the next Celestial Master? Throughout the history of the Celestial Master Mansion, the Celestial Master has always been a member of the Zhang family. The successor may not necessarily be him, Master Zhang said softly. Very well, Celestial Master, rest assured, I will certainly recommend this young friend as the Dragon King of the Qintai River. Having said that, the old Dragon King took his leave. Qin Huai, once the decree appointing the Dragon King is issued, you will be the Dragon King of the Qintai River. Qin Huai still could not believe it. He was really about to become the Dragon King. It truly matched what the figure in his dream had said. After returning from the old Dragon King's place, Qin Huai had just been about to push open the door and enter when Master Zhang stopped him. It turned out that at this moment, 3 lines of a couplet had suddenly appeared at Qin Huai's front door. Between hell and the human world, people come and go, all full of feeling, lonely souls and wild ghosts, with no one to pity them. Qin Huai, I didn't expect someone to give you yet another gift. When the old man lost his horse, who could know it was not a blessing? Let's first take a look at this hell in the human world. The moment the door to Qin Huai's house was pushed open, what met his eyes were thousands of ghosts inside, turning his home directly into a true hell on earth. Someone wants to make sure your home is never at peace, to leave you with a home you cannot return to. But isn't Yangduango? This matter is not that simple. Your house has now become an underworld dwelling. It is only natural for ghosts to come to the underworld, so they cannot simply be driven away. You can't provoke a crowd in anger. It is easy to invite ghosts, but hard to send them off. Let's go prepare some offering food. As soon as the village's second uncle saw Celestial Master Zhang appear, he immediately asked about the immortal pills. But before giving them the pills, Master Zhang told them to help prepare a tray of food so they could obtain the pills sooner. Second uncle immediately went off excitedly to prepare it. Very quickly, second uncle prepared enough food to feed 20 people, just as Master Zhang had requested. After that, Master Zhang had Qin Huai and Tik Dao fill small bowls with rice, then cover each bowl with another bowl. That way, the ghost offerings were ready. Once everything had been prepared, Master Zhang shouted loudly, "Lonely souls and wild ghosts, whether claimed or unclaimed, I offer each of you a bowl of rice. If you do not mind, come out and eat a bowl. Once you have eaten, be on your way." The moment Zhang Yiqing finished speaking, the lonely souls and wild ghosts in Qin Huai's house rushed out like starving specters, scrambling for the offering bowls on the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Huai and Tik Dao were tasked with taking down the couplet from the front door, then bringing it to Master Zhang so he could write a new couplet on it. The spirit banners shimmer brightly, bestowing blessings upon the human world. The Tao is originally true and all-pervading. The soul returns to its primal source. After the new couplet was pasted up, they were able to return safely to Qin Huai's home. Once the ghosts finished eating, they would leave, and no more ghosts would come either. Qin Huai, tell little Tik Dao about everything that happened over the past 2 days. Someone wants to turn my disciple's house into a hell on earth. Once day breaks, we'll go and see just who is bold enough to do such a thing. Early the next morning, Master Zhang led the 2 of them behind a bare mountain. Many years ago, I once saw a couplet nearby with handwriting very similar to this. Now I need to find a stone tablet. Tik Dao quickly found the stone tablet. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is no regret. Left by Taoist Wufa. The handwriting was indeed very similar to the writing on the couplet at Qin Huai's door. Judging by it, this stone tablet had been here for a very long time, at least more than 200 years. After that, Master Zhang led Qin Huai on foot for more than 10 li to a Taoist temple. Because they were exhausted, they planned to beg for some food. Master Zhang knocked on a door, and an old woman came out to open it. But the moment Master Zhang said, "Boundless heavenly worthy, this poor Taoist," the old woman reacted as if she had encountered evil and slammed the door shut at once. Celestial Master Zhang then pinched his fingers and calculated. After finishing, he marveled, "So that's how it is. Let's try another house." This time, they went to a young woman's house. "We are passing through this area and would like to ask for a little food." The young woman did not refuse and immediately invited the three of them inside. When she heard that Qin Huai's group wanted to go up to the Taoist temple on the mountain, she kindly advised them to give up. The Taoist temple on the mountain is too dilapidated. The immortals in the temple have already been invited away. Since the temple is no longer efficacious, the village has not prospered, and the villagers all hate Taoists. That temple has long since been abandoned. After they had finished eating, the young woman still did not forget to remind Qin Huai's group not to waste their time in vain. Master Zhang thanked her, then led Qin Huai up the mountain toward the Taoist temple. Along the way, Qin Huai wondered what the young woman had meant by the immortals having been invited away. It turned out she meant that the temple had been emptied and no longer enshrined any divine statues. Very soon, they saw the Taoist temple ahead. Sure enough, just as the villagers had said, it was so ruined and tattered that it was painful to look at. Master Zhang paid no attention and walked straight into the main hall. "May I ask, fellow Taoists, at what hour does this place receive worship each day?" A voice answered, "This poor Taoist receives worship at the 3rd watch, the 4th watch, and the 5th watch, every day without fail." Upon entering the completely empty main hall, Qin Huai saw that there was nothing inside to worship except a single painting before him. The person in the painting was Chunyangzi, Patriarch Lu Dongbin, the Grand Master of the Chuanjin sect. Taoism is divided into 2 sections. The one founded by Patriarch Daoling is our celestial master mansion. The second is the Chuanjin sect, founded by Patriarch Wang Chongyang. Though they are of the same faith and not the same lineage, both revere the Supreme Lord Lao, so they may still be considered one family. It is said that Wang Chongyang founded the Chuanjin sect after meeting Lu Dongbin. Qin Huai also noticed that above the painting of Lu Dongbin there hung a sword. Taoist Wu Fa's voice rang out again. "Once you lose, this poor Taoist will naturally show himself. The auspicious hour has arrived. Respectfully welcome Patriarch Lu Dongbin into the temple. Welcome Chunyangzi Lu Dongbin into the temple. Welcome Patriarch Lu." But no matter how Taoist Wu Fa called, there was no sign of Patriarch Lu at all. "Impossible. My Qingkong temple exists precisely to invite Patriarch Lu to reside here. There is no reason he should not be able to come." Master Zhang merely smiled as though he had known all along. "The 3rd watch has already passed, and the immortal has not come. Fellow Taoist, you have lost, haven't you?" Taoist Wu Fa snorted coldly. "Victory and defeat have not yet been decided. Just because you invite him does not mean he will come." Zhang Yiqing waited until the 4th watch before standing up and walking outside. "Qin Huai, come with me to receive the Patriarch." At that moment, Taoist Wu Fa finally revealed himself. Qin Huai had not expected that the old monster who seemed several hundred years old would actually be just a boy. But the moment Master Zhang stepped outside, Patriarch Lu unexpectedly arrived for real. This left Taoist Wu Fa unable to believe his own eyes. "Patriarch Lu, why did you come late? Please explain it clearly to this disciple." But Patriarch Lu did not answer Wu Fa and simply merged into the painting. "This is fate. I can afford to lose, and I accept the result. So, are you going to behead me now?" Following Master Zhang's order, Qin Huai took the sword hanging above the painting and moved to deal with Taoist Wu Fa. With one slash, Taoist Wu Fa's head separated from his body. Yet strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. Master Zhang showed not the slightest surprise as he looked at Taoist Wu Fa. "This isn't over yet. Explain yourself." Taoist Wu Fa's body suddenly stood upright. "I understand now, but first, help me throw the head down the mountain." After hearing that, Master Zhang ordered Qin Huai to do as Taoist Wu Fa had said. Though Qin Huai claimed with his mouth not to be afraid, his expression betrayed him. Summoning all his courage, Qin Huai carried Taoist Wu Fa's head to the cliff's edge and threw it down. Inside, Master Zhang was speaking with Wu Fa's body. "Let me ask you, has Taoist Wu Fa died?" The body answered, "Not yet. He lives by borrowing corpses. As long as even a small piece of flesh remains, he can continue living as before." Master Zhang asked again, "Was your body seized by him?" That body let out another sigh. 100 years ago, Taoist Wu-Fa used the excuse of drinking and discussing the Tao with me. I loved wine and slept like the dead. He cut off my head and took over my body. Hearing this, Master Zhang made a deduction. In other words, was it you who wrote and pasted the couplet on my disciple's door? No, that wasn't me. Before this body was not under my control. I knew nothing of whatever it did. But Master Zhang did not seem to believe him. You made a bet with me over that head, yet you clearly did not care about it. After cutting it off, you hurriedly threw it away. The head was gradually slipping out of your control, so you borrowed my hand to get rid of it, didn't you? You really laid out a fine chessboard. If you won, you would receive Patriarch Lu's reward and also take control of the Celestial Master's mansion. If you lost, you could cast off that troublesome head. You're a Wu-Fa Taoist, aren't you? Admit it. At this point, the body stopped denying it as well. Haha, the new Celestial Master Zhang does have some skill. But so what if you know? And what talent or virtue do you have to dare call yourself the rule of the Tao? Celestial Master Zhang gave a cold snort. Between heaven and earth, the cycle of the world turns on. Whoever violates the righteous path will surely be punished by the laws of the Tao. I naturally do not dare claim such authority, but why don't you turn around and look behind you? Wu-Fa Taoist blankly turned around and saw Lu Dongbin standing behind him, glaring at him with furious eyes. Villain. Without giving Wu-Fa Taoist even a chance to argue, Patriarch Lu shot straight through his body, causing him to die with his eyes still open. When he walked over to Qin Huai, he looked at him meaningfully, his gaze carrying many unspoken implications. After thanking Celestial Master Zhang, Patriarch Lu vanished once more. At that moment, Master Zhang ordered Qin Huai to go retrieve the head from before. It seemed the head still had something to say. Qin Huai quickly found the head at the foot of the mountain. Young friend, there is no need to blame yourself. This was already this poor Taoist's fate. As he spoke, the face on the head rapidly began to age. This poor Taoist's power is fading away. Please trouble yourself to carry me back up the mountain. As soon as Qin Huai brought the head back, Master Zhang bowed his head and sincerely apologized to his fellow Taoist. It's nothing. This poor Taoist was under Wu-Fa Taoist control. Being able to break free today is thanks to all of you. I should be the one thanking you for your help. Right now, I'm only holding on with the last trace of Tao Qi I have left, but I cannot last much longer. If I die, at that point, the old Taoist suddenly stopped, as though he were down to his final breath. Qin Huai thought the old Taoist had died and was about to bury him when he suddenly opened his eyes again. Young friend, can you help me fulfill one last wish? After I die, I hope my body can remain whole. But Wu-Fa Taoist already took my body back and buried it at the Taoist temple where I was first interred. Young friend, can you take me back to the Taoist temple where I enter the order? Qin Huai hesitated. What ability do I have? You should ask my master instead. But Master Zhang fell silent, as though entrusting everything to Qin Huai. Young friend, please do not refuse. I will not let you help me for nothing. Once it is done, I will give you a gift. When I first entered the Taoist path, I only wanted to cultivate. I thought that after attaining the true fruit, it would not be too late to take disciples. Now that things have come to this, I truly regret it. But do not worry, young friend. Your master is Celestial Master Zhang. How would I dare act rashly? The gift I wish to give you will advance your cultivation by a great step. It is this poor Taoist's 100 years of cultivated Tao Qi. Since Master Zhang refused to interfere in this matter, the decision rested entirely with Qin Huai himself. In the end, he agreed to the old Taoist's request. Qin Huai, you must walk the road ahead on your own. Consider this a trial. As the celestial master of the Jingyi lineage, it would be inconvenient for me to go to a Qianjin temple, so I cannot accompany you this time. Qin Huai knew Master Zhang was making excuses, but he had no way to prove it. You remember the old Taoist instructions, right? Female corpse asked softly. Qin Huai nodded. I remember. 3 things, and then another 3 things. I'm way too familiar with this kind of setup by now. First, when we arrive after dark, if someone asks us to stay the night, we absolutely cannot agree. Second, if anyone asks whether we're returning, we must answer that we're not. Third, when opening the coffin, if some animal opens its mouth and starts talking, we must pretend not to hear it and not reply. What? Am I going to run into some monster from Journey to the West? It soon grew late. According to the map, there should have been a bridge ahead, but Qin Huai could not see any bridge at all. You two want to cross the river? Take my boat. Right then, a middle-aged boatman rowed over and called out to them. Isn't that an oil lamp? Qin Huai could not understand why anyone still used oil lamps in this day and age. Excuse me, wasn't there supposed to be a bridge nearby? There was before, but 2 months ago the flood washed it down. The remains are over there. Following the uncle's gesture, Qin Huai indeed saw the broken remains of a bridge scattered everywhere. Most people around here take the bus. The highway bridge is more than 5 kilometers away. If you're walking, you have to cross this river, and the only way is by my boat. Stop thinking so much and hurry up. In the end, Qin Huai and female corpse chose to board the boat. Once aboard, they told the boatman they were heading to a Taoist temple whose name they did not know, and he immediately guessed it was Baiyun Temple. Before the bridge was destroyed, this was the nearest road to Baiyun Temple. Anyone going this way is headed there. Very quickly, the boatman ferried them to the opposite bank. Before the two of them left, he suddenly called out, "Young man, young lady, are you two coming back? If you are, you can take my boat again." Qin Huai quickly replied, "Probably not. We'll take the bus back." As soon as he said that, he pulled female corpse away. The boatman's voice still drifted over. "Young man, strangers the first time, acquaintances the second. I believe we'll meet again." On the way, Qin Huai did not forget to warn female corpse. This trip probably isn't safe. If anything dangerous happens, you must run immediately. Just then, a voice sounded beside them. "Infinite heavenly worthy one, pardon me, you too. This poor Taoist has been waiting here for quite some time. Last night, my senior brother came to me in a dream and said his head would be returning to the temple today. So he specifically told me to come receive you. What is your senior brother's name?" Qin Huai asked the old Taoist before him with some suspicion. "What, young friend, are you testing me? My senior brother is Zhao Daoyu." But after hearing that answer, Qin Huai had no idea whether it was true or not, because they had never even asked the old Taoist for his name before. "Young man, no need to be so tense. How about this? Hand my senior brother's head over to me, then come to the temple and rest for the night. I'll explain everything in detail tomorrow. You want me to stay the night?" And that senior never mentioned his junior brother would come. Qin Huai thought suspiciously. "Thank you, Taoist priest, but your senior brother specially entrusted this matter to me, so I can't trouble you with it." With that, he led female corpse off in another direction. There was something wrong with this old Taoist. They definitely could not go to the temple. Fortunately, after they had run some distance, they found that the Taoist priest had no intention of chasing them. Meanwhile, the old Taoist head was currently returning to the origin and nourishing his spirit. So Qin Huai could not wake him to ask questions. Then Qin Huai came up with an idea. "Let's take a side path around the temple and go straight to the senior's grave." Very soon, the two of them found the old senior's grave. The tomb was nearly 100 years old, yet looked very new. Beside this modern-looking grave was another one overgrown with weeds, and the two guessed that one looked more like it ought to belong to the old Taoist. Qin Huai decided to open the old grave instead. Very quickly, the coffin came into view. Before opening the lid, female corpse reminded Qin Huai not to forget the old Taoist's third instruction. The moment the coffin lid was opened, sure enough, inside was a headless body. It belonged to the old Taoist. Just as the two were about to return the head to the coffin, the corpse suddenly sat up. A yellow weasel jumped out from inside the old Taoist body and looked at Qin Huai with a loud laugh. "Ha, scared you, didn't I? I pushed the corpse on myself. Young friend, let me ask you something. Do you think I'm human or immortal?" Qin Huai remembered the old Taoist's earlier warning, so he naturally did not dare answer the weasel's question. Instead, he tried to drive it away with a shovel. Seeing that Qin Huai had no intention of answering and was even planning to use force, the weasel sighed. "So it has to come to blows again? Fine, if you won't answer, I'll just leave. Young friend, we'll meet again." Only after the yellow weasel left did Qin Huai finally breathe a sigh of relief. The task the senior had entrusted to him was now complete. "Senior, we found your body. Now we're returning what belongs to its rightful owner." The instant the head met the body, the two rejoined as if they had never been separated. After that, the old senior seemed to come back to life as well. "Young friend, you've worked hard. For the time being, I'm all right again. Did all 3 of the things I mentioned happen?" Qin Huai nodded. "Don't worry, senior. I followed all of your instructions. Also, your junior brother came to receive us. He said you appeared to him in a dream and told him to do so." The old Taoist immediately gave a cold snort upon hearing that. He really knows how to put on a good act. Quite a few people still remember this poor Taoist bit of Tao Chi. Right, as for that beast that jumped out of the coffin and came to find you, if it asks again, just answer that it is an immortal. There will surely be benefits. All right, now this poor Taoist will pass my Tao Chi to you. I am only a reflected remnant. Once day breaks, my life will be difficult to preserve. If this Tao Chi remains behind, it will only be wasted. Then the old Taoist told Qin Huai to stand still, opened his mouth, and transferred all the Tao Chi left in his body into Qin Huai's body. Immediately afterward, Qin Huai's body changed at once. Tao Chi enveloped his entire body, making him feel as if the strength in him could never be exhausted. Good, young friend. In a moment, you absolutely must not reveal that I gave you my Tao Chi. The moment the old Taoist finished speaking, a group of people approached from afar. Congratulations, senior brother. Your triumphant return to life today is truly a blessing for Baiyun Temple. It has been 100 years since we last met, hasn't it, my senior brother? I know you have no disciples, so I specially brought a junior here. Please pass your Tao Chi to him. Ziyun, hurry and pay your respects to Grand Uncle Patriarch. Ziyun studies diligently and will be Baiyun Temple's successor. Senior brother, your lifetime of cultivation must always be passed down to someone. Qin Huai now understood why this old man had tried to trick him into handing over the old Taoist's head earlier. So he had been targeting the Tao Chi all along. The old Taoist did not refuse at all and agreed immediately. Very well, tomorrow, an auspicious hour, I will pass the Tao Chi to Ziyun. The junior brother Taoist then looked at his senior brother. Can you still hold on until tomorrow, senior brother? The old Taoist suddenly let out a roar, and Tao Chi spread out from his body, shocking everyone present. So senior brother is still full of vital energy. Excellent. In that case, senior brother returned to Baiyun Temple first. After those people left, Qin Huai immediately rushed over to support the old Taoist, who could barely stand. So just now he had only been pretending. In truth, he was a lamp flickering in the wind. Young friend, don't panic. Just play along with the situation. If you get the chance, leave at once and don't worry about me. Seeing Qin Huai and female corpse holding on to the old Taoist, the junior brother looked a little suspicious. Senior brother, your Tao Chi is still there, right? You haven't passed it to someone else, have you? Junior brother, what a joke. How could someone who is not of the Taoist path receive my 100 years of Tao Chi inheritance? After that, Qin Huai and female corpse were arranged by the old Taoist to rest in a room, while the man named Yun was assigned to remain at Grand Uncle Patriarch's side and serve him through the night. Clearly, that old man had become suspicious of Qin Huai and female corpse, so he had deliberately separated them. The two waited until midnight, but the people guarding outside never relaxed their vigilance in the slightest. Suddenly, they heard knocking at the window outside, but they were clearly locked on the 4th floor. So how could anyone be knocking at the window? When the two opened it, they discovered it was the yellow weasel from before. Young friend, didn't I say I would come looking for you again? Young friend, let me ask once more, do you think I am human or immortal? This time, Qin Huai answered without hesitation, human like an immortal. The yellow weasel immediately kowtowed to Qin Huai. Many thanks, benefactor, for lifting my seal. At once, the weasel's body began to glow, and then it transformed into the appearance of a child. Benefactor, don't be afraid. I want to repay your life-saving grace. I know you are in trouble right now, benefactor. I can help you get away. If you truly want to help me, then help me save the senior in the next room, Qin Huai said. But the yellow weasel shook its head. Benefactor, he cannot leave. His appointed end has arrived. Even if he leaves, once dawn comes, he will surely die. Qin Huai could not accept that. Then I still can't just abandon him. If I leave and turn back only to find he has died, there won't even be anyone to bury his body. The yellow weasel replied, benefactor, for someone who has cultivated to his level, the physical body is no longer important. But if we don't leave now, then after the rooster crows 3 times and the first white light appears in the sky, the temple master will definitely show up. By then, it will be impossible to leave. If the temple master catches us, he will certainly take the Tao Chi from your body, benefactor. That will be letting the Taoist priest's goodwill go to waste. Thus, Qin Huai had no choice but to agree and let the yellow weasel lead them out of Baiyun Temple first. Hurry, benefactor, we must cross the river quickly, or it will be too late. The moment they reached the riverbank, they ran into the same boatman from before. Young friend, didn't I tell you we would meet again? Qin Huai looked suspiciously at the boatman. It had been so long So why had he still not left? Had he deliberately waited here for him? What exactly are you here for? Young friend, of course I came here to ferry you across the river. There is no bridge over this river, and the current is extremely swift. If you don't take my boat, you won't be able to cross. But because he was wary of this strange man, Qin Huai did not dare board his boat. Seeing this, the yellow weasel came up with a plan. It let out a howl, and countless yellow weasels came pouring out of the forest. Under the yellow weasel spirit's orders, they linked themselves together to form a living bridge sturdy enough for people to cross the river. Seeing that the bridge had been made, Qin Huai led female corpse onto the bridge of weasels. But after they had taken only a few steps, the river suddenly surged upward in a strangely violent rise. Qin Huai looked toward the boatman. Sure enough, this man was behind it. If the temple master caught up now, he and female corpse really would not be able to escape. Just then, Master Zhang suddenly appeared. Qin Huai, female corpse, grabbed the rope. Thanks to the rope Master Zhang threw them, Qin Huai and female corpse were able to climb safely onto the bank before the river swept them away. Seeing that Qin Huai had reached the opposite bank safely, the yellow weasel on the far side shouted, "Benefactor, until we meet again." On the way back, Qin Huai wondered why Master Zhang had come there. Master Zhang tossed him a bag. "If I hadn't come today, you wouldn't have crossed that river. Change your clothes first." Looking at the bag of clothes that Master Zhang had already prepared, it was obvious that he had known in advance Qin Huai would fall into the river, which was why he had brought them. Master Zhang looked toward Baiyun Temple again and fell silent. The old Taoist priest has passed away. Qin Huai, don't be too grieved. Someday, you must help him recover the justice owed to him. This enmity has now been forged. Baiyun Temple will probably come looking for trouble with you soon enough. But there is nothing to fear. Our Celestial Master's mansion has never been afraid of anyone. Let's head back first. There are some things I still need to tell you. Very soon, the group returned to Qin Huai's home. Go brush your teeth and wash up. If my calculations are correct, the Dragon King's investiture should arrive tonight. You must receive it properly. That whole night, Qin Huai waited anxiously for the edict his master had spoken of to appear. At that moment, a mysterious person appeared at Qin Huai's door, carrying a stone stele on his back. "Young man, this tombstone is too heavy for me to carry. Can you help me?" Qin Huai immediately refused. "Sorry, big brother, but I can't help with that either." "No matter. I only want to ask you something. I saw an unclaimed grave on the mountain and wanted to set up a tombstone for the dead, but I don't know the dead person's name." "Young man, could you help me think of a name?" "Think of a name? The dead already have their own names and surnames. How can a name just be made up at random?" Qin Huai thought to himself, "That's right. It's only so the dead can have a tombstone and won't become a lonely wandering ghost. Consider it an act of virtue." Seeing that Qin Huai still had no intention of naming the dead, the strange man carried the stone stele away. When Qin Huai mentioned this strange man, Master Zhang also came in and asked about him. Qin Huai recounted what happened. It was a strange man carrying a tombstone on his back. He wanted to erect it for a dead person, but he asked me to give the dead person a name. The moment Zhang Yiqing heard that, he understood. "Qin Huai, what you just encountered was the kind of being known as the Nameless Clan. Such beings have no names of their own, but they like to borrow other people's names. Once they borrow your name, even your fortune will be borrowed away, and perhaps even your lifespan and fate." Just then, another group of people appeared outside Qin Huai's house. Leading them was someone who looked rather like a river god. Qin Huai received the decree. By the mandate of heaven, the edict of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea declares, because Qin Huai rendered meritorious service in rescuing the sovereign, he is specially invested as the Dragon King of the Qintai River. Respect this. After Qin Huai received the decree, everyone present immediately folded their hands respectfully toward him, because at that moment he had become Lord Dragon King. "Lord Dragon King, if you ever need anything in the future, just command us. We will charge through fire and water without refusing." The way these people looked at Qin Huai was now completely different, filled with reverence and admiration. "Brothers, there is still some food in the house. If you don't mind, why not stay for a meal?" When female corpse spoke, they did not dare refuse, and at once they were treated to a lavish meal. "Master, my becoming the Dragon King is all thanks to you." Qin Huai immediately stepped forward to thank Zhang Yiqing. Zhang Yiqing was not proud in the least. "You don't need to be modest. It was all fate. Come, let your master continue telling you about the origins of the Nameless Clan." The Nameless Clan is an ancient tribe. It appeared during the Qin dynasty. Back then, because they brought disaster upon the country and the people, they were exterminated. I had even thought the Nameless Clan had vanished completely, but unexpectedly, they have appeared again now. They once harmed a great general of the Qin dynasty, borrowing that general's name and using it to make him slaughter innocents, causing the deaths of 400,000 Zhao soldiers. The souls of those 400,000 people gathered in one deep pit, where the Yin energy was extremely heavy, making it the perfect place for the nameless clan to cultivate. That is why this clan is so strange. Hearing this, Qin Huai let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had not told that man his name just now, nor had he helped him choose one. Otherwise, he would have harmed both others and himself. Qin Huai, are you feeling a chill down your spine now? Your name has already been borrowed, and one soul and one spirit on your body have gone with it. Qin Huai was stunned. If one of my souls and one of my spirits were taken away, how could I still be fine? Master Zhang explained, the reason you do not feel anything is because what you lost was not your main essential soul and spirit. If you had lost that main one, you would probably already be dead by now. Fortunately, you were just invested as a dragon king, and a strand of dragon aura is helping suppress it. Even so, you will not be able to hold out for long. I fear no more than 7 days. Qin Huai did not understand. Master, I already refused him and never said my name. How did he borrow my name? And how did he take away my soul and spirit? Why did I not notice anything? Master Zhang said again, it is normal that you did not notice. That great general back then was the same. He commanded hundreds of thousands of elite troops, and yet his soul and spirit were still borrowed away. But do not worry, you are my disciple now, so how could I ignore this? They even dare lay a hand on Zhang Yiqing's disciple. They truly do not take me seriously. Qin Huai, you want to know how he borrowed your name and took away your soul and spirit, right? In truth, your name was already carved onto that tombstone. You simply cannot see it. The few words he exchanged with you were meant to borrow your breath and aura. Once your fortune was lost and the tombstone stood completed, your soul and spirit would follow it. As for who revealed your name, that is simple. Anyone with even slightly profound Taoist arts could calculate your name. Qin Huai immediately guessed that the people who wanted to harm him were very likely from Baiyun Temple, because aside from them, he had no grudges with anyone else. But Master Zhang did not think so, because there was still one more person Qin Huai had forgotten, the boatman from last night. He was no ordinary man either, and perhaps was also from the Taoist sect. Someone from the Taoist sect? Could that old boatman be Wufa Taoist or something? Qin Huai wondered inwardly. Little Huai, the urgent matter now is to erase your name from the tombstone. Come, let us go meet that member of the nameless clan. Zhang Yiqing led Qin Huai and the other two to a large mound of earth. There stood a tombstone, and on it were carved 2 characters, Qin Huai's name. Qin Huai had no idea how to resolve this tombstone. Did he just need to pick up a hammer and smash it? Following Master Zhang's reminder, Qin Huai discovered that there was another line of writing carved on the back of the tombstone. If you want to live, meet me in town at midnight tomorrow. Do not forget that I dealt with them in the past. The Nameless Clan likes to place tombstones in places thick with Yin energy. Many people died before they could ever find their tombstone. Although you were lucky enough to find your tombstone and have a chance to live, your chances of survival are not high. The reason I say that is because the price demanded by the Nameless Clan is enormous. As I said before, that general who was manipulated buried 400,000 Zhao troops in exchange for a chance to live. Hearing this, Qin Huai's face darkened. If burying 400,000 Zhao soldiers only bought a chance to live, then did that not mean he had almost no hope at all? Master, if I cannot be saved this time, then when my father comes back, please say a few words to him for me, and to female corpse as well. Zhang Yiqing immediately knocked him on the head. Brat, do you have so little faith in your master? Do not think such nonsense again in the future. Then Master Zhang took a talisman from inside his robe, pasted it onto the tombstone, and led Qin Huai away. Qin Huai, you're now the Dragon King of the Qintai River. You need to go deal with matters there. But Zhang Yiqing did not explain exactly what had happened there, and told Qin Huai to go see for himself. From now on, when you handle matters, you must be absolutely fair and impartial. Do not make the same mistakes as the previous Dragon King, or even I will not be able to protect you. At 1 in the morning, Qin Huai and female corpse arrived at the Qintai River and saw an old man sitting by the bank fishing. He walked over and asked why the old man was still fishing so late at night. Without turning around, the old man replied, I am but a man with a fishing rod. Following female corpse's advice, Qin Huai did not bother the old man further. After all, the Qintai River was so wide that they could simply go somewhere else. The two changed direction, but when they reached the other side, they unexpectedly ran into that same old fisherman again. Only then did the old man turn around to look at Qin Huai. "Ha, little brother, meeting his fate. Do you not want to chat with me?" Of course, Qin Huai did not want to chat with a stranger, because he had learned his lesson from his previous encounter with the Nameless Clan. "You may not know me, but I know you, the newly appointed dragon, King Qin Huai of the Qintai River." Qin Huai was a little shocked. "He knows my identity? I was only invested as Dragon King tonight. Very few people know who I am. Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is not important. What matters is who you are, new Dragon King. Come closer and speak. My old ears do not hear too well. Surely you are not afraid of an old man like me?" Qin Huai snorted. "I am the dignified, new Dragon King of the Qintai River. Why would I be afraid of you?" "Female corpse, wait here. I will go over and take a look." But female corpse only wanted to go with Qin Huai. Even if danger came, they had to face it together. As he got closer, Qin Huai carefully observed the old man. Fishing in the middle of the night and not catching a single fish, he was probably up to something else. "Are you wondering why I have not caught a single fish? Hasn't the Dragon King ever heard the saying, Jiang Taigong fishes, and those willing take the bait? To tell you the truth, I am here waiting for you. I want to help with something. If you are willing to help me, I will naturally repay you." Qin Huai sighed a little. "Old sir, I have truly run into too many headaches lately. Even if I wanted to help you, I do not have the time." But the old man said with absolute confidence, "You will help me. The night after tomorrow, we will meet again here." Before leaving, Qin Huai noticed that the old man was fishing without bait and kindly reminded him of it. Yet the old man still wore that same confident expression. "Even without bait, I can still catch fish." Seeing that nothing else was going on, Qin Huai turned and went home, his mind full of thoughts. Should he help that old man or not? Right now, he did not even know whether the man was good or bad. But from female corpse's observation, she felt that the old man did not seem like a bad person. The day after tomorrow, Qin Huai could go and meet him again. Many matters had now been resolved, but his father still had not returned. Could it really be, as Master Zhang had said, that his father was hiding somewhere to avoid disaster? At 10 o'clock the following night, midnight drew near once more as Qin Huai waited in restless unease. "Master, last night I met a strange old fisherman by the Qintai River." But this time, Master Zhang was in no hurry to hear Qin Huai's story. "Whatever it is, talk about it after we meet the Nameless Clan." Then Master Zhang led Qin Huai to a small town not far away. The moment they sat down, a member of the Nameless Clan appeared. "Little friend, I did not expect us to meet again so soon. Why do you think I set you up? There are countless injustices in this world. What happened to you is simply your fate." Clearly, Qin Huai's fate had been handed to him by the bastard right in front of him. To say he was not angry would have been a lie. "Do you know that from the day we are born, we of the Nameless Clan have always worked through exchange? If someone gives us something, then we exchange with them. Give and take. Our trade is the fairest work in all the world." Qin Huai folded his arms and replied, "So you took one soul and one spirit from me, and now you want me to trade something to you in exchange?" Behind him, Master Zhang did not beat around the bush and directly asked what the terms of the exchange were. "We of the Nameless Clan are very fair in what we do. We still keep a kind heart and always leave others a path to survive. Yet several thousand years ago, we suffered an unjust calamity that nearly wiped out our entire clan." Qin Huai let out a cold snort. "You people always do things your own way and never care what others think. Did you ever reflect on that? The disaster that befell you is also perfectly fair, was it not?" Having been struck right where it hurt, the Nameless Clan member immediately changed the subject. "Fine, let's not talk about old matters. Little brother, the condition I offer today is this. Within one day, move the mountain into the sea. At the place where the tombstone stands, there is a mountain. As long as you move that mountain into the sea, I will agree to return your soul and spirit." Qin Huai was dumbfounded. This man was clearly targeting him on purpose. That mountain was so huge. How was he supposed to move it into the sea? Besides, there was no sea anywhere near this place. But while Qin Huai was still stunned, Zhang Yiqing at the side immediately agreed to this bizarre demand. In ancient times, there was Jingwei filling the sea. Now, there is Qin Huai moving a mountain into the sea. Perhaps 1,000 years from now it too will become a famous tale. Then I shall await your good news, little brother. Qin Huai hurriedly asked, "If I do it, how will you return my soul and spirit?" The nameless clan member said, "Do not worry. As long as you succeed, I will naturally return your soul and spirit. At midnight tomorrow night, I will come and find you." With that, the nameless clan member left at once. "Master, can moving a mountain into the sea really be done?" Qin Huai did not believe he could accomplish such a thing. The nameless clan's way of doing things had always been impossible to predict. Sometimes, when they wanted to let someone live, they would make a very simple demand, such as going to the riverbank to catch a fish. But other times, they would make an outrageous demand, such as ordering by Qi to kill 400,000 Zhao soldiers. Female corpse, standing to the side, also spoke up. "Master Zhang, that member of the nameless clan obviously wants Qin Huai dead, but you cannot let that happen. Otherwise, it will clearly mean your abilities are inferior to his." Master Zhang immediately burst into laughter. "Little girl, you are absolutely right. Now I'll tell you both a way. If you want to move a mountain into the sea, then you need to find the man from last night. He can help you. Tomorrow night, when you go to find him, you will know who he really is." After returning from the place where they had met the nameless clan, Qin Huai discovered that the villagers were decorating everything with great solemnity, even though it was clearly not yet a festival day. At that moment, the village chief walked along beating a gong and announcing, "Attention, everyone. At 8 o'clock tomorrow night, the sacred idol will enter the village." Qin Huai, the ceremony to welcome the sacred idol is a major matter tied to the prosperity of the whole village. You must not be absent. You must take part. Strange things have been happening in our village recently, so we plan to invite a sacred idol into the village to protect us. This is a major event for the village. Everyone must be present, or else the village will not have enough good fortune. After saying goodbye to the village chief and returning home, that night Qin Huai had a very strange dream. A woman clutched his leg and cried, begging him to save her. When he opened his eyes, Qin Huai found it was already close to 11 at night. He immediately prepared to go to the Qin Tai River to meet the old fisherman from yesterday. But today, after searching for a long time, he could not find any trace of the old man. Could he have already left? Just as Qin Huai was about to give up, the old man suddenly appeared behind him. The moment they met, Qin Huai begged the old man to save him. "Last night, the moment I saw you, old sir, I felt you possessed great divine powers. So I came especially to ask for your help. I know you have the ability to move mountains and fill seas. You have the bearing of an immortal and are extremely mysterious. 8 or 9 times out of 10, you must be an immortal reincarnated." The old man laughed and replied, "Moving mountains and filling seas. I can do that. But young man, if I help you, what will you give me?" "I want you to give me a person, the girl beside you." Hearing that the old man wanted to take female corpse away, Qin Huai immediately refused. "Then absolutely not. Come on, I do not need him to save me anymore. Let's go home." Seeing that Qin Huai was truly leaving so decisively, the old man called out to him, "The loyalty between you two is touching. Very well, we can talk about taking the girl later. This time, let us change the condition. You help this old man with one thing, all right? As for what it is, I will tell you after I save you. In any case, it is something you will definitely be able to do. Are you satisfied now?" After that, Qin Huai brought the old man to the stone tablet bearing his name. "Old sir, how are you going to move the mountain beneath this tombstone into the sea?" The old man burst out laughing. "Of course I cannot move the mountain itself. However, I can move the sea here. I have 4 rain-borrowing banners. They can each borrow rain from one of the 4 seas in the east, west, south, and north. Little brother, tell me, which sea have you taken a liking to? I will borrow rain from there for you right now." "Ah, I nearly forgot. Little brother, you are also a dragon king." Qin Huai scratched his ear and replied, "Though I am a dragon king too, I am only the minor dragon king of the Qin Tai River. There is less than half a watch left before midnight. Even if you borrow rain, can it really cover this entire mountain? This mountain is over 50 meters high. How much rainwater would that take?" But the old man looked extremely confident. "Do not worry. I can do it. I have already thought through all the concerns on your mind. Little brother, have you ever heard the story of you, the Great, controlling the floods? At that time, you, the Great, possessed 3 treasures. The first was the river map, the second was the mountain-splitting axe, and the third was the water-avoiding sword. This water-avoiding sword basically means that wherever it points, the river water flows there. And I have such a thing. When the time comes, I will guide seawater into the Qin Tai River. As for where the seawater will flow from, you need not worry. How much time is left now?" Qin Huai looked at his watch and answered about 1 hour. Little brother, I am afraid time is short. In the past, I have borrowed rain several times before, but each time it was from the 4 Dragon Kings one by one, using one banner at a time. If I want to bury this mountain now, I fear I must borrow rain from all 4 Dragon Kings at once. Unfortunately, as far as I know, the 4 Dragon Kings have always been at odds with one another. I fear it will be difficult to borrow rain from them. Little brother, although I have never borrowed rain from all 4 Dragon Kings at the same time, every matter has its first time. If I do not try, how will we know whether they will lend it? Qin Huai immediately clasped his hands to the old man. Even if you fail to borrow the rain, I will still remember this kindness in my heart. Hearing Qin Huai say this, the old man felt that today he had to show all his skills so as not to disappoint him. Then the old Taoist planted 4 banners into the ground and sat in the middle. In my name, I borrow 4 rains from the 4 Dragon Kings of the East, West, South, and North. If the 4 Dragon Kings hear me, answer at once. Immediately after that, the banner planted in the east suddenly began to flutter in the wind. A heavy downpour soon followed. The Dragon King of the East Sea had lent rain. Then the Dragon Kings of the South Sea and the West Sea also lent rain one after another. Torrential rains quickly came crashing down and soon covered the mountain. It was now 11:50 p.m., and only half the required time remained to bury the mountain peak. If the peak were to be fully submerged, even the rainfall from those 3 Dragon Kings would likely need until 12:05. That would be past midnight, which meant Qin Huai would lose. At this moment, the old man was still trying hard to call upon the Dragon King of the North Sea, but he had not received the slightest response. Just then, from within the curtain of rain, the nameless clan member appeared. Oh, so you found yourself a helper. The moment the old man saw the nameless clan member arrive, he knew time was almost up. Even so, Qin Huai did not dare blame him in the slightest. I know you already tried your best. No matter what the outcome is, I will accept it. The old man laughed heartily. When trouble comes, do not be too pessimistic. Dragon King of the North Sea, if I borrow rain now and you do not come, then do not blame me for showing up at your door in a few days. When that time comes, do not regret it. The moment the old man finished speaking, the Dragon King of the North Sea finally released his rain. But there was very little time left now. The nameless clan member believed that with the little time remaining, it would not be enough to drown the mountain. And sure enough, when midnight arrived, just as the nameless clan member had said, the mountain still had not been completely submerged. Young friend, since you have lost, your soul and spirit now belong to me. There is no need for you to be angry. Everyone in this world comes for profit and runs about for profit. So this is all perfectly normal. Now that I have obtained your soul and spirit, it means we have some karmic connection after all. In the future, when Qing Ming comes, I will not forget to burn a stick of incense for you. Female corpse immediately flared up in anger. You have done evil, yet still put on such an act. One day, retribution will surely fall on you. Haha, retribution? More than 2,000 years ago, our nameless clan already suffered our retribution. Very well, farewell. Just as the nameless clan member was about to leave, the old man suddenly spoke to stop him. Who told you Qin Huai had lost? What was the original condition of your bargain with Qin Huai? The nameless clan member replied, move the mountain into the sea. If the condition was to move the mountain into the sea, then that is correct. Qin Huai had already won before you even arrived. When Qin Huai made the wager with you, he only said that the mountain had to be moved into the sea. Did you ever say that once it entered the seawater had to submerge the mountain? Or that half the mountain had to sink? Qin Huai was also astonished by these words. He truly had never thought of this before. The nameless clan member naturally refused to accept that, but the truth was exactly so. When they made the wager, they had never specified whether the mountain only had to be half submerged or completely submerged. I have heard of your nameless clan before. Although your methods in dealing with others are rather ruthless, you always keep your word. Once a deal begins, you fulfill your promise. Tell me, am I right? If you go back on your word, your own clansmen will despise you. Today, Qin Huai has fulfilled the terms of your bargain, so you have no reason not to return his soul. In the end, the nameless clan member could only grit his teeth and accept it. Fine, I'll return your soul, all right. He snapped his fingers, and a portion of Qin Huai's soul immediately flew out and slowly merged back into his body. The moment the fusion was complete, Qin Huai felt much healthier. At last, the nameless clan member left in anger. But after only a few steps, he was called back by the old man. Wait, nameless clan member, I still have one question for you. What exactly did you want from Chin Huai? What benefit would moving the mountain into the sea bring you? The nameless clan member let out a cold snort and replied, no benefit at all. I just wanted his life. Chin Huai immediately asked, then who exactly was it that sent you to take my life? The nameless clan member did not answer. Their clan also had rules forbidding them from revealing their client. The nameless clan really was a scourge. Letting them go like this meant they would surely harm others again in the future. The hateful thing was that there was no way to deal with them. Once again, Chin Huai stepped forward to thank the old man for saving his life. Without him, Chin Huai would certainly already be dead by now. No need to be so polite, Chin Huai. In truth, this was just a fair trade between us. Didn't you also agree to help this old man with something? I won't beat around the bush. The matter I want your help with actually concerns your village as well. Your village recently invited a new divine statue, didn't it? There's still an unfinished case connected to that statue. I want you to close that case. As for the details, you'll know tomorrow. Chin Huai looked toward the village. Sure enough, the water had all flowed into the Chin Tai River and had not buried the village. To think he could even summon the 4 Dragon Kings. This old man was definitely no ordinary person. If I can do what you ask, I will certainly help you. As soon as Chin Huai returned home, he ran into Master Zhang. It seemed Master Zhang had already guessed that Chin Huai's soul had returned. Sit down. I have a few things to say to you. There are many hidden experts in this world that you know nothing about, so there's no need to be too surprised that the old man could summon even the 4 Dragon Kings. Chin Huai, I am now going to tell you something important. You must remember it carefully. Didn't your village just invite a divine statue? Tonight, I watched quite a lively scene in your village. Tomorrow, if the village chief asks you to kneel and worship that divine statue, remember this well. You must absolutely not kneel. Chin Huai was startled. First, that old man had spoken about the divine statue, and now even Master Zhang was talking about it too. Sure enough, there was a huge problem with that statue. Chin Huai, the second thing I'm about to tell you is even more important. Tomorrow your village will invite a Taoist priest. He will conduct the ritual to welcome the divine statue into the village. When you meet that Taoist tomorrow, you must persuade him to go back. When you try to persuade him, just tell him that the 3 pure ones do not permit him to preside over it. But if you have already tried to persuade him and he still insists, then that is fate. Fate cannot be defied. There's also a third thing I must tell you. If the divine statue in your village causes a death, you must absolutely not touch the corpse. All right, I've said what needed to be said. Your master must be leaving now. That night, when Chin Huai fell asleep, he once again had that strange dream. Save me. Save me. Only you can save me. The next morning, Chin Huai woke up exhausted. The same dream again. The same woman again. Could it be that he had simply been too tired lately and was dreaming more often? Just after Chin Huai finished preparing breakfast, the village chief came to his door. Chin Huai, good, you're home. At 10 o'clock later, the Taoist priest I invited will conduct the ritual. You must be there. If we can't gather the fortune of the whole village, I won't let you off. There's still a pile of work waiting for you at the ancestral hall. I'm leaving first. With that, the old village chief did not linger and left at once. Chin Huai hurried after him and asked, Village chief, has the Taoist priest you invited already arrived? He has. He's at my house. In a little while, we'll go together to the ancestral hall. Hearing that, Chin Huai asked to accompany the village chief back to his house so he could meet that Taoist first. On the way, Chin Huai took the chance to ask which immortal deity the village had invited. It turned out to be a deity from the Taoist pantheon. Just then, a villager came running to the village chief's house in a panic. This is terrible. Village chief, something big has happened. Someone died in the ancestral hall. Hearing that, the village chief immediately led people toward the ancestral hall to see what had happened. Chin Huai did not go there right away. Since he had just heard that the Taoist priest was at the village chief's house, he wanted to meet him first. Chin Huai asked the village chief's wife where the old Taoist priest was. It turned out the village chief had arranged for him to rest in a very spacious room. Taoist priest, there is something I don't know whether I should say to you or not. The moment the man looked at Chin Huai, he guessed it. You want to persuade this poor Taoist not to go to the ancestral hall, don't you? Chin Huai was rather surprised that the old Taoist had guessed his intention. It seemed his cultivation was anything but ordinary. That's right. What if the 3 pure ones really do not want you to go? but the old Taoist had his own thoughts. There are some things this poor Taoist cannot say too much about right now. Come with this poor Taoist to the ancestral hall, and you'll understand. Just as Qin Huai and the Taoist priest stepped out of the room, the old village chief had already returned from the ancestral hall. Taoist Wang, quickly come with me and take a look. Someone has died in the ancestral hall. At this moment, a large crowd of villagers had already gathered there, whispering among themselves. Originally, inviting a god into the village was supposed to be a good thing, but before any good had come of it, someone had died first. Could some great calamity be descending on our village? What was meant to be a blessing has turned into disaster. Qin Huai followed Taoist Wang and the village chief into the ancestral hall, where he saw a woman hanging inside. Most importantly, this hanging woman was the very same woman who had appeared in Qin Huai's dreams over the past several days. The villagers outside immediately became agitated. She's not even from our village. She hanged herself in our village for no reason at all. Isn't someone deliberately trying to frame our village? Taoist Wang remained calm and ordered, take the body down first. The ritual will proceed as normal. Qin Huai simply could not understand it. Someone had clearly died in the ancestral hall, yet Taoist Wang still ordered the ritual to go on. The village chief then ordered several people to step forward and take the body down. But everyone started making excuses at once. Oh, I slipped and fell yesterday. I can't move. Oh, my stomach hurts. I need to go relieve myself. It's my birthday today. Touching a corpse would be inauspicious. What a bunch of useless people. When it matters, not one of you is any good. Qin Huai, the platform is too high. We can't climb up. You're young and nimble. You climb up and bring the body down. Qin Huai immediately grabbed Shi Dao and ran. I'm not going. I am scared. Master Zhang had previously warned him not to touch any corpse, so he would not disobey his master. Otherwise, who knew what the consequences would be? While fleeing, Qin Huai told Shi Dao about the nightmare he had had the previous night, and how that woman was exactly the person who had appeared in his dream. This was clearly no mere coincidence. Since Qin Huai refused, the village chief ordered others to do it. Very quickly, several villagers lowered the woman's body onto the ground. Everyone, the auspicious hour has arrived. Bring the divine statue into the ancestral hall. At Taoist Wang's command, everyone began lining up. The village chief also ran over and dragged Qin Huai back near the ancestral hall to keep him from running away. Heaven and earth are vast. Light this fragrant incense. Bow and invite. Let the heavy incense smoke rise, and the deity shall descend. Everyone kneel, following each incantation from Taoist Wang. The villagers all knelt down reverently in unison. Standing in the front row was too conspicuous, but Master Zhang had said he must not kneel. Now all three things had happened already, and he had also failed to stop Taoist Wang from carrying out the ritual. After the ceremony was over, Taoist Wang came to find Qin Huai. I know you're also one of our kind. May we speak privately for a moment? Fellow Taoist, do you know the difference between doing the affairs of men and doing the affairs of heaven? A person's fortune or misfortune comes in an instant. Heaven's storms cannot be predicted. Fellow Taoist, if anything happens to this poor Taoist, I hope you will collect my body for me. Qin Huai had never expected that Taoist Wang himself knew a great disaster was about to befall him. If he already knew he was about to die, why did he not avoid it? Taoist Wang replied softly, some things cannot be avoided. Someone has to bear them. Fellow Taoist, righteous qi exists between heaven and earth, but that righteous qi also needs people to uphold it. Otherwise, no matter how much of it there is, it is useless. This poor Taoist sees that though you are young, your spiritual roots are not shallow. In the future, you may well become a master who attains the Tao. After saying what he wished to say, the Taoist priest was invited inside by the village chief to rest and have some tea. Qin Huai did not return home right away. Instead, he entered the ancestral hall. He wanted to find out why that young woman had died there. Only then did he discover that the divine statue the village had invited was actually Neza, the third prince, with 3 heads and 6 arms. But this statue seemed to be missing 1 arm. Qin Huai remembered that Master Zhang had previously warned him never to kneel and worship the divine statue. Could it be that this was not truly a divine statue? A bad feeling rose in Qin Huai's heart. He immediately left the ancestral hall and headed straight for the village chief's house. As soon as he arrived, he found the village chief's house engulfed in flames. Just now, a bolt of lightning seemed to have struck the house directly from the sky. It turned out that the one struck by lightning was Taoist Wang. By then, he had long since stopped breathing and his body was burned black and charred. Qin Huai, do you have a death wish? You still dare charge in at a time like this? Aren't you afraid lightning will strike you dead too? Qin Huai paid no attention to the village chief's warning. At that moment, he was deep in thought. Even now, he still did not know what righteous chi of heaven and earth Taoist Wang had insisted on protecting, or what it was that he had given up his life to safeguard. Outside the village chief's house, many curious onlookers had gathered again. The thunder and lightning have stopped. Looks like this matter is over. I'd say this was heaven's punishment. Taoist Wang was probably no good person. Otherwise, why would he have been struck to death by lightning? What exactly had Taoist Wang done, and whom had he offended, to suffer heavenly punishment like this? Qin Huai had to investigate the matter thoroughly. Having someone struck dead by lightning inside the house was obviously terribly inauspicious. The village chief's wife urged him to hurry and move Taoist Wang's body out of the house. But the moment the subject of moving the corpse came up again, all the villagers who had been standing outside, watching, scattered at once. Oh, I forgot there's something at home I need to do first. My grandma's about to give birth, and my great-grandpa is nursing the baby. I have to go home and join in. This time, Qin Huai did not run. Instead, he accepted the task from the village chief and said he would take care of Taoist Wang's body. While Qin Huai was arranging things for Taoist Wang, Master Zhang finally arrived. Why did Taoist Wang, who was perfectly fine, suddenly die such an unjust death? The righteous chi between heaven and earth needs people to protect it. But who is there to uphold the justice of heaven and earth? Since it was not convenient to talk here, Master Zhang did not explain much. He handed Qin Huai a Taoist robe and told him to change Taoist Wang into it. As for a coffin, there was no need. For those who cultivate the Tao, such things did not matter. We walk between heaven and earth. We have always taken the earth as our bed and the sky as our blanket. Many disciples of the Taoist path die on the road with no one to tend to their bodies. Buried in remote mountains and forests, sunk into mud, even eaten by wild beasts. So what? Disciples of the Tao do not concern themselves with such things. We long ago ceased to care about our own circumstances. There is no need to mind them. What matters is nurturing a body full of righteous chi, cultivating one's character, and walking the world. A Taoist must have integrity. Taoist Wang had it. Released Taoist Wang's body into the Qin Tai River and let it drift out to sea. Qin Huai immediately followed his master's instructions, brought Taoist Wang's body to the bank of the Qin Tai River, placed it on a raft, and let it drift with the current. Master, how exactly did Taoist Wang die? Why was he struck to death by lightning for no reason? Or rather, why was he subjected to heavenly punishment? Master Zhang replied, to be precise, Taoist Wang died by bearing heavenly punishment in someone else's place. If Taoist Wang had not taken that punishment upon himself, then when the time came, the ones who died would not have been only him, but the people of the entire village. You went to the ancestral hall today. Did you notice anything wrong? Qin Huai then spoke of what he had discovered. The statue of Neza was missing one arm. Then that's it. If they were inviting a god into the village, how could they invite a defective divine statue? If the true deity of that statue were No, he would certainly be enraged. Not only the deity itself, even the laws of heaven would not permit such a thing. If your village had not invited such an incomplete statue, nothing would have happened. But once it was invited in and a higher immortal was offended, it was only normal for heavenly thunder to descend. Qin Huai immediately reasoned, then this matter must have something to do with the village chief. If he hadn't invited such a malformed statue, Taoist Wang would never have had to die. The old gentleman by the river wanted me to solve this case. He must have meant Taoist Wang's death, right? But Master Zhang did not think so, because today, a strange woman's corpse also appeared in the ancestral hall. Do you know why that woman's body is also part of the case you need to solve? That is because her identity is far from simple. That corpse is connected to the Dragon Palace, so this case is connected to the Dragon King. Qin Huai, this case will be very hard to solve. Although the old man by the river saved your life, he did not save you for nothing. Qin Huai had not expected that woman to have such a background, and that she was even connected to the Dragon King. And it seemed Neza, the third prince, also had ties to the Dragon Palace. Cool, Qin Huai. Let's first go to the village chief's house and asked where the divine statue was invited from. The moment the old village chief saw Master Zhang and Qin Huai arrive, he immediately ordered someone to prepare vegetarian dishes to receive them while he was burning spirit money. Taoist priest, you must help our village this time. It took great effort for us to finally discuss things and invite a divine statue back. And who could have expected something like this to happen? It's not that I didn't invite you. I went to invite you, but you weren't home, so I had no choice but to invite someone else. Master Zhang naturally did not care about that in the slightest. What mattered now was this. You must seal the main doors of the ancestral hall. For the next 7 days, they must absolutely not be opened. Also, village chief, where exactly did you invite this statue from? The village chief hesitated and answered, from Wang the cripple in town. Could there be something wrong with the statue? Master Zhang shook his head and did not continue. He led Qin Huai and Shi Dao away, but not before reminding the village chief that for the next few days he should stay home, eat vegetarian food, chant the Buddha's name, and burn incense every day. After leaving the village chief's house, Master Zhang asked Qin Huai what he thought. Do you think the village chief has a problem? Qin Huai immediately answered yes. He definitely has a problem. Could it be that he doesn't even know something as basic as Neza the Third Prince having 3 heads and 6 arms? But that was not what Master Zhang meant. That is not the issue I want to talk about. This is not the right place for it. Let's first go and see this Wang the Cripple. It turned out Wang the Cripple's home was a coffin shop. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw rows of coffins lined up there. The village chief truly is muddle-headed. He actually went to a coffin maker to get a divine statue made. It would be strange if no trouble came of it. He has probably embezzled quite a bit of money from this as well. Are you here to buy a coffin? A scar-faced man, who appeared to be Wang the Cripple himself, came out to greet Qin Huai's group. Coffins are all made the same way. The key is what kind of wood you want. There's cheap wood and there's good wood. Cheap ones are fir and the like. Expensive ones include nanmu and even golden sandalwood. As long as you have the money, any kind of wood can be made here. The living need face, and the dead do too. But the kind of wood Master Zhang wanted was not any of those ordinary kinds. He wanted Een sunken wood. Boss, are you joking with me? You want Een sunken wood? Do you even know what Een sunken wood is? Een sunken wood is usually used to make coffins for people of exalted status, emperors and kings, isn't it? In any case, your place doesn't have any Een sunken wood, right? Seeing that this group looked more like troublemakers than buyers, Wang the Cripple gave a cold snort and turned to go back inside. If you're not here to buy coffins, then stop bothering me. I'm closing up and going to sleep. Qin Huai could clearly tell that the crippled old man was panicking. He had a guilty conscience. Master Zhang suddenly called out to him, Wang the Cripple, have you been sleeping comfortably in that Een sunken wood coffin at night? Een sunken wood is indeed a fine thing, but it is not something an ordinary person can sleep in. You use Een sunken wood to nourish your body and a red sash around your waist to protect yourself. If I'm not mistaken, you have also enshrined another divine statue behind your back, haven't you? That coffin of yours made from Een sunken wood has probably been tampered with, hasn't it? Only, the person who tampered with it clearly had no intention of letting you live well. If I'm right, the red sash at your waist is already faded, hasn't it? Hearing that, old Wang the Cripple immediately lifted the red sash to look. Sure enough, at some point it had already faded. Impossible. This sash was dyed red with the blood of a 10-year-old black dog. How could it have turned black? A man like you whose allotted lifespan in the world of the living has already run out. How many more years do you think you can keep living here? You sold your life to someone else, and that person doesn't treat your life as a life at all. If you still don't understand what it means for that red sash to turn black, then just look at the divine statue on your back and you'll know. But even now, Wang the Cripple still refused to wake up. It's just a sash turning black. What could that possibly prove? From what I can see, you people are the ones trying to harm me. How could Master possibly want to hurt me? Qin Huai thought to himself that before, those people had all called Zhao Gao their master. But now it seemed Zhao Gao might not be the true mastermind behind everything. After all, in the end, Zhao Gao had asked someone else for help, even though that person never showed up. Master Zhang continued, hasn't the divine statue on your back changed? Actually, this has nothing to do with us. You can go look in the mirror yourself. After going inside to check, Wang the Cripple came running out a moment later with a completely different attitude. Master, please save me. Then he respectfully invited Master Zhang and Qin Huai into the house. Inside, Wang the Cripple's young daughter was still studying, and he immediately sent her into the small room next door. The moment his daughter went into the room, Wang the cripple dropped to his knees before Master Zhang. Please save my life, Master. My daughter is still young. I don't want to die. Human lifespan is clearly recorded in the Book of Life and Death. The living have only a limited span, and all humans must obey the rules. Your allotted lifespan was clearly exhausted, yet you clung greedily to the prosperity of the human world and refused to go down to the underworld. That was already your fault to begin with. Everyone has their own fate. Why must you be so stubborn? Logically speaking, at midnight tonight, the underworld will send soul reapers to seize your soul. But even if your soul is taken, you still won't be able to enter the underworld properly. When that time comes, you'll be cast into the cauldron of boiling oil in hell, because you concealed the truth from the underworld and committed evil deeds in the world of the living. When the cripple spoke with difficulty, I really didn't do anything bad. I only made a divine statue for Master. That's all. I didn't do anything else. About 3 years ago, Master came to me and said my lifespan in the living world had already ended. At the time, my daughter wasn't even 5 yet. I was terrified when I heard that. Master said he could save me. He had me prepare a coffin, a red sash, and the divine statue on my back. The price was that I had to do one thing for him. Then about half a month ago, Master came to me again and asked me to make another divine statue for him. So I did. Master Zhang quietly calculated on his fingers. Your master already came to you 3 years ago, but according to my reckoning, your lifespan only ran out half a month ago. Wang the cripple was shocked when he heard that. What? But Master told me my lifespan had already ended 3 years ago. And back then, I even saw 2 souls come to my bedside in the middle of the night to seize my soul. Master was the one who saved me. He said that if it weren't for him, I would have been dragged down to the underworld that very night. Master Zhang sighed and explained, those souls were probably just sent by your master to frighten you, so you would obediently cooperate with him. For the past 3 years, he had a living man sleep in a dead man's coffin, and he invited an evil spirit onto your back. The red sash around your waist was used to test how much Yin energy had entered your body. Once your body was completely invaded by Yin energy, then when you died half a month ago, your master came and used your corpse, now a dead body, to carve that evil god statue. Haven't you suddenly become very afraid of sunlight lately? So much so that you don't dare go outside. Wang the cripple, you're already dead. Right now, you're nothing more than a puppet. If you keep staying near your daughter, your Yin energy will infect her too. I'm afraid your daughter won't live much longer either. If you take us to see your master, I can ask the underworld to grant you 7 days so you can settle your daughter's affairs. Hearing this, Wang the cripple immediately thanked Master Zhang over and over again. Master told me that he would be staying in Wang family village recently and said I could go find him if I needed anything. But I can't say exactly whose house he's staying in. We'll only know once we get there. After that, Wang the cripple led the way as the group went to find the mysterious master from the rumors. As long as they caught this man, the murder case would surely be solved. When Wang the cripple arrived, he called out several times, but there was no response from inside at all, so Master Zhang directly pushed the door open and went in. At a glance, this place clearly did not look like somewhere a living person would stay. Yet Wang the cripple stubbornly insisted that this was the place where his master had arranged to meet him. Master Zhang looked at Wang the cripple with displeasure. You've got a lot of nerve, daring to deceive us. Then he told Qin Huai to shine the flashlight on the floor, and they immediately saw many hanged cat corpses suspended all around the place. To open the door and see a black cat. This means inviting disaster upon us. And not just a black cat, but a dead black cat. This is meant to take our lives. Then Master Zhang bent down and sniffed the ground. Quite a lot of effort was put into this. You even hid earth fiends here. What are you hiding for? Show yourself already. Anyone capable of summoning earth fiends is no simple person. As soon as Master Zhang finished speaking, fierce gusts of wind suddenly rose all around them. Then several grotesque-looking earth fiends seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the instant they arrived, flew into a rage and charged to attack. Master Zhang still looked completely at ease. He struck with a palm and shattered one of the earth fiends. How dare you appear in front of me? Get lost at once. With a single blow from Zhang Yiqing, one earth fiend was instantly annihilated. The others were scared out of their wits and immediately fled. Wang the cripple had just been about to explain something, but Master Zhang no longer wanted to hear a word from him. Then Qin Huai was hit by a fierce gust of wind that made him shudder all over. The Yin energy here seemed not to have dissipated yet. It felt as if there was still something else hidden behind it. Just then, the hanged cats suddenly opened their eyes as if they had come back to life. Each pair of eyes stared hatefully at Qin Huai and the others. Huai, take the girl outside first. Don't worry about me. Since he wants to play, I'll play with him. Go quickly. If you don't leave now, even if you want to later, it'll be too late. Although he was very worried about his master, Huai knew that if he stubbornly stayed, he would only get in the way, so he could only take Shudao and leave first. The moment Huai stepped outside the door, a voice rang out. Your master is very powerful. I can't be sure how long I can trap him, but a few minutes is still more than manageable. The voice belonged to a brown-haired middle-aged man. So this man was the master Wang the Cripple had spoken of. Wang the Cripple immediately ran over and demanded to know why he had deceived him. What use is the loyalty of a dead man? Why don't you take a look at your own sash? Wang the Cripple lifted his shirt and saw that his stomach had now changed beyond recognition, as though it had entirely rotted away. You bastard, you lied to me. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Wang the Cripple rushed at the man with the determination to perish together. But before he could do anything, he collapsed in front of his master. Then his whole body rapidly melted apart like lumps of soft mud. Only then did Huai speak up and demand, why did you kill people from our village for no reason at all? For no reason? Who said it was for no reason? Don't worry, I won't kill you tonight. Besides, now isn't the time for you to die. I only want to use these few minutes to tell your story. Many years ago, there was a drought in Qin Family Gully. The grain harvest failed, and people, driven by hunger, began eating wild herbs and tree roots. After they had eaten all of that, they ate kale and clay. After even the clay was gone, the people of Qin Family Gully began to eat human flesh. At that time, there was a woman in Qin Family Gully raising a child by herself. Her husband had died early, and she brought up the little boy alone. The people in the village were starving terribly, starving so badly they were barely human anymore. So they discussed who should be eaten next. Unfortunately, that mother and son were chosen. The villagers burst into their home, but the mother had gotten word in advance and hid her child, who was not yet 2 years old. That child saw with his own eyes those beasts devour his mother, cooking her flesh in a great pot. Tell me, then, did the people of Qin Family Gully deserve to die or not? Whether they deserve to die is not for you to decide. The King of Hell's Book of Life and Death will make that judgment itself. At that moment, Master Zhang had already broken free from the house and stepped out, answering the master's words. Logically speaking, the Earth Fiend formation you set up is quite good. First, there are black cats bringing hostile force. Then Earth Fiends lurking in the ground to attach themselves to people. And on top of that, there are cat corpses as well. Honestly, with a setup like this, ordinary people probably wouldn't survive. But one thing is very clear, you picked the wrong target. I'm not an ordinary person. The mysterious man did not want to answer Master Zhang and turned as if to leave. You're leaving now? Don't you want to know what happened to Qin Family Gully afterward? You said you saw it with your own eyes back then. Was that really true? The man answered with absolute certainty. Of course it was true. Do you think I'd joke about something like that? Master Zhang said, it's true that Qin Family Gully suffered a natural disaster that year, and many people starved to death. But your mother was not harmed by the people of Qin Family Gully the way you claim. Back then, you weren't even 2 years old. Could you really have seen clearly? Some things shouldn't be said too early, and some matters shouldn't be judged too hastily based on subjective assumptions. Young man, if I'm not mistaken, strange scales have grown all over your body, haven't they? And those scales make your body itch unbearably too, don't they? Do you want to know why you became like this? Since just now you told Huai a story, now let me tell you one as well. There was a year when Qin Family Gully suffered a flood that submerged the whole village for 7 days and 7 nights. The flood came far too strangely. Even the Dragon Palace could not determine the cause, and the flood drowned countless innocent commoners. Because of this, the Jade Emperor flew into a rage and ordered the Dragon Palace to investigate thoroughly and find a mastermind no matter what. The Dragon Palace then sent the Dragon King's third daughter to the human world to investigate. When the Dragon Princess arrived at Qin Family Gully, she fell in love with a man named Qin Shan. Later, they even had a child together. When that child was not yet 2 years old, the Dragon Princess was discovered. The Dragon King forced her to return, but she already had the man she loved and her child, so naturally she refused. In his fury, the Dragon King withheld rain from Qin Family Gully, and that year, not a single grain was harvested there. The Dragon Princess refused to return, so the Dragon King sent people to forcibly bring her back. The night they took her away was exactly the scene you saw. From beginning to end, no one ever harmed your mother at all. The reason scales grew on your body is because you're the son of a Dragon Princess. The reason you cannot transform into a dragon is because your father was a mortal. When Qin Huai heard this, he too was stunned. No matter how he thought about it, he had never imagined that the man in front of him would actually be the son of a dragon princess. The dragon-blooded man was doubtful about Master Zhang's story, because his own master had once told him that the scales on his body were just a disease, not dragon scales. You say my mother was a dragon princess. Then it means she definitely wasn't dead before now, right? Master Zhang shook his head again. Before this, your mother truly was still alive. But now, I'm afraid she is dead. Qin Huai, do you remember the corpse you saw in the ancestral hall during the day? Qin Huai immediately understood. Master, was that woman the dragon princess? Master Zhang did not answer Qin Huai. Instead, he asked the dragon-blooded man, "It's been many years since you last saw your mother. If you were to see her again now, would you recognize her?" The man nodded with certainty, saying that he would. Then Qin Huai and Master Zhang took him straight to the bank of the Qintai River. Qin Huai called out the river god and asked him to bring the woman's corpse from earlier back up to shore. Very soon, the current lifted the woman's corpse and delivered it to the young man. He recognized at once that it really was his mother. Your mother definitely was not dead back then. She was only murdered recently. If you want to know how your mother died, then you must follow Qin Huai to the Dragon Palace. Of course, you can make it to the Dragon Palace. You can test your ability underwater too, and that will also prove whether you really are the son of a dragon princess. When Qin Huai heard that they were going to the Dragon Palace, he was a little surprised. Master, are you coming with me to the Dragon Palace? Zhang Yiqing shook his head. No, Qin Huai, you must remember this. You are now already a Dragon King. In the future, there will be many things that you must face on your own. Qin Huai immediately grew serious. Master, you're right. There are some things I'll have to face sooner or later. Sure, Dao, just stay home and wait for me and Master to return. After making the necessary arrangements, Qin Huai and the young man carried the dragon princess's corpse and parted the water as they headed toward the Dragon Palace. Once beneath the water, Qin Huai discovered that he could breathe underwater as easily as a fish. This was probably because he was already a Dragon King. The young man could do the same, breathing normally underwater, just like Qin Huai, which further proved that what Zhang Yiqing had said was true. He really was the son of the Dragon Princess. Lord Dragon King, once we get farther ahead, we can ride the big fish. That'll be faster. Very soon, after getting onto a palanquin borne by a large fish, Qin Huai was taken to a palace deep beneath the water. As soon as they arrived, Qin Huai's group was stopped by a shrimp guard at the gate. "Who are you people barging into the Dragon Palace like this?" "I am the Dragon King of the Qintai River, invested by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. I have an urgent matter and need to see the Dragon King." Seeing that the other party was also a Dragon King, the little shrimp immediately clasped his hands respectfully and bowed, then hurried off to report it. Very soon, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea granted the audience, and the little shrimp led Qin Huai into the main hall. The scene looked exactly like something out of the journey to the West drama Qin Huai had once watched. The one seated in the center had to be the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. This Dragon King of the Eastern Sea looked exactly like the statue in the cave by the Qintai River. The moment they arrived, Qin Huai and the river god both bowed respectfully to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Only the young man did not bow. One attendant at the side immediately flew into a rage. "You there, how dare you not bow when you see the Dragon King? Such insolence. Do you have a death wish?" Qin Huai hurried forward to explain. "Please calm your anger, Dragon King. This is his first time here, and he doesn't know the rules. I beg the Dragon King not to blame him." The attendant was still about to erupt again, but the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea stopped him. "That's enough, Prime Minister Turtle. For the sake of Lord Qin, who once helped this king, let it go. If not for Lord Qin, this king would not have escaped my troubles so quickly. Lord Qin, speak. What business brings you here today?" Qin Huai answered, "Today I have come to the Dragon Palace to ask the Dragon King to help solve the case." Prime Minister Turtle cut in. "Lord Qin, you are merely the small Dragon King of the Qintai River. Could it be that you can't even solve a case yourself? Then what use are you to the Dragon Palace?" The others there quickly chimed in as well. "Lord Qin, if everything has to be handled by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea himself, then his majesty will be worked to death. As his subjects, our duty is to share his burdens, not bring him more trouble." Qin Huai paid them no mind and spoke toward the Dragon King of of the Eastern Sea. My lord, I came here for the Dragon King's help in solving this case, not because it is some ordinary minor case, but because it concerns the third princess of the Dragon Palace. The moment Qin Huai finished speaking, all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals present flew into a rage. How outrageous! You dare provoke the Dragon King. Men seized them at once. Qin Huai's group was surrounded in a corner by shrimp soldiers and crab generals brandishing weapons. Dragon King, do you mean to say that you don't even want to investigate the cause of your own daughter's death? This time, even the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea truly became enraged. He slammed his hand down and shouted, Qin Huai, you are truly bold beyond measure. Just as the Dragon King's fury erupted, another person appeared from outside, and this person was someone Qin Huai recognized, the old man by the river. The old man's appearance instantly eased the tense atmosphere, and even the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea stood up and bowed to him. Dragon King, the truth is, I was the one who asked Lord Qin Huai to solve this case for me. I asked the Dragon King to lend his help so Qin Huai can investigate this matter smoothly. If this case cannot be investigated this time, then this old man will have to make a trip to the heavenly court and invite the Jade Emperor down to judge it personally. Qin Huai looked at the old man beside him in even greater shock. This old man could not only summon the help of the 4 Dragon Kings, he could even invite the Jade Emperor himself. Just what kind of identity did he have? Hearing this, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea had no choice but to sit back down and let out a long sigh. Very well, this king agrees to let Qin Huai investigate this case. Court is dismissed. Everyone unrelated to this case may leave. After those not involved had left, Qin Huai finally spoke. Dragon King, I have a few questions I wish to ask. I hope your majesty will answer them. Is the person this friend is carrying in his arms your daughter? The Dragon King replied, she once was. But this king disowned that daughter long ago. Then after she died, why did she not revert to her true form? The Dragon King continued, back then, when she had an illicit relationship with a mortal, her dragon veins were erased and her dragon heart was removed. So it is perfectly normal that she cannot transform back into a dragon body. This king no longer has such a daughter. Lord Qin, if you have questions, ask them quickly. Her death has nothing to do with the Dragon Palace. Qin Huai continued. Then I asked the Dragon King to recount what happened in those years. The Dragon King was clearly displeased, but for the old man's sake, he could only grit his teeth and tell the story. This daughter of mine was spoiled by her mother from childhood. However, she was exceptionally capable, which is why, when Qin family Gully suffered that flood back then, this king sent her to investigate the cause. I simply never expected that on that trip, she would develop feelings for a mortal. The sons and daughters of this king must absolutely never join with mortals. So I sent her second elder brother to persuade her to come back, but she would not listen. In the end, with no other choice, I had no choice but to forcibly bring her back to the Dragon Palace. Yet even after bringing her back, she still refused to repent, repeatedly trying to escape the Dragon Palace by magic. In a moment of fury, I severed all father-daughter ties with her and erased her name from the Dragon Registry, sever her dragon heart, then let her leave on her own. From that moment on, whether she lives or dies, whatever she does, it will have nothing to do with the Dragon Palace anymore. Hearing this, the dragon-blooded man burst into tears. She was your daughter. How could you be so heartless? But the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea showed no courtesy at all. What right do you have to speak to this king? Lord Qin, I have already said everything. If there is nothing else, then this king is tired and must return to rest. Qin Huai immediately stopped him. Please wait a moment, your majesty. Has the cause of the sudden flood in Qin family Gully back then been investigated? Logically speaking, anything involving the waters should be under the supervision of the Dragon Palace. If a flood suddenly occurred, how could the Dragon Palace have known nothing about it? By now, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was already growing impatient. This king does not know the reason. It cannot be found out. With that, he ordered them to be seen out. Qin Huai knew very well that this case would not be so easy to solve, so he stepped forward and thanked the senior once more. No need to be so polite, Qin Huai. You may as well consider that you are helping this old man too. Let's leave here first. Do you know why this old man wanted you to solve this case? The real reason I asked you to investigate was not mainly to uncover the Dragon Princess's death, but the flood from that year. In truth, that flood is connected to your family. When the flood buried Qin family Gully that year, your father was there too. Most of the people in Qin family Gully died back then, and your father was one of the lucky few who survived. Afterward, the people who suffered the drought had all moved there from elsewhere. The ferocity of that flood was beyond what ordinary people could imagine, yet your father survived. Hearing this, Qin Huai asked in confusion, "Senior, could that flood from back then have something to do with my father? But that cannot be right. Judging by the time, my father should only have been around 10-something years old then." The senior shook his head. "How could your father have only been his teens then? Your father is much older than you imagine." "Qin Huai, if this old man could solve the case himself, why would I need to find you? The real question hidden behind this case still requires you to uncover it yourself. I'm going fishing now. Once you solve this case, this old man will appear again." Qin Huai returned with his mind in complete turmoil. Did this case really have to be investigated through his father? He went into the village to ask how many people who had lived through the flood that year were still alive. When he got home and saw Master Zhang, Qin Huai told him what the senior had said about the flood from years ago. Master Zhang fell silent for a moment after hearing it. "So this is the case you want to solve?" "Qin Huai, let me ask you, who governs the rain?" Qin Huai replied, "The 4 dragon kings and also the water god in heaven." "Could that flood have been sent down by the heavenly water god?" Master Zhang continued, "In fact, no matter who releases floodwaters, they still need the Jade Emperor's approval. Without the Jade Emperor's authorization, no one can unleash a flood." In that year, the Jade Emperor ordered a thorough investigation of the flood. That proves he definitely did not give the order. So either someone released the floodwaters without permission. The suspects are either the water god or the 4 dragon kings, or possibly not just one of them. It is getting late. I must be going. Take these 2 sachets, but do not open them yet. Wait until 2 things happen before opening them. Open the first sachet when the river flows backward, and the second when a mute person speaks. After Master Zhang left, Qin Huai took Shi Dao into the village to ask around about the flood from 23 years ago. If what the senior said was true, then could his father really have been connected to the flood back then? Qin Huai went straight to the old butcher's house. The moment they met, the butcher happily welcomed Qin Huai. After all, it was Qin Huai who had saved his eyesight. "Uncle, I came to ask you about something from 23 years ago. Did our village once suffer a great flood?" The butcher replied, "That is right. It happened 23 years ago, before you were born. Why are you suddenly interested in this?" "Speaking of that flood, I suddenly remembered something strange that happened back then. When the flood hit that year, most people ran to higher ground, but the rising waters swallowed even the high ground in an instant. A great many people really died then. Even now, remembering it gives me chills. Logically, none of us should have survived, but luckily, there was a turtle this huge." "Qin Huai, you see this table? That turtle's back was about the size of 10 tables like this. There were boats back then too, but you two have no idea how fierce the wind and waves were. Our wooden boats simply could not withstand them, so basically everyone who tried to use a boat died. But that turtle was different. Sitting on its back, we were as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how big the waves were, they could not harm us. Truly, we stepped in dog shit luck that year." Qin Huai asked. "Only a dozen or so people in the village survived, and they were saved by a turtle? Did anything else strange happen, Uncle?" "Yes. Later, a strange person came to our village and claimed to be the turtle that had saved us back then. Do you think we were fools? How could a turtle turn into a person? We thought he had come to swindle money from us, so we drove him away. But we never forgot the life-saving grace of that great turtle. Every year on that day, we still go to the bank of the Qintai River to worship it." Qin Huai asked again, "And after that, didn't a very beautiful woman come to our village?" "That's right. A beautiful woman came here. She was your mother. Then your parents moved into the village. Putting everything else aside, your mother really was beautiful. When she was pregnant with you, your father often came to me to buy pork to nourish her." Hearing this, Qin Huai realized that according to the butcher's words, his father had only entered the village at that time. But according to what the old man had said, hadn't his father already been in the village during the flood? "Uncle, my father was among the people who moved into the village later?" "Of course." The butcher nodded to confirm it. "Otherwise, how could you have grown up so smoothly? Speaking of it, your mother really was pitiful. She died after giving birth to you, and it was not easy for your father to raise you alone." "Oh, right." "Afterward, that man who claimed to be the turtle came a few more times. Then, after your father came to the village, he stepped in and said a few words to that man, and the man left for good and never came again." Just then, the butcher's wife called out from inside, "Are you done yet? If you are, then go wash that pig kidney clean." For decades, decades. Every time anyone comes to the house, you tell this story once. You've been telling it for decades and still aren't tired of it? After the butcher left, both Qin Huai and Shi Dao felt that the story they had just heard sounded like a myth. A turtle that big, wouldn't that mean it had become a spirit? But Qin Huai did not find it all that strange anymore. After all, hadn't he once met a weasel that could speak human language? As Qin Huai drew water, he thought to himself. The senior said that when the flood happened, his father was already in the village. Yet the butcher said his father only came later. So who was telling the truth? The senior had no reason to deceive him. After all, he was the one who had asked him to solve the case. But the butcher had no reason to make up such a story either. If neither man was lying, then there was only one possibility. His father had indeed already been in the village, but no one in the entire village knew it. Shi Dao, standing nearby, offered a thought. There's another point from just now that stands out. That man who claimed to be the turtle may really have been transformed from the turtle. Uncle said that when the turtle appeared in the village, it wanted those people to repay its kindness. After hearing this, Qin Huai walked into the kitchen and asked the butcher, "Uncle, you said that back then, someone came to the village claiming to be the turtle and wanted everyone to repay its kindness. Did he say how he wanted the villagers to repay him?" "Little Huai, actually, someone forbade me from speaking of this matter. And that person is someone you know, your father. Your father would not let me reveal this. He said that if this matter was told to others, something terrible would happen. Besides, to be honest with you, the request that man made was something we could not possibly agree to anyway. So your father forced the matter down and kept it quiet. Qin Huai, if you want to know about this, then your father must agree first. I cannot tell you, so stop digging into it." Qin Huai had no choice but to bid farewell to the butcher and leave with Shi Dao. It seemed the senior had been right. His father had been involved in this matter too. So the case from that year truly seemed very complicated, and for the moment, there was still no concrete answer. But it was still better than before. At least now he had some clues. What exactly had Master Zhang left in those sachets for him? Should he open them? No. Master Zhang had said there were conditions for opening them, and if he said so, there must have been a reason. Now was not the time. Master Zhang had said the conditions for opening the 2 sachets were that the river would flow backward and a mute person would speak. If it was just making the river flow backward, perhaps he could do it. After all, he was now the Dragon King of the Qintai River. But Master Zhang surely had not meant for him to manipulate the river into flowing backward himself. And as for a mute person speaking, first there would have to be a mute person. Otherwise, how could a mute person speak? He thought about whether there was anyone mute in the village. Qin Huai then remembered that there really was such a person in their village, and he immediately went with Shi Dao to that person's house. It was a rather old and dilapidated house in the village. As soon as Qin Huai knocked, a scruffy, bearded man came to open the door. But he was clearly supposed to be mute, so how could he speak to Qin Huai? It seemed he had been thinking too simply. He had actually expected a mute person to start talking. The man had been mute for decades. How could he suddenly speak? Master Zhang really had set such a harsh condition. Seeing that the mute old man looked very hungry, Shi Dao suggested bringing him back home and cooking him a meal. Hearing this, the mute old man immediately nodded in agreement. Soon enough, he was sitting in Qin Huai's courtyard. Because he had not bathed for a very long time, a strong stench came from his body and flies buzzed all around him. "Sir, I've boiled some water. These are my father's clothes. They're still quite new. Go wash up and change into them for now." As the 3 of them were eating, a loud clap of thunder suddenly sounded in the distance. At that moment, the mute old man suddenly opened his mouth. "Looks like it's going to rain hard." Qin Huai stared at him in shock. The mute had actually spoken. Seeing the stunned expressions in the eyes of the 2 youths before him, the old man calmly said, "I never said I couldn't speak. I have simply had my reasons for not speaking all these years. The villagers all thought I was mute and treated me like a fool, so I had no desire to speak to them either. The reason I am speaking to you 2 today is because of this girl. This child has a good heart and even wanted to feed me. Boy, you are lucky. If this old man were a few decades younger, I would definitely compete with you for this young lady." Qin Huai thought to himself that for an old man thought to be mute to suddenly speak, there must surely be some hidden meaning to it. Perhaps he should open the 2nd sachet now. Qin Huai was about to open the sachet, but because they were still in the middle of the meal, he held himself back and decided to wait until they had finished eating. "Boy, do do you have any wine in the house? Bring me some wine. Maybe I can help you with something. Qin Huai guessed that this old man was very likely one of the survivors of the flood from years ago. This was probably the breakthrough point in the case. After taking a sip of the wine Qin Huai brought out, the old man opened his mouth in disdain. This wine is far worse than the wine I drank back then. Not just a little worse. Only your father would drink this kind of low-quality stuff. Qin Huai caught the meaning in his words. It was obvious that the old man knew his father. You also lived through the flood from back then, didn't you? Can you tell me what happened that year? You want to know who caused the flood that year, don't you? I advise you not to meddle in this. This is not something you can bear. Don't end up losing your life without even knowing how. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck straight down from the sky, as if to intimidate Qin Huai. Well, scared now? Qin Huai immediately stood up. What would I be afraid of? This whole matter began because someone committed evil by recklessly unleashing that flood. I am investigating this case to restore justice to the innocent villagers who drowned back then. Hearing this, the mute old man burst into laughter. Good. Then my waiting for all these decades was not in vain. Since that is the case, this old man will investigate it with you. You have heard people tell the story of the great turtle saving people that year, haven't you? Then do you want to know where that turtle is now? If I told you that the one you are looking for is me, would you believe it? Both Qin Huai and Shi Dao stared at the old man in utter disbelief. Looking at me like that, do you think I am joking with you? Then let me prove it to you. They saw the old man's body turn into a puff of white smoke, and then he transformed into a giant turtle right before Qin Huai and Shi Dao's eyes. I am a turtle from that year. I told you, but you would not believe me. After saying that, the old man transformed back into human form. Well, do you believe me now? If you do, then let us go inside, close the door, and talk properly. The flood that year was truly fierce and dangerous, and it came suddenly. For all these years, it has actually remained an unsolved case. I never expected that after so many years, someone would still investigate it. The reason I saved people was because I could not bear, in good conscience, to watch the several hundred innocent lives in Qin family gully perish like that. But the circumstances were special at the time, so I could not save too many. Qin Huai said, no matter what, the people of Qin family gully owe you thanks. Later, when you went back into the village and asked the villagers to repay you, is that true? Well now, child, you even know about that. Yes, I did go to the village, and I did ask for repayment, but it had nothing to do with the whole village, nor with the people I saved. It only concerned one single person. I cannot speak of that person yet, but do not worry, it was not your father. Nothing can be rushed. One day you will know. Qin Huai asked again, then do you know who caused the flood that year? The old man suddenly sighed. Do you know when tonight's heavy rain will stop? No matter what, you are still the Dragon King of the Qintai River. You should know such things as who send the rain, shouldn't you? Qin Huai was astonished. How do you know I'm the Dragon King of the Qintai River? Nonsense. All officials of the Water Clan carry a mark. Any member of the Water Clan can recognize it at a glance. Besides, do you always carry a Dragon Palace dispatch on you? If you want to know who caused the flood that year, then go to the Qintai River and ask the river god in the river who is controlling this rain. Then you will know who the culprit behind the case back then is. This case has dragged on for decades. Perhaps it is time for it to end. Hearing this, Qin Huai immediately stood up and headed toward the Qintai River. Right now, he wanted to go and question the river god at once. Boy, once you know the answer, no matter how shocked you are, do not tell anyone you know it, understand? Before Qin Huai left, the old turtle did not forget to warn him again. Very soon, Qin Huai arrived at the Qintai River. River God, is there any record in our river of this rain being sent down from heaven to the Qin River region? The river god immediately knelt before Qin Huai. Lord Qin, this subordinate knows his mistake. When there are changes in the heavenly rainfall, I should, by rights, report them to you first. It is only that our Qintai River has had a human serving as Dragon King for the first time in many years, and humans usually rest at night. So this subordinate was afraid of disturbing you, my lord, in the middle of the night. Qin Huai did not understand. When heaven sends rain down, isn't that supposed to be announced several days in advance? Why wait until it is already raining to report it? The river god replied, not necessarily. It is just that the rainfall order is first given by the Jade Emperor to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and only afterward does the Eastern Sea pass the order down to us. With so many layers in between, sometimes it comes early and sometimes late. It all depends on the mood of the one delivering the dispatch. Lord Qin, this subordinate can do nothing about it. Very well, get up. From now on, if there is any rainfall order for the Qintai River, you must inform me immediately. Understood? Let me ask you, who requested tonight's rain? The river god hurriedly replied, reporting to Lord Qin. This rain came from a dispatch written by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, requesting the Jade Emperor's approval for rainfall. Qin Huai was stunned when he heard that name. The old turtle had said that whoever controlled the rain was the murderer behind the case from that year. If so, then did that mean the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was the culprit behind the flood from years ago? The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea said that Qin Family Gully had recently lacked rain, so he submitted the dispatch, and the Jade Emperor approved it. My lord, please wait a moment. This subordinate will fetch the dispatch for you. Whoever requested tonight's downpour was the culprit behind the case from years ago. Could the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea really be the murderer behind this case? The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea had even pretended to send his third daughter to investigate the cause of the flood. Somehow, that did not add up. Why would the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea cause a flood to drown Qin Family Gully? He governed the waters of the whole realm. So why target a small village with only a few hundred people? What exactly was hidden behind all this? Very soon, the river god brought the dispatch to Qin Huai. In truth, regarding rainfall, the Dragon King of each river has the right to request rain. If my lord wishes to request rain for Qin Family Gully, you only need to write a dispatch and send it to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Once he receives your dispatch, he will make the decision. Having said that, the river god took his leave. If rain this heavy keeps pouring down, then I fear the Qin Tai River may flood again. Qin Huai and Shi Dao returned home, only to find that the old turtle had already left. There were only 2 footprints on their floor. It looked as though, while they were away, the old man had brought someone here. Just then, Master Zhang walked into the house. Qin Huai was about to tell him what he had discovered, but Master Zhang stopped him. Looking at the footprints on the floor, Master Zhang guessed, it seemed someone let the truth slip, and the person behind it couldn't sit still any longer and made a move against that old turtle. Then Master Zhang pressed a sheet of paper onto the footprints and handed it to Qin Huai. Put away. This is evidence. As for that old turtle, you don't need to worry. His identity is anything but ordinary. Qin Huai asked in confusion, how did you know the mute man in the village would speak? Of course I knew. In fact, I also lived in this village for a while. You just didn't know it. Besides, didn't I give you 2 sachets? When you open the second one, the case will probably already be solved. For the next few days, act as if nothing has happened. You absolutely must not let anyone notice anything suspicious. Otherwise, losing your black gauze cap as Dragon King of the Qin Tai River will be a small matter. Losing your life will be the real problem. Qin Huai asked again, so the old turtle really did know the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, didn't he? You're right. The old turtle knew the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and they've known each other for a very long time. You must understand that the words ruler and subject carry great weight in this world. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea is the sovereign of the waters, so naturally he has trusted ministers he values. And the minister he valued most was none other than that old turtle. That old turtle was a high official in the Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea's turtle chancellor, second only to one and above all others. Enough. Some things are still not the time to say. It's late. You too should rest. After saying that, Master Zhang left at once, leaving Qin Huai behind to continue waiting for the right opportunity as instructed. Just as Qin Huai was about to go to sleep, Old Butcher came knocking. Qin Huai, this heavy rain is far too strange. If it keeps going, there may be another flood. I think we should all head up to the town before the flood arrives. Have you ever seen rain like this before, falling nonstop for a whole day and night without stopping? Qin Huai immediately made arrangements for Shi Dao to go with Old Butcher and the others up to town, while he himself would pretend to go look for his father. After settling Shi Dao's arrangements, Qin Huai flew straight to the Qin Tai River. He wanted to check the current water level. When he got there, he saw that elderly man still sitting in the rain, fishing. Sir, at this rate the rain is going to drown Qin Family Gully. When that happens, not only the houses but hundreds of lives will be swallowed too. But the old man seemed not to hear a word Qin Huai said and just kept fishing. After fishing for so many days, heaven finally did not disappoint one who is determined. This old man has finally caught one. Everything in the world has spirit, Qin Huai. Remember this well. No matter what happens, don't be impatient. Stay calm in your judgment or wait for the right moment. Even if your heart is in turmoil, your face must remain calm. I've already lived through those years, so don't worry. For now, this water level still cannot drown your village. Qin Huai asked, didn't you say you had a divine sword called the water repelling sword? Last time in the valley, it could part such heavy rain so the whole village wasn't flooded. You should still be able to do that now, right? But the old man only said one word, wait. The right time would only come when the river water had submerged Qin Huai's entire village. Qin Huai, the time has come, hasn't it? Tell me, who is the culprit in this case? You already know in your heart, don't you? Qin Huai nodded at once and voiced his own suspicion. The culprit in that old case is the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. After hearing that, the old man handed Qin Huai an official document. Then take this now and go arrest someone at the Dragon Palace. This is a writ this old man obtained from the Jade Emperor. Qin Huai thought to himself. First, he invited the 4 Dragon Kings to bring rain, and now he had even obtained a writ from the Jade Emperor. This old man really was an extraordinary hidden master. All right, in that case, I'll make a trip to the Dragon Palace right now. Oh, right, Qin Huai. Let me ask you something. When you reach the Dragon Palace later, if the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea asks what crime he has committed, what will you say? Qin Huai answered, abusing your power, unleashing flood and monstrous beasts, and killing innocent commoners. That is the first charge. The second is murder to silence witnesses, with the intent of covering up the truth of your crimes. The old man asked again, and what if he refuses to admit it? What if the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea stubbornly insists he didn't do it and says you're framing him? Only then did Qin Huai stop to think it over. Sir, you're right. If the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea refuses to admit it, then whether in influence or in strength, I'm no match for him. I truly don't know what to do. Please enlighten me. Good. Speak when you know, and listen when you don't. A teachable child indeed. Then I will teach you 2 methods. If that old Dragon King refuses to admit his guilt, show him the writ. If even after seeing it he still refuses and, in anger, intends to attack you, then take out this jade token. Just tell him that heavenly soldiers are already waiting outside the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. If he dares to act recklessly, they will charge in at once and flatten his entire Dragon Palace. Just say exactly what I taught you, and it may preserve your life. This trip is extremely dangerous. Since you still have worries in your heart, this old man will ease them for you. I will use this water-repelling sword to divert the floodwaters of the Qintai River into that valley from before. The valley can store the water and cut off your future worries. The village will not be submerged. That way, you can go handle your task with peace of mind. Once his worries for the village were gone, Qin Huai dove into the water and headed for the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. The river god prepared a fish carriage for Qin Huai, but did not dare go along himself. It seemed the river god was very afraid of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, but that was only natural. When that old fellow got angry, who wouldn't be afraid? On the way, Qin Huai also opened the 2 sachets Master Zhang had given him earlier. The mute man speaking and the river flowing backward had both come true. But after opening them, Qin Huai could not understand what he read at all. He couldn't read that kind of writing, and there was no way he could turn back now and ask Sherdao to read it for him. So he decided to just follow the old man's instructions first. As they traveled, the fish carrying Qin Huai suddenly spoke. Dragon King, I can tell that you are no ordinary person. You won't remain in this Qintai River for long. In the future, you will surely accomplish great things. I have one request to ask of you, Dragon King. All things under heaven, whether dragons, tigers, leopards, snakes, or birds, flowers, insects, and fish, are born with their own fate and fortune. Those with too little fortune may die as soon as they are born. Those with long fortune may live longer than ordinary people. Those with flourishing fortune may achieve great things. The most formidable are those with peerless fortune, who may even become creators and hold sway over the lives of all under heaven. When I first learned that you were the Dragon King of the Qintai River, I observed your heavenly signs, but I could not see through them at all. So I felt that your fortune was by no means ordinary, not something normal people could perceive, nor something ordinary people could compare themselves to. My request is to follow and serve you. I am willing to be your carriage-pulling fish forever. I hope you will grant this humble one his wish. Qin Huai had thought it was going to ask for something serious. After all that talk, you just want to become my carriage-pulling fish? Big fish, if I were to tell you now that I was going somewhere as dangerous as a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, and wanted you to come with me, would you be willing? Big Fish replied, if one chooses a wise master to follow, one may die without regret. I do not want to be a salted fish with no ambition. I beg you to grant it, my lord. Since Big Fish put it that way, Qin Huai had no reason to refuse. Seeing that Qin Huai had agreed, Big Fish happily sped toward the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. The moment he saw Qin Huai arrive, the shrimp guard at the gate hurried forward to greet him. Lord Qin, you've come. Are you here today for the 7th prince's birthday as well? This was indeed a perfect excuse for Qin Huai to enter the Dragon Palace without causing too much commotion. He immediately pretended to nod, then let the shrimp soldier lead him inside. At that moment, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was announcing from the middle of the main hall, "Today is my son's birthday. Thank you all for coming. Please enjoy the banquet." Just then, Qin Huai walked in, shocking everyone present. No one had expected that even a minor Dragon King of the Qintai River like him would be invited here. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea looked at Qin Huai with obvious displeasure. "Lord Qin, why are you here? If I remember correctly, I never invited you." Qin Huai replied, "Your Majesty, I have something I wish to say to you. May I ask the Dragon King to move elsewhere, so we may talk?" "Humph. Qin Huai, if you have something to say it here. Don't be so secretive. Is there something you cannot speak openly and honestly?" Hearing that, Qin Huai stopped hiding it as well. "Very well, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, hear the order. I have come under the Jade Emperor's command to arrest you and bring you to justice." The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea flew into a rage at once. "Qin Huai, you are truly bold, daring to forge the Jade Emperor's writ and come here to arrest me. Men, seize him." Qin Huai immediately took out the jade token the old man had given him. "I am not forging the Jade Emperor's writ. I have a token here. Let's see whether you dare lay a hand on me." Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, since you recognize this as the Jade Emperor's personal command token, order your men to withdraw at once. The Dragon King's consort quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Everyone, release Lord Qin at once. Please, Lord Qin, be seated. Someone, hurry and pour wine for Lord Qin." Lord Qin, no matter what, your becoming Dragon King of the Qintai River was in no small part thanks to the Eastern Sea. Is there really anything we cannot sit down and discuss slowly? Qin Huai did not deny that he had partly owed his position as Dragon King of the Qintai River to the Eastern Sea, but he had also helped the Dragon King before, so that should be considered even. "Very well, Lord Qin. Since you carry the Jade Emperor's personal token, then the writ you obtained must also be genuine. This king agrees to go with you. I simply do not know what crime I have committed." Qin Huai answered at once. "Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, you have committed 2 crimes. First, abusing your office and authority to unleash ancient flood and savage beasts, killing innocent civilians. Second, murder to silence witnesses, killing the one who knew of this matter. The Turtle Chancellor of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace from back then should be in your hands right now, shouldn't he?" The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea let out a laugh. "You say this king has committed 2 crimes, but do you have evidence? If you do not have evidence, then forgive me, but I cannot go with you." Qin Huai replied somewhat haltingly, "Of course I have evidence. The heavy rain outside that still has not stopped is evidence. The rising waters are about to bury Qin Family Gully. Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, does that still not count as evidence? You're truly audacious. You still sit there unmoving even with the Jade Emperor's token and writ before you. Do you even hold the Jade Emperor in your eyes at all?" The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea immediately flew into a fury. "Of course this king holds the Jade Emperor in his eyes, but I do not hold you in mine. What qualifications do you have to order this king to go with you? And what if this king refuses?" Qin Huai said again, "Whoever among you dares to make a move will be defying the Jade Emperor's command. Heavenly soldiers are already outside the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. If I do not leave here safely, they will charge in. By then, I fear your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace will not remain intact." The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea immediately ordered a subordinate to go check whether heavenly soldiers were truly outside. "Qin Huai, do you think you can scare me? You think the Jade Emperor would send heavenly soldiers to protect you?" After the subordinate went out, he returned and reported, "There really are heavenly soldiers outside, but there is only one of them. Heavens, and one heavenly soldier is enough to scare you like this? Look at you. You brought shame on our Dragon Palace. Qin Huai, you certainly have a lot of face, having the Jade Emperor send a heavenly soldier just to protect you. Men, seize him." The shrimp soldiers stepped forward trembling. "No, your Majesty, we can't seize this man. The one the Jade Emperor sent this time is not an ordinary heavenly soldier. It's him." At that very moment, the heavenly soldier the shrimp soldiers spoke of revealed himself. "Old Dragon King, long time no see. The newcomer was none other than the heavenly soldier by Qi, General Bai Qi. Of course, I came here to protect Dragon King Qin Huai. Let's see which of you dares touch him. Qin Huai stared at the general before him in astonishment. Was this really General Bai Qi, who had once slaughtered 400,000 enemy troops? No wonder the killing intent around him was so terrifying. He had thought heavenly soldiers had truly come to rescue him. It seemed Master Zhang had asked someone to save him instead. Bai Qi stepped forward and shouted, "Old Dragon King, I'm afraid you've forgotten whose disciple Qin Huai is, haven't you? He is Zhang Tianchu's disciple. Are you so old now that you can't remember anything? My lord has another identity besides being Zhang Tianchu. He is the first emperor of all ages, Qin Shi Huang. My lord has joined the Celestial Master's mansion these past years and has become much more restrained than before, but that does not mean you can bully his disciple." At this point, the old Dragon King's expression changed completely. "General Bai Qi, this is all just a misunderstanding. This king has not bullied Lord Qin." Qin Huai immediately seized the chance. "If that is so, then since I hold the Jade Emperor's token and writ, please come with me, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea." This opportunity could not be missed. With General Bai Qi here now, he had someone to back him up. If he let this chance slip, getting the old Dragon King to come along later would be extremely difficult. Standing beside him, Bai Qi also immediately added pressure. Though our Qin state cannot be revived, the power of Qin's army has not faded with time. Back then, under my lord's leadership, we fought and killed across the lands, unmatched under heaven. Old Dragon King, are you interested in broadening your horizons? The old Dragon King turned and replied, "There is no need to trouble General Bai Qi. The innocent need not fear scrutiny. What would this king have to fear in going?" Qin Huai then went outside to wait for the old Dragon King. During that time, he took the chance to thank General Bai Qi, but this man was known as a rough warrior and paid Qin Huai no mind at all. He was only carrying out Master Zhang's orders. Very soon, a dragon-drawn carriage carrying the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea appeared, looking extravagantly luxurious. Didn't King Qin here urgently want to bring this king in for trial? Why are we still delaying? On the road, Big Fish asked, "Do you admire the old Dragon King's mount, my lord? Don't be fooled by how splendid his carriage looks. It's only beautiful on the outside and rotten within, pleasing to the eye but useless in practice. Hold on tight, my lord. I'm about to show my real skill." After Qin Huai, the old Dragon King, and Bai Qi emerged onto the surface of the water, they met the elderly man who was still waiting there. The moment the old Dragon King saw the old man, he hurried forward. "This king has been wronged. I absolutely did not do any such thing. It is all Qin Huai falsely accusing me." This old Dragon King truly was shameless. He had only just arrived before the old man and was already throwing false accusations around. "Qin Huai, false accusations? You are this king's subject, yet you dare offend your superior. What further crime should be added to that? There is order between high and low, old and young. Ruler and subject each have their place. I fear you have forgotten it all. A man without propriety or rank like you, who would believe anything you say or do?" The old man beside them immediately cut in, "Old Dragon King, if this old man remembers correctly, the proper ceremonial treatment for the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea should be a 4-beast carriage, should it not? Yet now you are using 8 flood dragons to pull your carriage. Have you not already committed the offense of overstepping ritual privilege? Enough. There is no need to say more. Whether Qin Huai has framed you or not is not for you to decide. Someone else will judge that. A court has already been set up inside the Dragon King temple. Come with this old man." Seeing that everything was more or less settled, Bai Qi bid Qin Huai farewell and left. After that, the old man led both Qin Huai and the old Dragon King straight to the Dragon King temple. "Old Dragon King, you go in first. I still have a few words to say to Qin Huai. Qin Huai, you did very well this time, but this case still isn't over yet. There are still a few things I need you to do. Are you willing? This case is still missing a chief judge. Are you willing to take that role?" Qin Huai stared blankly. "Me, a judge? You want me to be the chief trial officer? But by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea's own words, there is order between ruler and subject. If I try him, wouldn't that be a subordinate offending his superior? I'm afraid, even if I do judge him, it will be useless. Qin Huai, in the court of justice, even the Son of Heaven is judged like a commoner when he breaks the law. What's more, it is the Jade Emperor himself who named you to serve as judge, so of course you are qualified to try him. It's just that you will still run into many obstacles. prepare yourself mentally to face all of them. If the old Dragon King's guilt is established and you are told to execute him, would you dare do it? And if someone tries to stop you, what will you do? Qin Huai answered, someone will try to stop me? Who is it? As for who it is, this old man does not know for now. But if the person preventing you from carrying out the execution has greater power than you and ranks 3 official levels above you, would you still dare to act? Qin Huai replied solemnly, Sir, since you ask, I'm also a disciple of the Taoist path. Master once said that disciples of the Tao must live with awakening, treating life and death as things outside themselves. If it is for the righteousness of this world, then I will always do so. Good. This old man truly did not misjudge you. Go on, then. It is inconvenient for me to enter. Just remember, when a gentleman devotes himself to the root, the way of self-cultivation naturally comes forth. After bidding farewell to the old man, Qin Huai strode straight into the Dragon King temple. By now, many people were already present. He had not expected such a crowd. The person beside that old immortal, could that be Neza, the third prince? Then didn't that mean he was actually meeting immortals now? With so many major figures gathered here, and with a mere mortal like him acting as judge, this was bound to be difficult. The moment Qin Huai stepped inside, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea immediately pointed at him and said, Honored immortals, he is the one who falsely accused me. I beg you all to restore justice to me. One old immortal replied, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, I think you have asked the wrong people. Today, the one presiding over this case is not us. Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, how am I supposed to explain this to you? The official presiding over your trial today is standing right beside you. Could it be that you still can't see clearly? It is precisely the person you are pointing at right now. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea instantly turned pale. Honored immortal, this is against the rules. Qin Huai is also a party to the case. How can he serve as the presiding judge? That is unfair. What if he frames this old man? One of the immortals continued, if he dares to abuse the law recklessly. Does he think nothing of all of us here? Let me tell you, his appointment as presiding judge is the Jade Emperor's decree. Where do you get the nerve to question it? You were so foolish that after being wronged, you didn't even know to submit a memorial to the Jade Emperor to explain yourself. If things have come to this point, then you brought it on yourself. We can't help you. Qin Huai could tell that although that immortals seemed to be reprimanding the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea on the surface, he was clearly trying to shield him. Neza, the third prince, who was standing to one side, also spoke up. I don't know what the rest of you are thinking, but Neza, the third prince, will not favor the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. After all, I once ripped the tendons and flayed the skin of his own third prince. Only then did Qin Huai speak. If the honored immortals are finished speaking, then I will begin the trial. Though he sounded forceful, his heart was roiling at that moment. After all, he was facing countless legendary immortals. It would be a lie to say he was not nervous. Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, 20 years ago you summoned rain without authorization, caused a great flood, treated human lives with contempt, and even intended to silence those who knew the truth of that year. Do you admit your guilt? The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea folded his arms and replied, Mere words without evidence are worthless. Do you have proof? The three-eyed immortal also chimed in, Exactly, Lord Qin. In the heavenly court, we value evidence in our trials. If you have no proof, then you will be guilty of false accusation. Your end will not be a good one. You best think carefully. Qin Huai answered boldly, Immortal Zhou, my fate is no concern of yours. Of course I have evidence. The first piece of evidence is the heavy rain outside. That is proof that he intended to bury Qin family gully once again. The second piece of evidence is that he came to my home and took away the former Prime Minister Turtle of the Eastern Sea. As for material evidence, Qin Huai pulled the Dragon King's footprint out from inside his robe. Is this your footprint or not? We can verify it by comparing it. All the honored immortals present may witness it. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea still refused to yield. A mere footprint like this proves nothing at all. The one who carried out the act was Neza, the third prince. Just compare it and then speak. After they compared it to his foot, it was indeed a perfect match, without the slightest discrepancy. Qin Huai, you are framing me. You forged this footprint, didn't you? Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. In order to escape punishment, you've truly racked your brains, haven't you? Have you forgotten that the footprints of the Dragon Clan are unique? Immortal Zhou spoke again. And just because they are unique, does that mean they cannot be forged? In any case, Lord Qin produced it. It is evidence of unclear origin. Just then, someone walked in from outside. If footprints can be forged, then surely a person cannot be forged, can he? Dragon King, I suppose you didn't expect this old servant to come, did you? The person who had come was none other than the old turtle. The moment he saw the old turtle enter, gravely wounded, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea immediately pretended not to know him. Your Majesty, have you truly forgotten this old servant of the Eastern Sea, or did you simply never expect me to escape? Do you think you can escape this judgment? The crimes you committed decades ago should now be repaid. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea turned at once toward Immortal Zhou. Your Excellency, please have this irrelevant man removed. Others must not be allowed to casually disrupt the order of the court and maliciously slander me. Immortal Zhou immediately ordered his subordinates to drive the old turtle out. Qin Huai immediately shouted, "Stop! I am the presiding judge today. Without my order, no one is allowed to touch the witness." Immortal Zhou gave a cold snort. Lord Qin, although you are the presiding judge today, that does not mean you can let just anyone jump out and accuse the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, does it? Qin Huai immediately retorted, since he has also accused the Dragon King, there is no harm in hearing him out. Then he added, Immortal Zhou, you're defending the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea so anxiously. Could it be that you were also involved in what happened back then? Qin Huai's words infuriated Immortal Zhou. How dare you? You even dare to falsely accuse me? The innocent have nothing to fear. I believe that if Immortal Zhou is truly clean, then you will not favor a guilty man. Why not sit down, listen to the witness first, and then render your judgment? In the end, Immortal Zhou had no choice but to obediently sit down and continue listening to the trial. Reporting to Lord Qin, more than 20 years ago, the great flood at Qin Family Gully was caused by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. For a private reason, he disregarded the life and death of the people of Qin Family Gully and thus created that tragedy. Back then, I could not bear to watch the people of Qin Family Gully die like that. So, I secretly went to the Qin Tai River and saved several dozen people. But those I saved were only a minority. Most of them were swallowed by the floodwaters. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea immediately flew into a rage. You shameless old turtle, how dare you spit blood and slander me? Qin Huai instantly shot back, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. How do you know he is an old turtle, from beginning to end? This witness only said he was a former servant of the Eastern Sea. He never said he was a turtle. You insisted you did not know the witness. What do you have to say now? The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea still argued stubbornly. Am I not allowed to suddenly remember? You say I deliberately buried Qin Family Gully. Then tell me this. Why would I do that? What was my motive? After that disaster occurred, I blamed myself deeply. So I went before the Jade Emperor to confess my fault and shut myself in a cave for decades in repentance. I only came out recently. If I were truly the culprit, then tell me, why would I do such a thing? The old turtle continued. I have in my hand a letter personally signed by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea in those years. The motive for flooding Qin Family Gully is written on it as well. A strange light appear by the banks of Chinko. Send rain for 10 days to search for the treasure. Personally ordered by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Qin Huai had not expected that the true motive behind the flood of that year was merely the search for treasure. Honored immortals, please examine this. Is this the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea's own handwriting or not? Neza, the third prince, spoke from the side. Whether it is or not, just bring one of his handwritten letters from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and compare them. Very quickly, the heavenly soldiers brought over a handwritten letter from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace for comparison. As expected, the two letters were exactly alike. This was indeed the Dragon King's own handwriting. Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, for your own selfish aims you killed innocent commoners. Your crimes are monstrous. Now that the evidence is complete, men, seize the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea for me. Even now, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea remained obstinate. Honored immortals, this Qin Huai is using public office to avenge a private grudge. He colluded with that old turtle to frame me. They want to kill me. I've been wronged. Qin Huai paid no attention to his words and directly ordered that he be dragged away for execution. At that very moment, yet another immortal appeared outside the door. Lord Qin, what great authority you have. You would execute a subject of the Jade Emperor just like that? You do not even need to seek instructions? The moment this man appeared, Immortal Zhou stood up to greet him. They seem to know each other. Brother Wang, what brings you here? For Immortal Zhou to respectfully call him Brother Wang, this Immortal Wang's status was clearly no ordinary one. Just as the old man had said, trying to take the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea's head truly was fraught with difficulty. Neza, the third prince, burst out laughing from the side. Old bastard Wang, so what if you've come? Do you think the presiding judge today will give you face? You keep putting on airs as some lofty immortal, but this Dragon King of the Eastern Sea has committed a grave crime. Why can't he be executed? Immortal Wang immediately retorted, even if the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea is guilty, he must still be taken back to the heavenly court. Whether he is to be executed or not is for the Jade Emperor to decide. Qin Huai wishes to execute him, but that is improper by law. Qin Huai also spoke up from his side. Immortal Wang, I would like to ask you a few questions. Who is the presiding judge today? It is me, correct? Since you know that I am the presiding judge in this case, then you must also know who appointed me to this position, yes? If the Jade Emperor himself appointed me presiding judge, then why are you obstructing this official from passing sentence? Could it be that Immortal Wang is dissatisfied with the Jade Emperor and wishes to defy his decree? Immortal Wang was instantly speechless. I naturally mean no such thing. Lord Qin truly has a quick tongue. You've put such a hat on me in the blink of an eye. Qin Huai gave a cold snort. If that is the case, then Immortal Wang should stop interfering with this official's judgment. Men, drag the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea outside. Whoever dares obstruct this will be defying the Jade Emperor's decree. Even while being dragged away, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea kept crying out his innocence, begging Immortal Zhou and Immortal Wang to save him. Unless someone arrives carrying the Jade Emperor's decree, no one can save you now, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The hour has come. Carry out the execution at once. Seeing that Qin Huai truly intended to behead the Dragon King, Immortal Wang became anxious. Wait, Qin Huai, if you kill the Dragon King today, you will surely regret it in the future. The old turtle also tried to persuade him from behind. Qin Huai, why not first seek the Jade Emperor's command, then decide on the execution afterward? But Qin Huai had already made up his mind. Today, I must win justice for the several hundred lives of Qin Family Gully. Then Qin Huai snatched the execution blade from another man's hand and, without hesitation, struck with a single slash, sending the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea's head flying. The instant the head left the neck, the Dragon King reverted to his true form, a white dragon. The moment the Dragon King's head fell, several imposing figures appeared in the sky. As soon as that person arrived, all the immortals standing behind Qin Huai respectfully bowed. We pay our respects to High Immortal Xie, who ordered the execution of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. High Immortal Xie asked the moment he arrived, clearly puzzled. Reporting to High Immortal Xie, it was him, Qin Huai. Immortal Wang immediately stepped forward and pointed him out. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea's guilt has been established by evidence. Of course, he had to be executed. Qin Huai replied respectfully. Lord Qin, I think you've forgotten something. The Jade Emperor did indeed appoint you as presiding judge, but he never granted you the authority to execute the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Look carefully for yourself. Qin Huai immediately handed the document to the old turtle and asked him to read it aloud. By decree of the Heavenly Emperor, Qin Huai, Dragon King of the Qintai River, is specially ordered to preside over the case of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea at the Dragon King Temple. After the trial is concluded, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea is to be escorted back to the Heavenly Court for final judgment. Qin Huai was stunned after hearing it. What was going on? Why did the Jade Emperor's decree say that after he finished the trial, he was to escort the Dragon King back to the Heavenly Court, when the old man had clearly asked him before whether he dared to execute the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea? No, that wasn't right. The old man had only asked whether he dared to kill him. He had never said that the Jade Emperor had ordered him to do it. He had been led by the nose. Lord Qin, why did you arbitrarily execute the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea? Faced with High Immortal Xie's question, Qin Huai fell silent for a moment. After several seconds of hesitation, he replied, I wanted to win justice for the several hundred commoners of Qin Family Gully. That is why I killed the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. I alone did it, and I alone will bear it. Good. Since Lord Qin is willing to bear the crime alone, Then this immortal must return and report to the Jade Emperor. Men seized Lord Qin and escorted him to the heavenly court. Under the power of the immortals, Qin Huai was taken to the heavenly court in the blink of an eye. How the tides have turned. Just a moment ago, Lord Qin was so imposing, and now he is a criminal. If you had listened to me earlier, you would not have ended up like this. I have been ordered to handle your case of arbitrarily executing the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Qin Huai, do you admit your guilt? Qin Huai gave a cold snort. I did indeed do it, but I do not regret it in the least. However you wish to sentence me, do it quickly. Very well. Since you wish to die so badly, this immortal will grant your wish. Men, escort Qin Huai to the immortal execution platform and put him to death. Qin Huai, you are only immortal. To die upon the immortal execution platform can already be considered your good fortune. Qin Huai sighed. It seemed he would not be able to bid farewell to Shi Jiao and his master before death. He had never imagined that this case would become an eternal parting between the living and the dead. Along the way, Qin Huai was continuously mocked by the immortals there. How rare. The immortal execution platform is being used to kill a mortal. I heard he arbitrarily executed the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. What monstrous courage. When he was escorted before the immortal execution platform, Qin Huai saw a familiar figure. It was Master Zhang. Looking toward Qin Huai, Master Zhang let out a soft sigh. You truly never let people stop worrying about you. Immortal Wang stepped forward at once. Who are you? Why are you standing on the immortal execution platform? Zhang Yiqing replied, I am Qin Huai's master. I came to see him off. Qin Huai, have you ever regretted what you did? Of course, Qin Huai had never regretted it, because he still remembered his master's teaching with perfect clarity. Cultivate oneself, obey discipline, and walk the great Tao. Zhang Yiqing nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Immortal Wang. I once heard that above the heavenly court, there is still the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao has existed for who knows how many ages, always presiding over justice for all worlds. Is that true? Immortal Wang gave a cold snort. It is true. Why bring it up? If the heavenly Tao truly presides over justice, then it should have a pair of eyes that can distinguish right from wrong. It will not spare the wicked, nor will it wrong the good, correct? If so, then Immortal Wang, do you dare wager with me? I wager that you will not be able to execute Qin Huai. Do you dare? Immortal Wang laughed aloud when he heard this. Ha ha! On the immortal execution platform, even immortals can be killed. Do you think a mere mortal cannot? What will you use as your stake? Zhang Yiqing continued, of course mortals can be killed, but you certainly will not be able to kill a man who is innocent. If Immortal Wang loses, then all you need to do is bow your head before everyone and admit your mistake to Qin Huai. Apologize and accept your fault. But if I lose, ordinary immortals live for 3,000 years. Yet if their cultivation does not improve during those 3,000 years, it is difficult to escape the fate of death. I possess an eternal life pill that can extend an immortal's lifespan. If I lose, I will give you this eternal life pill. Immortal Wang's eyes lit up the moment he saw the eternal life pill, and he immediately agreed to the wager with Zhang Yiqing. All you immortals have seen this, yes? Immortal Wang and I have made a bet. Please bear witness. The other immortals' eyes also lit up. An eternal life pill. Even in the heavenly court, medicine of this grade is rarely seen. This time, Immortal Wang has truly gained a huge advantage. This immortal execution platform can kill not only mortals, even immortals have never escaped it. Qin Huai anxiously spoke his dying wishes to his master. After I die, please tell Shi Jiao that she doesn't need to wait for me anymore. She should find a good man, marry him, and live happily for the rest of her life. Also, if you see my father, tell him that if there is another life, I would still be willing to be his son. Zhang Yiqing looked somewhat displeased. Qin Huai, you little brat, do you think I've already lost for sure? At that moment, the time had come, and Immortal Wang ordered his subordinates to execute Qin Huai. The executioner raised his blade and slashed straight at Qin Huai's neck. But strangely, the instant the blade touched his neck, it was as if it had struck an iron bar. It simply could not cut through. The executioner stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to understand what was happening. The blade itself had even chipped from the collision. What was going on? In the countless ages of the immortal execution platform, This has never happened. Could it be that Qin Huai isn't a normal mortal? Immortal Wang flew into a rage and dumped all the blame on the executioner, even though the man had clearly used all his strength. Immortal Wang, don't be angry. It is only normal that he couldn't cut him. This executioner is not an immortal. He merely has slightly more magical power than an ordinary person. Although Qin Huai has committed a crime, no one has yet stripped him of his title as Dragon King of the Qintai River. If you have an executioner try to behead a Dragon King, how could he possibly succeed? It was as though Immortal Wang had suddenly been enlightened. He immediately drove the executioner away and took the task upon himself. Lord Qin, today that you ascend the immortal execution platform and even receive this immortal's personal hand, you may consider yourself honored enough. I am Wang Zidao, immortal official of the Heavenly Court. Today, carrying the Jade Emperor's decree, I act on heaven's behalf to execute the criminal official Qin Huai. But before Immortal Wang could bring down his blade, a terrifying heavenly thunderbolt crashed down, causing the sword in his hand to fall to the ground against his will. Faced with Immortal Wang's baffled expression, Zhang Yiqing only smiled. Immortal Wang, surely now you're convinced, aren't you? For countless ages, the immortal execution platform has slain innumerable immortals and has almost never failed. If it truly fails, then there can only be one reason. The heavenly Tao does not kill the innocent. Does not kill the innocent? In all these hundreds of thousands of years, this is the first time it has failed to kill someone. I thought Immortal Wang had this in the bag. Who could have imagined that even he wouldn't be able to execute him? Immortal Wang sighed. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat. He would also carry out the wager from before. Master Zhang quickly said, Immortal Wang, please wait. Apologizing in front of everyone and bowing your head to admit fault would surely cost an immortal like you your dignity. I have a suggestion, if you are willing to hear it. Then Master Zhang pulled Immortal Wang aside to talk in private. No one knew exactly what they said, and Qin Huai, standing nearby, was also very curious. After the conversation ended, Immortal Wang left, while Master Zhang unlocked Qin Huai's restraints. After being freed, Qin Huai let out a long breath. Master, I once heard the elders say that if you survive a great calamity, blessings will follow. Is there really a heavenly Tao up there? Master Zhang looked at the sky and replied, If there were no heavenly Tao, you would already be dead by now. Qin Huai had actually thought Master Zhang was the one who had saved him just now. At Qin Huai's words, Master Zhang only smiled without explaining. He neither denied it nor confirmed it. For the moment, everything had been resolved peacefully, and Master Zhang took Qin Huai back to the mortal world. From high above, Qin Huai could already see the outline of the Qintai River. By then, the floodwaters had receded, and the village was safe again. Qin Huai also took the chance to ask about the conversation between Master Zhang and Immortal Wang. But Master Zhang only said that heavenly secrets could not be revealed. The moment he got home, Qin Huai rushed over and hugged Shi Dao tightly. Perhaps it was because he had just brushed so close to death that he cherished the people beside him even more now. The two of them kept embracing until Master Zhang gave a dry cough, and only then did they let go. Shi Dao flushed red with embarrassment and hurried into the kitchen on the excuse of preparing a meal. Truly, when a young man is in love, everything looks like poetry. Qin Huai, this time you slew the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. From now on, your enmity with the Eastern Sea will be immense. Although the old Dragon King has been killed, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace still remains. But you must understand, that is not even the most frightening part. Now you have not only offended the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, you have offended the other 3 great dragon palaces as well. The 4 Dragon Kings of East, West, South, and North have always shared honor and disgrace alike. If one suffers, they all suffer. If one prospers, they all prosper. That is why for all these years, no one dared touch the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. From now on, whatever you do, you must be extremely careful. For all you know, you might even choke to death while washing your face or drinking water. Qin Huai sighed. Killing the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea had turned out to mean offending 3 more Dragon Kings as well. This was truly a huge problem. Master, can we not tell Shi Dao about this? Please agree to it. I don't want him to worry or be afraid because of me. Fine. Master Zhang nodded. You can barely look after yourself, yet you're still thinking of others. But this time, killing the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea can also be said to have made a wedding dress for someone else. You were used like a blade. Qin Huai immediately understood what Master Zhang meant. It was that old senior who had used Qin Huai to behead the old Dragon King. Qin Huai did not understand. Since Master had already guessed it, why had he not warned him? Master Zhang said, How did I not warn you? Didn't I give you 2 sachets? One was to tell you that the mute old man was the old turtle, and the other was to remind you that someone wanted to kill the old Dragon King. You were supposed to be careful. Qin Huai covered his face. It was true that Master had given him the sachets, but there was just one problem. He could not read the ancient writing on them. What a loss. After today, he would definitely ask Shi Dao to teach him ancient script. Still, Qin Huai, you don't need to worry too much. Since he used you, he will naturally compensate you. Right now, you don't need to think about anything. Tonight, just sleep well. As for whether you live or die tomorrow, we'll talk about it when tomorrow comes. After saying that, Master Zhang leisurely left again. As for Qin Huai's words of thanks, they were completely unnecessary. After all, they were master and disciple. The next day passed peacefully, and Qin Huai made use of his free time to have Shi Dao teach him how to read ancient characters. At that moment, a strange wind suddenly rose. It was so strong that it blew everything nearby far away. News that he had killed the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea had spread across east, west, south, and north. It was very possible that the dragon palaces of the four seas had come to seek revenge. It seemed that disaster would be hard to escape today. Sure enough, just as Qin Huai had guessed, 3 gigantic dragon figures appeared in the sky. They were the Dragon Kings of the Northern Sea, Southern Sea, and Western Sea, here to avenge the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Right then, a loud shout rang out, interrupting the 3 great Dragon Kings. How dare you? Do you no longer place the heavenly court in your eyes? A figure appeared in front of Qin Huai. 3 great Dragon Kings. Your airs are truly impressive. Do you mean to disregard this immortal's words? The person who appeared was Immortal Xie. The 3 Dragon Kings immediately transformed into human form and respectfully bowed to Immortal Xie. Please calm your anger, Immortal Xie. How would we dare ignore your words? I suppose you don't have that kind of nerve. 3 great Dragon Kings. May I ask what brought you here today? Could it be that you intend to harm Lord Qin? One of the Dragon Kings replied, Immortal Xie. He is the murderer who killed our elder brother. We came today for revenge. What is wrong with that? Dragon King of the Northern Sea, are you trying to take matters into your own hands? Do you have no regard for the laws of heaven? Whether Lord Qin is guilty or not is for the Jade Emperor to decide. You do not need to interfere. The Northern Sea Dragon King was about to say more, but the Southern Sea Dragon King stopped him. 4th brother, stop arguing. Immortal Xie is right. Today, the 3 brothers were indeed rash. We ask Immortal Xie for forgiveness. Immortal Xie then looked toward Qin Huai. You do not need my forgiveness. What you need is Lord Qin's forgiveness. The expressions of the 3 Dragon Kings darkened at once. Immortal Xie, if there is nothing else, then we brothers will take our leave. Hold it. Who said you could leave? Immortal Xie, stop them. As it happens, the Heavenly Court has sent down an official decree. Since you are already here, you may as well listen to it too, and save this immortal the trouble of making extra trips. Qin Huai received the decree by the will of the Jade Emperor, because Qin Huai, Dragon King of the Qintai River, rendered meritorious service in judging the case of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. He is hereby appointed the new Dragon King of the Yellow River, and additionally granted the rank of Upper Immortal of the Heavenly Court. Respect this. Qin Huai was stunned beyond belief. They wanted him to become the Dragon King of the Yellow River, and were even conferring on him the rank of Upper Immortal of Heaven. Was he dreaming? Qin Huai immediately thanked the Jade Emperor for the reward. You 3 Dragon Kings heard that, didn't you? From now on, you are not to act against Immortal Qin without permission. This time, this immortal will pretend not to have seen it. But if there is a next time, do not blame me for not warning you. The 3 Dragon Kings could only respectfully acknowledge Immortal Xie's words. Then they transformed back into 3 true dragons and left in fury. After the 3 Dragon Kings departed, Immortal Xie also bid Qin Huai farewell and left as well. At that moment, Master Zhang also appeared. Congratulations, Immortal Qin. You become an immortal. As your master, I'm happy for you. Even so, Qin Huai himself was somewhat dazed. How had he become an immortal for no reason at all? I violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. It was already lucky enough that I didn't die. Who would have thought that now I would not only become the Dragon King of the Yellow River, but also be granted the title of Upper Immortal of Heaven? I'm completely confused. Master Zhang replied, Do you remember what I told you before? Someone was using you as a blade. This is the protective talisman he gave you. But whether this talisman can truly protect you is hard to say. Immortals are divided into 9 ranks, and your current position is the lowest. Still, having it is better than not. Qin Huai hurriedly asked, Then Master, now that I'm an immortal, does that mean I can live for 3,000 years? The moment he asked, Master Zhang rapped him on the head. You want to live for 3,000 years with nothing but this mortal body? Other immortals cultivate bitterly before becoming immortals, so stop thinking about 3,000 years. You should first think about how to live past 30. Besides, the Jade Emperor is sending you to the Yellow River, and that is not a good thing. You should know who controls the waters of the Yellow River. You and the 4 great dragon kings now share a blood-deep enmity. If they want revenge, killing you would be as easy as turning over a hand. Qin Huai turned pale with fright after hearing that. Then, Master, can I not go and become the Dragon King of the Yellow River? Qin Huai, is this all the courage you have? The moment you meet a little difficulty, you want to retreat? Do you know what being the Dragon King of the Yellow River is equivalent to? The Yellow River itself is a mother river. It may well have existed before there was even a sea in this world. There has always been a rumor in the world that the Yellow River contains a portion of tremendous fortune. But for 1,000 years, no one has ever obtained that fortune, so everyone assumes the rumor is false. Yet I have observed the terrain and mountains around the Yellow River for 1,000 years, and I vaguely sense that this great fortune really does exist. So this post of Dragon King of the Yellow River is not something you may or may not take. It is something you must take. Get ready. Tomorrow night, we depart. Before leaving to assume his post as Dragon King of the Yellow River, Qin Huai went to see the old butcher and asked him to pass along a message if his father returned. Speaking of which, I had a strange dream last night. I dreamed that you were talking to 3 dragons. Don't you find that odd, Qin Huai? It is odd. Why 3 dragons? It should have been 4. The 4 great dragon kings, after all. Then tell me, Qin Huai, where did the 4th dragon go? Faced with the old butcher's question, Qin Huai could only awkwardly change the subject. After saying goodbye to the old butcher, Qin Huai and Shi Dao went straight to the riverbank to meet Master Zhang. Besides them, there was one more person there, the old turtle, the Dragon King of the Yellow River. Your master asked me to wait here. On this trip to the Yellow River, you will definitely need someone to assist you. If you do not mind, take me along. Qin Huai was a little unaccustomed to the old turtle's respectful manner. The old turtle had originally been the prime minister under the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. He was naturally far more skilled than Qin Huai in handling matters of the waterways. With his help, things would be much easier. Master truly had been thoughtful. After that, Qin Huai summoned Big Fish and prepared to set out for the Yellow River. Just as Qin Huai was about to leave, Master Zhang stopped him. Someone has been playing tricks on you, you silly boy. You've been set up and don't even know it. Then Master Zhang pulled a butcher's knife out of Qin Huai's backpack. It was the old butcher's pig-slaughtering knife. Why was it in Qin Huai's bag? Could it be that the old butcher meant to harm Qin Huai? Qin Huai was about to go back to find him, but Master Zhang stopped him. No need to look for him. Even if you go, you won't find him. He has already successfully transferred the debt onto you. The next time you see him will be when he comes to collect. Qin Huai, you have seen immortals, dragon kings, ghosts and monsters, and beasts that have become spirits. But there are still many things in this world that you have never seen. For example, knife bearers. It is said that knife bearers are disciples of Giguzi, that transcendent sage. They can divine life and death, foresee prosperity and decline, and appear whenever the order of the world is about to change, giving mortals subtle warnings. They are very mysterious, and their abilities are far beyond those of ordinary people. Judging from the current situation, that butcher is certainly a knife bearer. Did he say anything strange to you before? Qin Huai scratched his head and replied. He did say a few odd things. He said he dreamed that 3 dragons came to see me, but by rights, there should have been 4. He asked me if I knew where the missing dragon had gone. Whatever a knife bearer predicts will surely come true. So the 4th dragon will definitely come looking for you. And when that 4th dragon appears, that will also be when he appears. You don't need to worry too much. When he comes to collect the debt, whatever he wants, just give it to him. Also, this knife is no ordinary knife. It has been tempered by the blood of countless living things. At the very least, it can be considered a divine weapon. This knife bearer was actually willing to give you something this good. Once he understood everything, Qin Huai officially began his journey toward the Yellow River. Very soon, thanks to Big Fish's supersonic speed, Qin Huai and his group arrived at the vast and boundless banks of the Yellow River. They headed toward a village, but strangely, such a large village did not have a single person in sight. It turned out that the villagers were all gathered in front of one house, seemingly conducting some sort of ritual. Holy Spirit of great might, Savior of the common people, descend before this altar with your divine powers. Aid this golden body. Swiftly, as the law commands, No one knew what evil this village had encountered, but they had even invited a Taoist priest to set up an altar. After reciting his incantation, the Taoist asked the villagers, "Any girl in the village who is 14 years old, step forward." Then all the girls who were 14 were pushed to the front by the villagers. This poor Taoist is a man of the Tao and keeps kindness in his heart. If I had any other choice, I would never use this method. The village chief sighed. "Please listen to the Taoist. Choose one among these 7 girls and offer her as a sacrifice to the river god." I don't want this either, but so many people in our village have already died. If we do not listen to the Taoist, even more of US may die. When a mother could not bear to sacrifice her daughter, the father flew into a rage. So what if we sacrifice one girl? As long as our son is fine, that's enough. Do you want our son to die too? So the 14-year-old girls were pushed forward by their own parents. Just listen to the Taoist. They're only thinking of the bigger picture. Sacrificing one girl can ensure everyone's safety. Qin Huai was furious when he saw this scene. These people were too selfish. They cared only about their own survival and would do anything for it. Master Zhang stepped forward. "Boundless heavenly worthy, this poor Taoist comes from Mount Longhu. May I ask where this fellow Taoist is from?" The old Taoist replied, "This poor Taoist comes from Mount Mao and specializes in dealing with demons and evil spirits. Fellow Taoist, please stand aside and do not interfere with my spellcasting." Master Zhang said again, "What a coincidence. This poor Taoist also subdues demons and exterminates evil. Catching ghosts is no problem at all. I do not even charge money. A vegetarian meal will do." Seeing someone come to steal his business, the old Taoist grew angry. "Not charging money, would you believe that yourselves? Haven't you ever run into swindlers before? Last night, this poor Taoist even summoned the river god right in front of you. You all saw it with your own eyes." Seeing that everyone had been bewitched by the old Taoist, Master Zhang said, "If you do not believe me, then let's do this. I will say 3 things about this village. If all 3 are correct, then you must listen to what I have to say next." The old Taoist had been successfully provoked by Zhang Yiqing. "Village chief, let him speak. Some people just love to act mysterious. If what he says is correct, then we'll count it as proof that he has some ability." Master Zhang began. "First, 10 people have died in your village, 5 men and 5 women. Their ages were all between 5 and 15. Every villager confirmed that this was correct, but this was something almost everyone in the village already knew. So the fact that Master Zhang could say it was not too surprising. Second, you once locked a girl in an iron cage and drowned her, then sank her into the Yellow River, didn't you? At this, not a single villager refuted him, but no one discussed it either. Everyone fell into silence. Finally, the village chief confirmed it. "That's right, we drowned a girl in the river. But that was because her behavior was indecent and she ruined our village's reputation. She deserved to die. At such a young age, she was already seducing men." Master Zhang did not discuss right or wrong, but continued straight to the 3rd point. "Third, the river god is actually among the people standing here." Standing beside him, Qin Huai thought to himself that if what his master said was true, and the river god was hidden among them, then the fact that it had deliberately killed so many people and tricked the villagers into making live sacrifices was truly terrifying. The old Taoist also spoke up at that moment. "Everyone stay calm. Don't be deceived by these wild and delusional words. Do you really think the person next to you is the river god? What nonsense. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you are only pretending to be a Taoist priest?" Master Zhang replied coldly, "Whether I am pretending or not, let everyone judge for themselves. If you do not believe me, then let us make a wager. Tonight, in front of everyone, let us see who can truly summon the river god. Whoever loses will jump into the Yellow River as a sacrifice to the river god. Do you dare?" The old Taoist agreed at once. "Fine, then just wait to jump into the Yellow River." Qin Huai told the people there to take their daughters home. "Don't worry, with my master here, no one will have to be sacrificed to the river god." After that, under the village chief's orders, a man named Li Zhong arranged a temporary place for Qin Huai's group to stay. After settling them in, Li Zhong immediately started yelling at his wife and daughter. "What are you crying for? Life still has to go on, doesn't it?" Then he said to the Taoists, "Sirs, there is something you don't understand. I'm not worried about this little girl. I'm worried about my son. If this matter isn't resolved and something happens to my boy, then the Li family line will be cut off." Seeing the Li family's preference for sons over daughters, both Qin Huai and Shi Dao were disgusted. Master Zhang could only sigh. too ignorant. Since ancient times, the idea of continuing the family line has been deeply rooted in people like them. It is hard for the human heart not to grow biased. Night soon fell. On the bank of the Yellow River, the old Taoist had already set up an altar table. The first to act was Master Zhang. I am a Taoist of Mount Longhu. I have come to the Yellow River today to invite the river god to come out and meet me. If you are free, then come quickly. But after Master Zhang called out for quite a while, the river surface remained completely still. There was no sign of the river god appearing at all. Master Zhang then explained that the reason for this was that the river god was not at home. Fellow Taoist, you really do know how to joke. If people from the village could just stand by the river and call a few times to summon the river god, then what would they need Taoists like us for? The villagers were already starting to get annoyed with Master Zhang's group. If you don't have the ability to summon the river god, then stop standing there and getting in the way. Master Zhang paid no attention to their mockery at all. Just because I can't summon the river god doesn't mean I've lost. Fellow Taoist, why don't you summon the river god now and let us see? The old Taoist gave a cold snort, then stepped up to the altar and began casting his spell. Incense smoke hangs heavy, resonating with heaven and earth. Burn this incense and let its smoke pierce the heavenly gate. This disciple invites with all his heart. Divine soldiers, swift as fire, obey the law and command. In my name, I invite the river god of the Yellow River. As soon as the old Taoist finished speaking, waves of bubbles suddenly rose from the surface of the Yellow River. Then a huge figure emerged from the water. Could this really be the river god of the Yellow River? The villagers of the village dropped to their knees the moment they saw the river god. Lord River God, from now on our village will worship you forever. Please forgive our offense. The moment he arrived, this river god immediately asked the villagers about the offering he had demanded earlier. Once again, the villagers brought forward the girls who had just turned 14 to present them to the so-called Lord River God. The old Taoist at the side eagerly played along. Hurry up. If you don't present the tribute, Lord River God will be angered. As for you, fellow Taoist, I don't need to say more, do I? Are you jumping into the Yellow River yourself? Or do you want this poor Taoist to help you? Master Zhang laughed. Who said he's the river god? He's obviously a fake. Exposed by Master Zhang on the spot, the fake river god flew into a rage. Insolent peasants, how dare you insult this official and say I'm not the river god? With that, he waved his hand, and countless streams of water shot toward Master Zhang. But strangely enough, Master Zhang did not react at all. He simply stood there without moving, yet the water could not touch him in the slightest. Qin Huai immediately stepped forward to shield Master Zhang. How dare you, River God? You dare lay a hand on my master? The River God showed no restraint at all. So if I touch him, men, seize him and bring him here for me. At once, many vicious-looking creatures rose from beneath the river surface. Master Zhang cleared his throat. Qin Huai, now it's your turn. Use the ghost-banishing technique your master taught you. Then Master Zhang touched Qin Huai's forehead with a finger, transmitting the ghost-banishing technique directly into his mind. Instantly, every step of the technique surged into Qin Huai's head like crashing waves. The method and how to perform it became perfectly clear. Qin Huai then took out the writ and loudly recited the incantation. The heavenly Tao completes the 3 and 5 form. Sun and moon together emerge from the dim, enter the dark. Qi spreads the way. Qi links with spirit. Qi moves and wicked ghosts and thieves are all destroyed. Then Qin Huai simply struck each monster on the forehead, and they fell over one after another as though they had encountered their natural nemesis. After dealing with the monsters, Qin Huai told the villagers to go back first. They would handle things here. Once the villagers had all left, Qin Huai shouted for the river god to crawl over in front of him. How dare you speak to this official like that? I think you're tired of living. Offending the river god is a capital crime. Qin Huai said calmly, open your dog eyes and take a good look. What do you think this writ is? The moment the river god saw what Qin Huai was holding, he trembled and collapsed to his knees. Dragon King, Lord Dragon King. This lowly one did not know Lord Dragon King had come. I failed to welcome you from afar. My crime deserves 10,000 deaths. As for the old Taoist, after seeing how respectful the river god was, he was scared out of his wits. But he had already been dealt with by the old turtle, so he was hardly worth worrying about. Woo, Lord Dragon King, this lowly one deserves 10,000 deaths. Please be merciful and spare me. Master Zhang stepped forward from beside him. Lord River God, don't beg for mercy just yet. Shouldn't you reveal your other identity too? The river god immediately answered yes, then transformed into the appearance of the old village chief. So this was another identity of the river god, Lord Dragon King. I was only confused for a moment and deceived by others. Please spare my life, Lord Dragon King. At this moment, the old Taoist, hoping to save his own life, blurted out all of the river god's crimes, even saying that the river god had once eaten human flesh. Naturally, the river god was not willing to die quietly. You stinking Taoist, how dare you dump all the blame on me? If you hadn't bewitched this official in the first place, would I have committed such crimes? If my sins are unforgivable, then yours won't let you live either. The old Taoist immediately turned and tried to flatter Master Zhang. Fellow Taoist, for the sake of us both honoring the three pure ones, could you show some compassion and spare this poor Taoist just once? Without saying a word, Master Zhang swung his hand and gave the old Taoist a painful slap. This slap is for deceiving innocent common people. You're worse than a beast. This second slap is for tarnishing the reputation of the Taoist path and making Taoism bear the blame. And this slap is because you don't even possess the most basic human conscience. You don't deserve to be called human. Only after knocking out 3 teeth did Master Zhang finally stop. The old Taoist's face had gone completely pale, and he begged, Taoist Master, please stop hitting me. I'm worse than a beast. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. The Taoist side of this matter had been dealt with. As for how to handle the river god, that would be up to Qin Huai. After all, he was now the Dragon King of the Yellow River, and he bore responsibility for this matter. By now, the river god had long since been kneeling and kowtowing before Qin Huai, begging for forgiveness. But was it still in time to talk about making amends through merit now? Trembling, the river god said, Lord Dragon King, this matter truly had nothing to do with me. It was all done by the previous Dragon King. Reporting to Lord Dragon King, I truly wasn't like this before. In the past, I was only a minor official in the Yellow River. One year, the village went through a famine, and at that time the village chief even jumped into the river and died. I couldn't bear it, so I took on the village chief's appearance and entered the village to become the chief in his place. At first, I genuinely wanted to help the villagers. Does your lordship still remember the second incident your master mentioned? The one about a girl being drowned in the Yellow River inside an iron cage. That was where the problem started. Back then, it wasn't an ordinary girl being drowned at all. I was carrying out a foolish order from the former Dragon King of the Yellow River. At the time, I also found it very strange that we had to kill a common girl. Why did she have to be drowned? And why did she have to be locked inside an iron cage? With the fierce currents of the Yellow River, any ordinary person thrown and would only die. In fact, it wasn't just an iron cage. There were symbols carved on it as well. Later I learned that it was an ancient formation that could imprison someone inside the iron cage. I was full of doubts, but I could only obey the old Dragon King's orders and throw that girl into the Yellow River. Originally, I thought she would only last 5 minutes before drowning, but unexpectedly, it took 3 whole days before she finally died. I swear everything I just said is the truth. I secretly investigated the matter myself for quite some time, and in the end, I discovered that girl's identity. The one who was drowned was no ordinary person. She was the Yellow River Lady herself. At first, when I found out that girl was the Yellow River Lady, I couldn't believe it either. Later, I realized that she must have been the reincarnated body of the Yellow River Lady, which is why she had been drowned. Qin Huai immediately asked the old turtle about this Yellow River Lady. The old turtle recalled, the Yellow River Lady is an extremely ancient existence. Legend says that when Yu the Great was regulating the Yellow River Basin, he once asked the Yellow River Lady for help. That was why, after Yu the Great successfully controlled the waters of the Yellow River, he allowed the Yellow River Lady to govern the river. You could say her prestige was extremely high. Qin Huai understood. So the former Yellow River Dragon King wanted to kill the Yellow River Lady in order to monopolize control of the Yellow River Basin. The river god replied, Great King, this lowly one does not know. Back then, I was only following orders. If I had known she was the reincarnation of the Yellow River Lady, even if you beat me to death, I would never have dared lay a hand on her. Lord Dragon King, the people of Li Village were not killed by me. The 5 men and 5 women who died in the village were all killed because the Yellow River Lady was taking revenge on this village. Back then, when the Yellow River Lady was drowned, not a single person in the village stood up in opposition. In the village, the Yellow River Lady's identity had been that of a young woman. That young woman had been in a relationship with a married man. So we used the excuse of corrupting public morals to drown her. After hearing this, Qin Huai flew into a rage. You treat human lives like grass. What a fine river god you are. The river god immediately trembled. Please calm your anger, Lord Dragon King. It was the former Dragon King who kept pressuring me. If I hadn't done it, he would have flooded Li Village. I only wanted to protect Li Village. Immortal Xie, who was standing nearby, then asked, then why did you still want to choose several 14-year-old girls and throw them into the river as sacrifices? Was it because their skin was tender and their flesh soft and you wanted to eat them? The river god hurriedly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. This lowly one has never eaten human flesh. It was all slander from that stinking old deist. This village never values girls and always favors sons over daughters. You keep saying it was all for the village's good, but that's all false. Clearly, you're a vicious-hearted man. It's true that I had selfish motives in this matter. The 5 men and 5 women who died in the village were all actually relatives of the village chief. Their deaths were clearly meant as a warning to me. Who knows? Maybe I would be next. I was truly afraid. Originally, I wanted to find a truly capable Taoist master to resolve this matter, but all the ones I invited were frauds without any real skill. How could they possibly deal with the Yellow River Lady? They took the money and ran. Qin Huai thought to himself that perhaps the Yellow River Lady had never died, and that her soul was still in the Yellow River, after which she had begun taking revenge on the people of the village. Then why did you later want to harm the young girls in the village? I had no other choice. If I returned to the Yellow River, I definitely wouldn't meet a good end. I wanted to leave this village, but I had no money. Then I happened to meet that stinking old Taoist. By then, I had already seen too many swindlers, so when that old Taoist came to the village, I told the villagers to drive him away. But unexpectedly, that night, he came to see me and directly knelt in front of me. It turned out he already knew my true identity. So the two of us came up with a plan to squeeze a sum of money out of the village. So you were planning to swindle everyone out of money and then leave the village? Since you also didn't dare return to the Yellow River, where exactly were you planning to go? As for that, the river god had not thought that far yet. He had only thought about getting money first and figuring out the rest later. This immediately infuriated the old turtle standing nearby. What a complete, muddle-headed fool. Qin Huai had only just arrived at the Yellow River, and this fellow had already left him a huge mess. Enough, river god. Stop kneeling. The important thing right now is to properly deal with the matter of the Yellow River Lady. Where was the place where her body was originally sunk? Take me there now. The river god then respectfully began walking ahead, leading Qin Huai's group to the place where the Yellow River Lady had been drowned. As for Master Zhang, he did not go with them. He said he would stay behind to watch the Taoist. Qin Huai also understood Master Zhang's intention. It seemed he wanted Qin Huai to shoulder this on his own. After all, Master Zhang could not stay by his side forever and help him. Very quickly, the river god brought Qin Huai to the place where the Yellow River Lady had once been drowned in the iron cage. Qin Huai immediately ordered the river god to go down to the riverbed and retrieve the iron cage himself. Didn't you want to atone through merit? Then hurry up and do it. Though unwilling, the river god could only answer yes and dive into the riverbed. When he resurfaced, his face changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. This is bad, Lord Dragon King. Something terrible has happened. The body inside the iron cage is gone. Hearing this, Qin Huai immediately sent the big fish down to bring up the iron cage. When the cage surfaced, it was exactly as the river god had said. There was nothing inside it at all. The river god trembled. Lord Dragon King, the Yellow River Lady never died at all. She will definitely come for revenge against me very soon. Qin Huai ordered, tell the water ghost to search the entire upper, middle, and lower reaches of the river and see whether the body of the Yellow River Lady could be found. Old Turtle, you go with him as well. Qin Huai carefully examined the iron cage. The lock looked as though no one had ever touched it, yet the body of the Yellow River Lady had somehow disappeared. A perfectly innocent girl had been drowned like that. It was truly pitiful, and now even her body was nowhere to be found, leaving not a single clue. Afterward, Qin Huai could only return with Immortal Xie to Li Zhong's home first. Master Zhang and the old Taoist had still not returned. By now, Li Zhong's attitude had completely changed from before. I've already prepared a late-night meal, little master. If they haven't come back yet, the two of you can eat first. Qin Huai walked into Li Zhong's house and said to his daughter, from now on, you don't need to worry anymore. No one will dare seize you and throw you into the river again. When Qin Huai said this, Fong Fong and her mother were overjoyed and even wanted to kowtow to thank him. During the meal, Qin Huai asked Li Zhong about a few things. That girl you drowned before, which married man was she involved with? Li Zhong recalled, his name is Li Lu. He lives in the very first house in the village, and he's even the village chief's nephew. He's 25 this year, and he acts effeminate as hell. Honestly, that Li Lu is shameless. He usually flirts around with women all the time. That girl was pitiful too, with no father and no mother. Who would have thought she'd be killed because of him? He was completely fine while that girl lost her life. Was he at the scene tonight? Qin Huai asked again. No, that brat was scared out of his wits and didn't dare come out. Ever since his affair with another woman was exposed, the tigress at home has been keeping a much stricter eye on him. He hasn't left the house for days. On hearing that, Qin Huai shot to his feet in shock. So that means he's still at home right now? I'm not eating anymore. I have to find Li Lu at once. Qin Huai went straight to Li Lu's house at the entrance of the village. Just as he was about to knock, a hand suddenly touched his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw that it was Master Zhang. Qin Huai did not understand why he had also come here. Just then, a rich fragrance drifted into Qin Huai's nose. It smelled so good, better than anything he had ever smelled before. But strangely, when that same scent reached Master Zhang, he said it was unbearably foul. Very soon, a limp-wristed young man came out and opened the door. This must have been Li Lu. Boundless heavenly worthy, this poor Taoist is the priest invited by the village. I'm now going around giving each household a peace talisman. Li Lu gratefully accepted the peace talisman and then invited Qin Huai and the other inside. Qin Huai immediately asked where his wife was, and Li Lu replied that she had returned to her parents' home. It just so happened that Li Lu was cooking a pot of meat stew, and he happily brought it out and invited Qin Huai and Master Zhang to eat with him. The moment Qin Huai saw the meat, he started salivating and was about to pick some up, but Master Zhang stopped him. Qin Huai, where are your manners? It's fine. No need to be polite. This is two-legged mutton. You two probably haven't eaten it before. It's delicious. Only then did Qin Huai take a close look at the bowl of meat in front of him. There was actually a human finger inside his bowl. While Qin Huai was still stunned, Li Lu had already begun wolfing down the human flesh in front of them. Qin Huai hurriedly shouted, "What you're eating isn't any kind of two-legged mutton. It's obviously human flesh." The moment Li Lu heard Qin Huai say this, he immediately felt sickened. He instantly vomited up everything he had just put into his mouth. Qin Huai was about to step forward to support Li Lu, but Master Zhang told him to leave him alone. This is the cycle of cause and effect. From the moment he ate two-legged mutton, his ending was already decided. Next, Li Lu began vomiting up his own intestines. He dragged them out of himself and then collapsed onto the ground, dead or alive. No one could tell. He's dead? No wonder Master said earlier that it smelled foul. The smell of cooking human flesh really is revolting. Master, why was it that the moment I said Li Lu was eating human flesh, it was like he instantly woke up from a trance? Master Zhang explained, when you said he was eating human flesh, what you actually did was break the demonic delusion in his heart. All this time, he had believed he was eating two-legged mutton. It's a long story. Thousands of years ago, during dark ages of war and chaos, there was no food, so people began eating human flesh. Among them, marching armies were the cruelest. They thought women had tender skin and soft flesh and would taste better. Along their campaigns, they ate tens of thousands of women. Since women were human beings, they were called two-legged sheep. Qin Huai, when others are the butcher's knife and we're the fish on the chopping block. Once things reach that point, there is no turning back. You must become strong so that you can protect yourself and the people around you. Qin Huai made up his mind. Yes, Master, I will remember it well. Then who was it that caused Li Lu to hallucinate that he was eating two-legged sheep? Master Zhang replied, you want to know who planted that delusion in him, don't you? Then we have to ask someone. He'll definitely have the answer. If you want to know the truth, the most direct way is to ask Li Lu himself. Qin Huai and immortal Xie stared blankly, not understanding. Wasn't Li Lu already dead? How could they ask him anything? But if Master said so, then he definitely had a way. Master Zhang then returned to the room and took back the peace talisman he had previously given Li Lu from his hand. Seize the wandering soul. Urgent as the law decrees, open. As soon as Master Zhang finished speaking, the deadly Lu suddenly let out a few muffled sounds and sat up in front of Qin Huai. Obey my command. I will ask you a few questions now, and you must answer me honestly. Qin Huai immediately stepped forward and asked, I'm asking you, who was it that fed you two-legged sheep? Li Lu replied like a soulless corpse, Wufa, Taoist. Wufa Taoist. I had thought it was the Yellow River Lady. Back when the Wuming clan made a move against me, they said someone had commissioned them. Now it seems very likely that Wufa Taoist was the one behind it too. Qin Huai asked Li Lu again about Wufa Taoist's whereabouts, but he seemed to know nothing at all. Qin Huai was about to press further when Li Lu suddenly grunted and collapsed to the ground again. It looked like Wufa Taoist had placed some kind of forbidden curse on him, making it impossible for him to reveal anymore. Let's head back first. He just died, so nothing should happen tonight. Before returning, Qin Huai gave it some thought. He wondered who the two-legged sheep Li Lu had eaten were. Ever since Li Lu had been kept under his wife's watch, he had not left the house for a very long time. After they returned to Li Zhong's home, the river god and Old Turtle were already there, and the task Qin Huai had assigned earlier had long been completed. Qin Huai ordered the river god to continue pretending to be the village chief and simply follow his instructions. Right, when something happened in your village before, a man named Wufa Taoist came here, didn't he? The river god hurriedly replied, Lord Dragon King truly knows all. Half a month ago, a Taoist named Wufa Taoist really did come to our village. This Wufa Taoist was not a very upright man. On the very first night after he arrived, he asked me to arrange for a young woman to attend to him. If I hadn't been left with absolutely no choice, I would never have harmed anyone in the village. So I refused him on the spot and drove him away like some wandering charlatan. Oh, right? On the day Wufa Taoist entered the village, something strange happened too. I heard someone saw the Yellow River Lady appear in the village. That person is already dead, so it can't be verified, but there was no reason for him to lie to us. That day, when I drove Wufa Taoist away, he left immediately, but before leaving he said one thing to me. If I regretted it, I could go find him at Mount Ziwu. He said Mount Ziwu. It's several miles from here. There seems to be a Taoist temple on Mount Ziwu, and its incense offerings are quite prosperous. Qin Huai thought to himself, could Wufa Taoist have gone to that temple? All right, there are some things you're better off not knowing. Hurry and have someone deal with what happened in Li Lu's house first. Li Lu was put under a demonic delusion, ate his own wife, and then died violently afterward. After the river god left to handle Li Lu's matter, Qin Huai and Master Zhang immediately set off for Mount Ziwu. After traveling a while longer, Master Zhang suddenly stopped and said, I can't go any farther. If I keep going, you'll run into trouble, Qin Huai. Do you see the couplets pasted on both sides of the temple gate? The first line reads, knock at heaven's gate, drive evil spirits before the high ones. The second reads, strike earth's threshold, break the watch wind at Thundergate. Someone is provoking you. This is a Taoist temple. It should be hanging temple couplets. At the very least, it could have something about the three pure ones, slaying demons and exterminating evil. But instead, it has a pair of couplets from a thunder god temple, inviting the thunder god to protect this Taoist temple. If you dare, take one more step forward now, you'll be blasted by the five thunders. Most of the immortals in heaven are from the Taoist tradition. Strictly speaking, everyone is one family, so there is nothing wrong with a Taoist temple inviting the thunder god to guard it. Have you forgotten what your master told you? Now is exactly the time for you to temper yourself. Go on, walk forward. Your master is behind you cheering you on. Hearing this, Qin Huai could only steel himself and step forward. The weather was normal now. Could the five thunders really strike? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Qin Huai suddenly felt a fierce wind rise out of nowhere. Qin Huai, he's challenging you. Don't let him look down on you. Don't disgrace the dignity of our heavenly master's mansion. Hearing Master Zhang say that, Qin Huai made up his mind. Master was right. He could not let their heavenly master's mansion lose face. No matter what, he had to keep going. Sure enough, the moment Qin Huai advanced, thunder and lightning immediately appeared over Mount Ziwu. The bow was drawn and the arrow released. There was no turning back now. He could only move forward. Qin Huai's next step truly summoned heavenly lightning from the sky. In an instant, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck his body, and powerful currents invaded every cell in him. Though his whole body was in agony, Qin Huai knew he was not dead. Perhaps Master Zhang was still secretly protecting him from behind. After forcing himself back to his feet, Qin Huai bravely moved forward once more, and another bolt of heavenly thunder struck his body. From behind, Master Zhang shouted, "Don't worry about it. Just keep boldly moving forward." At last, after enduring so much pain and hardship, Qin Huai finally made it to the entrance of the Taoist temple. He immediately tore down the couplets hanging in front of it. My disciple has already torn down the couplets. Taoist friend, are you still refusing to come out and meet us? Right after that, a voice rang out from inside the temple. Ha, my young friend, you've grown fast. To withstand the thunder god's heavenly lightning without suffering any harm truly surprises this poor Taoist. It seemed this man was indeed Wufa Taoist. The moment he appeared, Master Zhang stepped forward and demanded, "You invited 3 bolts of heavenly thunder to strike my disciple. Shouldn't it now be Qin Huai's turn to invite 3 bolts of heavenly thunder to strike you?" Wufa replied calmly, "Last time, this poor Taoist lost a wager to you. How about we make another bet this time?" Qin Huai stared in shock at the man before him. It really was Wufa Taoist. This fellow had truly survived with only a scrap of flesh left on him. Aren't you still searching for the Yellow River Lady? If you win, I will tell you where she is. Well, do you dare to bet? Everything in this world lies within this poor Taoist palm. Naturally, that includes you. So of course I know you are looking for the Yellow River Lady. And if we lose? Qin Huai asked at once. Very simple. If you lose, then let this poor Taoist take 1 bite of you. What do you say? 1 bite. What kind of perverse demand was that? Was he planning to treat him like a 2-legged sheep and eat his flesh? But before Qin Huai could think more about it, Master Zhang beside him had already nodded in agreement. If Master had agreed, then he must have confidence in it. Then what exactly are you betting on this time? Wufa said, "Since you have become the Yellow River Dragon King, then this time let's use the Yellow River as our wager." A few days ago, while this poor Taoist was wandering through the Yellow River, I discovered a bronze coffin inside it. I will bet with you on whether the person inside that bronze coffin is alive or dead. How about it? Don't worry. This poor Taoist has always kept his word. I have absolutely never opened the coffin to look inside. In fact, how about this? I'll even let you guess first. Qin Huai did not immediately agree to Wufa Taoist's wager. Instead, he consulted with Master Zhang. They would first go look at that coffin before deciding. Wufa Taoist immediately went ahead to lead the way, but on the road, he kept asking Qin Huai questions. "My young friend, when you were born, were there any strange phenomena? What hour and minute were you born? When you were born, did your father slaughter a chicken as a sacrifice?" Very soon, he led Qin Huai to the bank of the Yellow River. "This is your territory. The coffin lies downstream along this stretch of river. Go down and have a look yourself." Qin Huai, an old turtle, quickly dived to the bottom of the Yellow River and discovered the coffin. It lay deep beneath the riverbed and was extremely hard to find. Qin Huai and the old turtle spirit both tried, but they could not open the lid at all. Moreover, it gave off an unsettlingly sinister feeling. After Qin Huai returned to the riverbank, Wufa said, "Well, my young friend, this poor Taoist didn't lie to you, did I? I can't open this coffin either, so you don't need to overthink it." But Qin Huai had one question. If neither of them could open it, then how could they know whether the person inside was alive or dead? How could they make the bet at all? Wufa firmly said he had a way. All Qin Huai needed to do was make a choice. Qin Huai looked toward Master Zhang, but at this moment the latter left the choice entirely to Qin Huai. Qin Huai fell into thought. The coffin had just given him a sinister feeling, so the one sleeping inside could not possibly be a living person. If what lay inside was a corpse, a walking dead, or something else, that surely would not count as a living person. But a crafty man like Wufa Taoist would not make a wager with him over something so simple. In the end, Qin Huai chose alive. Hearing that, Wufa even asked Qin Huai if he wanted to change his answer, but Qin Huai resolutely refused. "Good. Then at midnight tomorrow night, we will open the coffin and see together whether the person inside is alive or dead." With that, the Taoist laughed loudly and left. Still uneasy, Qin Huai ordered Old Turtle to instruct the water monsters below to guard the coffin until the next day and not let Wufa Taoist tamper with it beforehand. A bronze coffin in the Yellow River? Interesting. Only then did Zhang Yicheng speak softly. "Qin Huai, do you know? Back then, when the Yellow River flooded, you the Great devoted an immense amount of effort to controlling the waters. There is a legend that after you the Great died, he was buried in the Yellow River in a bronze coffin." Qin Huai was immediately shocked. "Master, are you saying the one buried in that bronze coffin is you the Great? Then haven't I already lost?" Master Zhang immediately shook his head. "I never said the one buried inside was you the Great. There are more secrets in the Yellow River than you can imagine. Have you forgotten what your master told you before? Earlier, I told you there is said to be a great destiny hidden within the Yellow River. I have a feeling this coffin is related to that great destiny. That's all I can say. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. It would be better for you to experience it for yourself. Just then, a wooden boat suddenly rose up from beneath the waters of the Yellow River. Qin Huai stared blankly. How did it come up from underwater? Master, should we go over and take a look? But Zhang Yiqing immediately pulled him back. What does someone else's boat have to do with you? Even if this is strange, it is none of your business. Let's go back. After returning to rest, Qin Huai kept wondering about that boat, and Master Zhang explained. That was a ghost boat. Ghost boats usually appear in places with heavy yin energy, and that boat just now came from the spot where the coffin is. So do you know what that means? Qin Huai reasoned it out. Master means that if a ghost boat rose out of the water there, then the place it came from must have extremely heavy yin energy. And if the yin energy is that heavy, then 8 or 9 times out of 10, the one inside is dead. Early the next morning, Old Turtle returned to report that he had thoroughly instructed the water monsters below and that there would be no mistakes. As for Master Zhang, he was nowhere to be seen this morning. He had always been elusive, appearing and disappearing like a divine dragon. So he had probably gone off to do something mysterious again. Just then, Li Zhong pushed open the door and came in looking flustered. Little Master, something terrible has happened. The village chief told me to hurry and invite you both over. The place Li Zhong led Qin Huai to was their village graveyard. It turned out that for some unknown reason, a stone stele had appeared in the middle of a huge pit there. Qin Huai immediately ordered the village chief to first have all the villagers go back home. After all the villagers had left, the village chief began to explain. Last night, I had the villagers dig a grave to bury Li Lu. But no matter how we dug, the pit wouldn't hold shape. The earth kept collapsing, which is why the hole became so big. At the time, I felt something was off, so I told the villagers to dig a little deeper. That was when we uncovered this stone stele. I was the first to see the writing on it. After looking closely, I didn't know what to do, so I covered it with mud. The 3 characters on the grave marker were, Tomb of Yu the Great. Wasn't Yu the Great buried beneath the river? How could he be here instead, and in the village's graveyard at that? Though Qin Huai still did not understand what exactly was going on, from his point of view, digging into someone else's grave was already a grave act of disrespect. So the only thing to do was fill the pit back in first. But the river god said it could not be filled in because there were still several more lines of writing below. If the bronze coffin vanishes unseen, make no sound. When the coffin is opened and a person is seen, do not spread word. If you see a strange boat traveling the river's surface, stop it and ask, and all will become clear. Qin Huai immediately formed a guess. Judging by these lines, the bronze coffin in the Yellow River was certainly not Yu the Great's tomb. If it was not him, then who was buried there? Perhaps they could only wait until tonight, when the bronze coffin was opened, to know the truth. This matter cannot be known by the villagers. Stay here and watch over it. If anyone comes near, inform me immediately. Night quickly arrived. It was almost time to open the coffin, but Qin Huai still had not seen even a trace of Master Zhang. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon swooped down into Qin Huai's hand. It carried a letter on its body, very likely sent to Qin Huai by Master Zhang. But when he opened it, it was actually a letter from Wufa Daoist. Young friend, don't forget about our wager to open the coffin. Just as Qin Huai finished reading it, Master Zhang finally appeared. The moment he saw his master, Qin Huai immediately told him about how the villagers had dug up Yu the Great's tombstone. After hearing it, Master Zhang said softly, "Now I will tell you several things you must remember. They concern whether you can win tonight. First, if that stone stele tells you to stop the boat and ask questions, then just do as it says. If the boat refuses to stop when you block it, then say that you are the first chief disciple of the great emperor of the underworld. There's one more thing you must listen to carefully. At first, when Yu the Great dredged channels to control the floodwaters, he guided the Yellow River into the sea. Only then did the flooding finally ease. But the first person sent to control the Yellow River was not Yu the Great, but Gun, Yu the Great's father. Because Gun spent 9 years controlling the Yellow River without success, he was put to death. Only after that did Yu the Great take over. Later, Yu the Great killed a man, the leader of the Fong Fong clan. But afterward, rumors spread that Fong Fong had not actually died. Instead, Yu the Great had used the killing as a cover to deceive others and made him the first Yellow River Dragon King. The first Yellow River Dragon King was not like the Dragon Kings of today. They did not have such long lifespans. Didn't I tell you before that ordinary immortals can live up to 3,000 years? But the Yellow River Dragon King back then could only live a few hundred years. After a few hundred years, Fong Fong feared death and buried himself inside a bronze coffin. So later, when the coffin is opened, if Fong Fong is lying inside and refuses to wake, tell him this. Yu the Great is enraged and wants to exterminate the entire Fong Fong clan. Qin Huai, have you remembered it clearly? After instructing Qin Huai, Master Zhang left again, saying he still had other matters to handle and would not accompany Qin Huai to the wager with Wufa Daoist. When Qin Huai's group reached the bank of the Yellow River, they saw that Wufa Daoist had already been there for who knew how long. Young friend, your master didn't come with you today? You're in such a hurry. Looks like you're already sure of victory. In that case, this poor Taoist won't beat around the bush. Tell your subordinates to bring up the bronze coffin. At Qin Huai's command, the water monsters guarding the Yellow River immediately hauled up an astonishingly heavy bronze coffin. What a fine bronze coffin. It's just a pity to bury him in it. Young friend, tell me, what if this coffin were used to bury you instead? Qin Huai flew into a rage at once. Why don't you bury yourself in it? Haha, this poor Taoist would like to, but alas, I lack the fortune to enjoy it. When I was young, a great immortal of boundless power already calculated it for me. This poor Taoist will never need a coffin in this lifetime. From aside, Xie Dao added, doesn't that great immortal mean you'll die without even a burial place? Wufa Daoist was left speechless by that remark. Oof, what a sharp-tongued girl. Fine, this poor Daoist won't say more. Let's open the coffin now. Suddenly, Wufa Daoist snapped the pigeon's neck and dripped its blood onto the bronze coffin. Strangely enough, even though the pigeon's neck had already been twisted off, it still seemed to be alive. Right after that, the coffin lid was easily pushed open. Inside lay a young man whose body was still completely intact. Qin Huai guessed that this person was very likely the Fong Fong clan leader's master had mentioned earlier. The man showed no reaction at all. It seemed he was unwilling to get up. He would have to use the method master had taught him to wake him. But before Qin Huai could act, Wufa Daoist moved first. He used the blood on his fingertip and pressed it hard onto the forehead of the person in the coffin. I was careless just now and accidentally let the pigeon's blood drip onto the corpse. Young friend, don't wrong this poor Daoist. If you don't want it there, I can wipe the blood off now. Afraid that this sly old man would pull another trick, Qin Huai stepped forward to wipe away the blood, only to discover that it could not be wiped off at all. Young friend, I don't suppose this poor Taoist needs to say who won and who lost this wager, do I? So where will you let me take my bite of flesh? Qin Huai still refused to give up. He checked the man's breathing and found none, and there was no heartbeat either. Judging by those signs, he truly was dead. But things could not be that simple. Qin Huai had only one final method left, to do as Master Zhang had instructed. Yu the Great is enraged and wants to wipe out the entire Fong Fong clan. But even after Qin Huai said that, the person in the coffin still lay there motionless. It was obvious that Wufa Daoist had tampered with the corpse. Otherwise, according to what Master had said, the Fong Fong clan leader cared deeply about the life and death of his entire clan and should have awakened for certain. Perhaps Fong Fong had heard the voice and was struggling to wake, but the fresh blood on his forehead was suppressing him, making it impossible for him to rise no matter how much he wanted to. The surging waters of the Yellow River might have been manipulated by Fong Fong himself. Because he was being suppressed, he couldn't control the Yellow River's waters to leave the river. If he really had once been the Yellow River Dragon King, then the Yellow River's waters should definitely work on him, right? Qin Huai immediately had an idea and controlled the water from beneath the Yellow River to rise up and cover the bronze coffin. Wufa Daoist sneered from the side, "Stop wasting your effort. Even if you do that, he still won't come back to life. The dead are dead." But at that moment, Qin Huai had already lost control of himself. His body was moving on its own, clearly being controlled by Fong Fong. What his master had said was right. Fong Fong was definitely the first Dragon King. At this point, Wufa Daoist could no longer hold back. He wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Qin Huai's body. Seeing that Wufa was about to make a move, the old turtle rushed forward to stop him, but Wufa casually flung him aside, leaving him utterly unable to resist. After knocking the old turtle away, Wufa charged straight at Qin Huai at a speed no one could keep up with. Just then, a stream of water shot directly at Wufa, stopping him from attacking Qin Huai. At last, the person inside the coffin awakened. You stinking Taoist. You dare attack this king? I was already about to wake up. Did you think you could stop me? Another palm strike condensed from water slammed straight into Wufa Daoist, sending him flying far away like a rag. Humph. If my true body were here, do you think you could have injured me? Qin Huai stepped forward. Wufa, you lost. Can you tell me now where the Yellow River Lady is? Wufa Daoist said resentfully. The Yellow River Lady's soul is locked inside the Daoist temple. Go there and get it yourself. Qin Huai finally let out a breath of relief when he saw old Wufa leave. Luckily, Fong Fong was here. Without Master around, there really would have been no way to deal with Wufa Daoist. At that moment, Fong Fong walked over and asked, "Boy, were you the one chattering in this king's ear just now?" Qin Huai stammered, "Why, yes, it was me, but that was only to provoke you." It wasn't true. Before Qin Huai could finish speaking, Fong Fong rushed straight at him with a cold expression. Trembling in fear, Qin Huai hugged his head, ready to receive Fong Feng's wrath, but to his surprise, Fong Fong ran straight past him. So he hadn't been planning to attack him, after all? Was he chasing after Wufa Daoist? It felt like tonight's matter still wasn't over yet. Still, he had won the wager against Wufa Daoist and managed to keep a piece of flesh on his body. Now that he knew where the Yellow River Lady was, Qin Huai ordered the water monsters to carry the coffin back underwater. Then he, Shi Jiao, and the old turtle would go to Ziwu Temple to rescue the Yellow River Lady. Just then, the ghost ship Qin Huai had encountered the night before suddenly surfaced again. Everything tonight really was lining up perfectly. The Tomb of You the Great had the words "Stop the boat" and "Ask questions" written on it, so he might as well give it a try. Qin Huai leaped straight in front of the large ship to block it and shouted for it to stop, but the ship had no intention of stopping at all. If he hadn't dodged just now, he definitely would have been rammed. Right, Master had said that if the ship didn't stop, then this was what he had to do. I am the chief disciple of the underworld, Great Emperor Qin Huai. Today I have a few questions for you. The moment Qin Huai finished speaking, the ghost ship actually stopped. A faceless man stepped out from the ship and stared at Qin Huai. If you have questions, ask them quickly. Qin Huai froze for a moment, then asked a stupid question. Where did your face go? The faceless man laughed. Interesting. Boy, do you want to know your lifespan? As time passes, no one in this world can escape death. It's just that some people die without ever knowing how much life they had left and meet death in confusion. So, do you want to know your lifespan? To Qin Huai, wasn't lifespan written in the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death? Life and death were predetermined. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do about it, so he had no desire to know how much time he had left. What he wanted to know was something related to the Yellow River. Back when you the Great controlled the floods of the Yellow River, was he buried beneath the Yellow River or near it? The faceless man replied, "Who told you the Great is dead? He isn't dead." Qin Huai didn't understand. If he's not dead, then why was you the Great's tomb discovered? Ah, the waters of the Yellow River have flowed for thousands of years. Do you think you the Great would be willing to die? Since we met today, it must be fate, so let me give you a few words. First, on the day the Yellow River runs dry, you will definitely die. Boy, there is nothing in this world that is impossible. Do you think the Yellow River can't run dry? Haven't you ever seen immortals and demons? The second thing is this. On the upper reaches of the Yellow River, there's a bend in the river. Beside that bend lives someone. Go find him and tell him that someone died in the river. The dead one cried in the water for 3 days. When the time comes, that person will understand why you came looking for him. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you want to live, go find him. As for the third thing, if I do not enter hell, then who will? If you want to know more, take a trip down to the underworld. As the chief disciple of the underworld, taking a stroll through the underworld shouldn't be difficult for you, right? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Seeing that the man was about to leave, Qin Huai hurriedly asked one final question. Can we enter you the Great's tomb? The man's boat immediately began to move, and just before the ship vanished completely, the faceless man left behind a single answer, yes. After leaving the Yellow River, Qin Huai immediately headed straight for Ziwu Temple. It was already midnight by then, and the people inside had probably all gone to sleep. Not far away, he saw a woman tied to a pillar with iron chains. Could she be the Yellow River Lady? Qin Huai walked over and struck hard, instantly shattering the iron chains binding the woman. Are you the Yellow River Lady? We've come to save you. Where is your physical body? We'll help you get it back. The Yellow River Lady shook her head. No need. My physical body has already been eaten. Qin Huai remembered that Wu Fa had wanted to eat a piece of his flesh earlier. It seemed that there was an 80 or 90% chance that it had been that bastard who ate it. What a pervert. Qin Huai recounted everything that had happened. After she had been drowned, many things had occurred in the village as well. Quite a few boys and girls had been sacrificed in the name of offering them to the river god. And Li Lu had even killed himself, dying miserably. The Yellow River Lady seemed no longer to care and said, "There's no need to mention worldly matters. Who are you, and why did you come here to save me?" Qin Huai replied, "I'm the newly appointed Dragon King of the Yellow River. I heard the Yellow River Lady was imprisoned, so I came to investigate. You helped free me, and I have nothing to repay you with. Do you want to see you the Great? Back when you the Great controlled the floods of the Yellow River, he had deep ties with me. He may very well appear again tonight. If you want to see him, follow me." As they walked, Qin Huai thought to himself, "Master said that after people die, their heels cannot touch the ground. Right now, the Yellow River Lady was only a soul, so how could her heels touch the ground?" Qin Huai suddenly stopped. Was your physical body really eaten? If it really was, then look at what's on the ground. Only the living cast shadows. Corpses do not, much less souls. And yet you have a shadow. So you're not the Yellow River Lady. You're Wufa Taoist, aren't you? Couldn't your blind the eye trick be any better, old man? Exposed, old Wufa stopped pretending. His disguise dropped away, and he said, "Looks like the disciple raised by the Celestial Master's mansion does have some ability after all." Qin Huai immediately flew into a rage. "You shameless old bastard. Tell me right now where the real Yellow River Lady is." Wufa Dawa said, "How about this? Let's make another bet." But of course Qin Huai refused. The old man had already lost the previous wager, and now he wanted to go back on his word. It really wouldn't look good to lose and then refuse to honor the agreement, would it? The real Yellow River Lady is indeed in the Taoist temple. Right now she's disguised as a young Taoist acolyte, but it's late already, so she's probably gone to rest. If the two of you come early tomorrow morning, you'll definitely see her. Although Qin Huai still didn't completely trust the old man's words, he could only leave for the time being and come back in the morning. "Friend, you'll regret not betting with me. After all, this is your only chance to defeat me fairly." Qin Huai ignored Wu Fa's words and went with Shi Jiao and the old turtle toward Yu the Great's tomb. With only the river god there, he didn't feel at ease. When they arrived, they found the river god lying unconscious on the ground, with no idea who had attacked him. After being woken up, the river god explained that he had followed Qin Huai's instructions and stayed here on guard without daring to leave even half a step. But then a sinister wind had swept over, and after that he couldn't remember anything. More importantly, Yu the Great's tomb was now gone. Afraid of being blamed, the river god kept insisting that the matter had nothing to do with him. "It's fine. If it's gone, it's gone. We've been busy all night, and dawn is almost here. Let's go back to the village and rest first." According to Qin Huai's guess, it was possible that Fong Fong had taken Yu the Great's tomb away, or perhaps Yu the Great really wasn't dead and had moved his own tomb himself. Although he didn't know the exact reason, finding Yu the Great's tomb again would probably be difficult. Since that was the case, he might as well leave it alone. After returning to Li Zhong's house, everyone was exhausted after a whole day of hardship, and Li Zhong served them a hearty meal. After eating, Qin Huai took the river god and Shi Jiao to meet the Yellow River Lady, while the old turtle stayed behind to rest. As soon as they reached the Taoist temple, they saw a young Taoist priest sweeping the ground in front of the entrance. The moment the river god saw this person, he immediately dropped to his knees. "Yellow River Lady, this humble one knows his mistake. I beg the Yellow River Lady to spare this humble one." After only a few kowtows, the river god's head was already covered in blood, and Qin Huai quickly stopped him. "Yellow River Lady, I am Qin Huai, the new Dragon King of the Yellow River." Before Qin Huai could finish, the Yellow River Lady cut him off. "I know, you all should leave. From now on, I will cultivate quietly in this Taoist temple. I will no longer concern myself with the affairs of the Yellow River. Don't come here to disturb me again. That's all." Qin Huai hurriedly said, "Back then, you also rendered great service in controlling the Yellow River's floods. If this is your wish, then I, this official, will respect it." After that, Qin Huai took the river god and left without disturbing the Yellow River Lady any further. At that moment, the rain was still pouring down heavily, and three strange figures appeared before Qin Huai's group. "Are you the Yellow River Dragon King?" Yellow River Dragon King, receive the decree. By order of the Four Seas Dragon Kings, the Yellow River Dragon King is specially summoned to the Dragon Palace. Qin Huai accepted the decree and quickly asked, "Did the Four Seas Dragon Kings say why they were looking for me?" That man only left behind the words, "If there's business, you'll know once you go," and then hurried off. Only then did Qin Huai think of something. Hadn't the previous EC Dragon King died not long ago? Could there already be a new Dragon King? The Four Seas Dragon Kings. Wouldn't that match the Butcher Uncle's dream exactly? When the Four Seas Dragon Kings gathered together, would Butcher Uncle also appear? Still, he kept feeling that something wasn't right. There had to be some hidden scheme behind this. Shi Jiao, standing nearby, looked worried because after all, it was Qin Huai who had beheaded the former East Sea Dragon King. Going to the Dragon Palace now might very well invite revenge. When a Yellow River god heard that, his eyes widened. Lord Dragon King, was it really you who beheaded the East Sea Dragon King before? This humble one truly failed to recognize greatness. I offended you before, my lord. I beg Lord Dragon King to forgive this humble one. Naturally, Qin Huai didn't care about old matters. What's past is past. There's no need to bring it up again. In the future, just help me properly manage the affairs of the Yellow River. After returning to Li Zhong's house, Qin Huai handed the document he had just received to the old turtle to take a look. If it was really as the document said, then the East Sea Dragon Palace had probably established a new Dragon King, and that was why they were inviting him over. Shi Jiao said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Qin Huai now has a blood feud with the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm afraid this is a trap to lure him in. Miss Shi Jiao is right. However, the East Sea Dragon Palace is currently setting up a new king. If Lord Qin, as the Yellow River Dragon King, does not go, and they report it to the Jade Emperor, then Lord Qin will be in the wrong and will lose the moral high ground. Qin Huai spoke up. Last time the Jade Emperor already invested me as an upper immortal. Now I've just become the new Dragon King of the Yellow River, and I'm also an upper immortal of heaven. They probably wouldn't dare do anything too excessive. Shi Jiao, stay here and wait for Master. If he comes back, tell him that I've gone to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Very soon, led by a giant fish, Qin Huai and the old turtle arrived before the East Sea Dragon Palace. The moment he got there, Qin Huai saw that the subordinates of the East Sea Dragon Palace were looking at him with hostile eyes. It seemed the Dragon Palace's enmity toward him still hadn't faded at all. After all, he had beheaded their Dragon King. As soon as Qin Huai arrived, he immediately bowed in greeting. This river official pays respects to the three great Dragon Kings. The three Dragon Kings immediately let out a cold snort. Lord Qin's courtesy is something we can't bear. Stop playing dumb there. You know very well what you've done. Seeing the attitude of the people before him, Qin Huai knew they were deliberately making things difficult for him. Perhaps he ought to slip away as soon as possible before the three Dragon Kings joined forces to pressure him. Qin Huai replied, everything this river official did was in accordance with the Jade Emperor's decree. If the three great Dragon Kings have any objections, you may go audience the Jade Emperor. The Southern Sea Dragon King was about to fly into a rage, but the Northern Sea Dragon King stopped him. Fourth brother, don't be hot-tempered. We didn't summon King Qin here today to question his crimes. Besides, King Qin is now an upper immortal of heaven. If you offend Lord Qin, and he returns and reports it to the Jade Emperor, the only one who will suffer will be you. The old turtle beside them also chimed in, Your Majesty the Dragon King. Upper Immortal Qin has always acted according to the Jade Emperor's will. In many matters, he had no choice. The Northern Sea Dragon King immediately flared up. How dare you? Is there any place here for you to speak? Your Majesties, if today you intend to call me here to denounce me, then forgive this subject for being unable to accompany you. I have only just taken office as the Yellow River Dragon King, and there are still many matters I must handle. Yellow River Dragon King, you are truly bold. Do you believe that this king can charge you with insubordination and strip you of your title as Yellow River Dragon King? Qin Huai knew clearly that the old man before him was sinister and wanted to force him to give up his position as Yellow River Dragon King. But wouldn't that be exactly what the man wanted? Southern Sea Dragon King, what this subject is about to say next may offend you, so let me bow first to show my apology. If I remember correctly, I'm a subject of the East Sea Dragon Palace, while you're the Dragon King of the Southern Sea. So I want to ask you one question. What gives you the right to govern me? If your majesties have nothing else, then this subject will take his leave first. Just as Qin Huai was about to leave, a cold voice rang out. Lord Qin certainly cuts an imposing figure. The moment this person appeared, the old turtle beside Qin Huai reminded him, My lord, this is the East Sea Dragon Palace's second crown prince, Yazi. Yellow River Dragon King Qin Huai, Lord Qin, right? I have long heard of Lord Qin's great reputation. Seeing you today truly leaves this crown prince in awe. Qin Huai had a father-killing feud with this man, so his attitude was fully within expectations. You're too modest. You even dared kill the East Sea Dragon King. I'm afraid you don't even place the entire East Sea in your eyes, do you? Just now you said that my 3 uncles were not qualified to govern you. Then let me ask you, am I, this crown prince, qualified to govern you or not? Your Highness, the second crown prince, is of course qualified to govern this subject. But a subject is still a subject, not something for the dragon kings to scold and amuse themselves with. You're still speaking hard? Let's see how long that hard mouth of yours lasts. As he spoke, Yazi drew the sword from the guard beside him. The old turtle immediately stepped forward to shield Qin Huai, but Qin Huai told him to step back. Let me see how the second crown prince intends to treat his own subject, how he intends to treat an upper immortal of heaven, and whether he places the Jade Emperor in his eyes at all. The words had already been spoken. If this Yazi really dared to make a move, then it would be rebellion. If Qin Huai died, heaven would certainly deal with the entire East Sea Dragon Palace clan. The clansmen nearby were also afraid Yazi might truly go mad and kill Qin Huai, so they hurried forward to stop him. Your Highness, please think again. Lord Qin is the Yellow River Dragon King and also an upper immortal of heaven. He cannot be killed. Right now, what matters most is establishing the new king. Even the Dragon Kings of the Northern Sea and the others had to step forward at this point to persuade Yazi a little. And in truth, Yazi really didn't dare kill him. What he had done just now had merely been to test Qin Huai. Lord Qin is indeed tough. Just now, this crown prince only wanted to test you a little. I hope Lord Qin won't blame me. Very well. The reason we've gathered here today is to discuss an important matter. After saying that, he ordered his subordinates to bring over a chair for Qin Huai. But it was obvious that this chair was meant for someone of lower standing. 3 Dragon Kings, distinguished lords, our East Sea Dragon Palace is now like a flock of dragons without a head. The reason we urgently invited everyone here today is to choose a new master. Lord Qin, what do you think of Crown Prince Yazi? Qin Huai replied calmly, sure, I have no objection. After all, no matter who becomes the new East Sea Dragon King, they'll still hold a grudge against me. It's all the same. King Qin, this king knows that your abilities reach the heavens. You even possess the Jade Emperor's personal Jade token. We truly admire a man of such capability. If the Dragon Palace wishes to install a new king, it must first seek the Jade Emperor's approval. We would like to ask Lord Qin to write a memorial requesting that Crown Prince Yazi be invested as the new Dragon King. Qin Huai immediately understood. So after beating him down and then soothing him, their real aim was to make him request the investiture for Crown Prince Yazi. Why not have a Grand Chancellor write it? Surely his memorial would carry more weight than mine. The Southern Sea Dragon King immediately said, the Grand Chancellor has been ill lately and needs rest, so it would be inconvenient for him to write the memorial. Did they really take him for a fool? Most likely the Grand Chancellor did not support Crown Prince Yazi becoming the East Sea Dragon King and had been imprisoned by them. They wanted to bypass the eldest Crown Prince, Chionyo, and place Yazi directly on the throne of the East Sea. Under the current circumstances, if he said the wrong thing, he might not leave here alive. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Better stabilize them first and think of a way out later. These past few days, I've actually felt deeply guilty and ashamed. At last I have a chance to make amends. I only hope that when the time comes, the new Dragon King will not blame this subject. Yazi hurriedly replied, Lord Qin, you can rest assured about that. All past grudges are like clouds blown away by the wind. This crown prince is certainly not the sort to hold a grudge forever. The subordinates at the side also hurried to flatter him. If Crown Prince Yazi becomes Dragon King, he will definitely bring the East Sea Dragon Palace to new heights. Long live Dragon King Yazi. Old Turtle, what are you standing there in a daze for? This is a great, joyous occasion for our East Sea Dragon Palace. Come celebrate with us too. This matter concerns the Dragon Palace itself. How can it be delayed? The sooner it is handled, the sooner the Dragon Palace can rejoice. This subject will take his leave first and immediately return to the Yellow River residence to draft the memorial to the Jade Emperor. But the people from the Southern Sea instantly darkened their expressions. So Lord Qin intends to leave? Just as Qin Huai guessed, they would not let him slip away so easily. His master had once said that the more critical the moment, the calmer one had to remain. Of course not. It's just that drafting a memorial for investiture requires my official seal and the command token for submitting petitions, and I do not have them with me. If I write it alone, I'm also afraid there may be parts that are poorly done. Therefore, I hope Crown Prince Yazi will send someone to assist this humble subject." After hearing this, Yazi nodded. "Good. This Crown Prince trusts you. Submitting a memorial to the Jade Emperor is a major matter, so I will send someone to help you. Huang Qin, accompany Lord Qin on this trip." Qin Huai then pretended to bid Yazi and the three Dragon Kings a respectful farewell before leaving at once. So they had only sent one man to follow and watch him. He had to think of a way to shake him off. Qin Huai immediately ordered Big Fish to increase speed to the limit. Big Fish acknowledged the command and instantly surged forward with all its strength. "Lord Qin, this lowly one has something important to report. There is a whirlpool ahead. Please rest assured, my lord. Only by going through it can we lose the man behind us." Just as Big Fish had said, after they rushed into the swirling waters, that Huang Qing was swallowed by the vortex. Once they had shaken off their pursuer, Big Fish finally revealed that not long ago Crown Prince Shunyo had sent someone to look for Qin Huai. That person had brought many shrimp soldiers and crab generals with him. But since this lowly one was insignificant, he did not dare say much. Qin Huai guessed that it was almost certainly about establishing the new king. They now returned to the Dragon Palace by the same route, though slowly, careful not to be discovered. When they got back, Qin Huai found that a civil war had already broken out there. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals were fighting among themselves. The new Dragon King should naturally be inherited by the eldest prince. You are all rebels. Clearly, the forces of Crown Prince Chunyo and Crown Prince Yazi were fighting each other. All the better. Let them fight. Qin Huai could sit on the sidelines and profit like the fishermen. After getting a clear grasp of the situation inside the Dragon Palace, Qin Huai and Old Turtle returned to the Yellow River first. "My lord, the two crown princes are now fighting over the position of EC Dragon King. Which side do you support?" Qin Huai hurriedly shook his head. "The murder of a father is a hatred that cannot exist under the same heaven. If I support either of them, once matters settle, both will come after me for revenge. Let them fight it out first." When the river god saw Qin Huai return, he hurried over as well. "My lord, you've returned. Miss Jiao has already moved into the new house. I did not know when you would come back, so I have been waiting here the whole time to lead the way for you. River God, I want to ask you a few things, and you must answer honestly. How many water troops does the Yellow River have in total?" The river god respectfully replied at once, "A total of 10,000 water troops. If we include the weak, the old, and the sick, then there are a little over 20,000. The two dragons of the East Sea Dragon Palace were fighting for the throne, and as the Yellow River Dragon King, he could hardly avoid being drawn into it. He had to reorganize the Yellow River's water army as quickly as possible. At the very least, he must not be caught unprepared when the time came. What worried him now was whether the river god would truly obey him. If the man changed sides midway, that would be bad for him. After gaining a rough understanding of the Yellow River's military strength, Qin Huai ordered the river god to lead the way and take him to see Jiao first. On the way, Old Turtle muttered, "My lord, the East Sea Dragon King commands a total of 200,000 naval troops. That's only the main force. If you include the old, weak, and sick, there are at least 300,000. But by now, the EC forces have probably split into several factions." After arriving, Qin Huai ordered Old Turtle and the river god to go organize the Yellow River troops. In 30 minutes, Qin Huai would personally inspect them. After returning, Qin Huai asked Jiao about Master Zhang, but it seemed that during his absence, Master Zhang had never come back. Soon after, Qin Huai went to the bank of the Yellow River, where Old Turtle had already finished assembling the water troops. "Old Turtle, I told you to muster the troops, and you didn't even ask why?" But by now, Old Turtle had long since thrown in his lot with Qin Huai and trusted his decisions wholeheartedly. "Although I am now the Yellow River Dragon King, my foundation is still unstable. If I do not take command of the water troops into my own hands, then when this East Sea chaos spreads to the Yellow River, it will be too late even if I want to prepare. You served as Chancellor in the East Sea for many years. Your ability to judge people is certainly better than mine. I want to hear your opinion." Old Turtle immediately understood Qin Huai's meaning and offered his view. "My lord, this Old Turtle will speak frankly. If I say anything wrong, I ask your forgiveness. As for the river god, at present he can only be trusted halfway. The other half still needs to be observed. The strength of the Yellow River's water army is not great. 10,000 weak, old, and sick troops are of little use. Compared to the East Sea Dragon King's main force, they are far inferior. The Yellow River's troops can still be trained, but if you want them to become stronger in a short time, I'm afraid that will be very difficult. Qin Huai knew this well, but training still had to be done. No matter how much stronger they could become, it was still better than nothing. My lord, this is the Yellow River Dragon King's residence. The troops are on the drill ground behind it. At that moment, the Yellow River soldiers all looked listless, as if they had not slept. Why isn't the Dragon King here yet? Let's hurry and get this over with so we can go home. At the sight of these water troops, Qin Huai lost interest immediately. No matter how he looked at them, they were just a disorderly rabble. All of you, respectfully greet the new Dragon King. This is Lord Qin, the newly appointed Yellow River Dragon King. From now on, you must obey Lord Qin's orders and swear loyalty unto death. Understood? Qin Huai also said a few words. This official has nothing special to say. I only hope that everyone can perform his duty well, abide by his responsibilities, and bring blessings to the common people. Though these water troops were not much to look at now, they still counted as an extra layer of security in the coming EC conflict. Soon afterward, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Someone outside had come to request an audience. He said nothing, only presented a letter. Unexpectedly, the sender was the Grand Chancellor of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Earlier, Qin Huai had guessed that he had been imprisoned by Crown Prince Yazi, but it now seemed he had merely feigned illness to avoid involvement. And now he had come to seek Qin Huai out of his own accord. Most likely, he wanted to drag him into the water with him. After some hesitation, Qin Huai still decided to meet this Grand Chancellor. He left the task of training the troops to the river god. As soon as the man arrived, he respectfully greeted Old Turtle. This junior pays respects to Lord Qin and to the old Chancellor. Back then, the old Chancellor's achievements in the Dragon Palace were known to all. I wonder what instructions the Chancellor has come with today. Please just speak plainly. The Chancellor sat down and got straight to the point. Lord Qin, the sages of the mortal realm once said, there is order between elder and younger, distinction between husband and wife, and righteousness between ruler and subject. Whether as people or as subjects, we should all take these 5 relationships as our foundation. Does Lord Qin agree? I trust you have already heard what happened at the East Sea Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon King is dead, and a new king must be established. Yet Crown Prince Yazi ignores brotherly ties and the proper order of seniority in youth, and seeks to become East Sea Dragon King on his own. Surely that is unreasonable. Lord Qin, this official has come to request that you send troops to help us punish Prince Yazi. If this succeeds, Lord Qin's name will be recorded in history and praised by future generations. Qin Huai sighed. As for that, I only hate that my heart is willing, but my strength is insufficient, and my hands are only a few hundred old, weak, and sick men. Even if we went to the battlefield, I'm afraid we would be of no help to Crown Prince Chionyo. In fact, we might even hold him back. Of course, if Chancellor does not mind, I can have Old Turtle summon all the Yellow River soldiers and generals. Lord Qin, Crown Prince Chionyo has already said that if he successfully ascends the throne of the East Sea Dragon King in the future, he will grant Lord Qin a share of rich waters to govern. Qin Huai put on a look of gratitude. Crown Prince Chionyo thinks so highly of this humble subject, so this humble subject must do his utmost. I am willing to dispatch all my soldiers and generals for Crown Prince Chionyo to command as he pleases. The Grand Chancellor looked very satisfied. Lord Qin, you are truly loyal to Crown Prince Chionyo. When I return, I will certainly report this. Afterward, Qin Huai had Old Turtle escort the Chancellor out. They thought that by casually painting him a grand promise, they could win him over. They really did take him for a fool. After coming back, Old Turtle said that when they had just left, that Old Chancellor had still seen through Qin Huai's intentions and had stormed off in anger, flicking his sleeves. Lord Qin, now we've offended both sides. No matter who becomes the East Sea Dragon King, it will be bad for you. At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out. It was Master Zhang, who had not appeared for a long time. Haha, who says it will be bad for Qin Huai? You did well, Qin Huai. Old Turtle, think carefully. The position of East Sea Dragon King may not necessarily be one that only an East Sea Crown Prince can sit upon. When the world falls into chaos, over hundreds and thousands of years, this land has changed owners countless times. Back when the Qin dynasty was at the height of its power, was it not also buried in the sands of time? Qin Huai, don't you think your master's words make sense? Qin Huai did not dare argue with his master, but the East Sea Dragon Palace was indeed extremely powerful. Even if the two crown princes fought each other, it did not necessarily mean others would have a chance to get involved. But Master Zhang saw things differently. Are there not plenty of examples in history of the few defeating the many? You already slew the East Sea Dragon King. The protective talisman the Jade Emperor gave you cannot protect you for life. Once the new Dragon King takes the throne, he will overturn his hand and deal with you immediately. Old Turtle spoke up from behind. Mr. Zhang, this old servant has one troubling point. The East Sea Dragon Palace has been passed down for countless ages. First, the throne is inherited from father to son, and then a memorial is submitted to the Jade Emperor, so he may issue an edict recognizing it. Only then is the throne of the East Sea Dragon King secure. But throughout all these countless years, no outsider has ever sat upon the throne of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It has always been ruled by the Dragon Clan. If my lord rashly joins this struggle, and in the end does take the throne, what if the Jade Emperor refuses to recognize it? Qin Huai felt the same. The Dragon Clan governed the 4 Seas Dragon Palaces. If he tried to seize this position, and the other 3 Dragon Kings joined forces then, such mighty armies were not something his 10,000 Yellow River troops could withstand. Old Turtle, your concern is reasonable, but you've overlooked one thing. Why did the Jade Emperor execute the East Sea Dragon King this time? Old Turtle seemed to realize something. Mr. Zhang, do you mean that with my lord's abilities, killing the East Sea Dragon King should have been impossible? And in truth, it was because the Jade Emperor tacitly permitted it? Qin Huai also hurriedly said, which means the Jade Emperor has actually grown dissatisfied with the Dragon Clan holding the East Sea. He has not made clear who exactly is to become the East Sea Dragon King. Clearly, he wants the East Sea to fall into internal war, so that we may profit from it like a fisherman. Old Turtle immediately cupped his hands to Master Zhang. You truly see far ahead. Someone narrow-sighted like this old man cannot compare. Lord Qin, as long as you are willing, this old turtle will do everything in his power to help you succeed. Qin Huai immediately helped Old Turtle up. He had long regarded Old Turtle as family, and naturally he was delighted to have his full support. Master, even if we plan things this way, our Yellow River water troops number only 20 to 30,000, even including the old and weak. How can we possibly stand against the East Sea Dragon Palace? Master Zhang looked at Qin Huai and sighed. To throw eggs against stones is, of course, to have no chance of winning. For now, we can only wait. At present, Crown Prince Chunyo and Crown Prince Yazi are locked in fierce struggle, and the various waters have already chosen sides. We will choose neither. Once they have exhausted each other through internal strife, we will send troops out from the Yellow River. This matter must not be leaked for the time being. Only the 3 of us may know of it. Qin Huai, in a few days I will send people here to help you. Qin Huai still wanted to ask Master Zhang a few things, but after speaking, the man simply left in a leisurely manner. Lord Qin, once you send out troops, that will amount to rebellion. And no matter what, the reputation of rebellion never sounds good. Therefore, we must find a proper justification. Hearing Old Turtle say this, Qin Huai felt it made sense. The urgent matter now was to reorganize the Yellow River's water army and be ready to deploy it anytime. After assigning the task of reorganizing the troops to Old Turtle, Qin Huai returned to his lodgings. On the way, he felt that someone had been following him all along. When that person finally appeared, it unexpectedly turned out to be the Yellow Weasel, to whom Qin Huai had previously granted a name. Benefactor, it was so hard to find you. After I escaped from burying that old Taoist, I immediately went looking for you. When I heard that you had become the Yellow River Dragon King, I came specially to pledge my loyalty to you. I beg you, Benefactor, please take this lowly one in. At any rate, Qin Huai was short of manpower right now. One more person meant one more bit of strength. He had no reason to refuse, so he accepted the Yellow Weasel. After bringing it back, Qin Huai learned that it still had no name, so he gave it a new one, Huang Yin. Only after returning home to rest did Qin Huai finally have time to recall what the faceless man had said earlier. It seemed he needed to make a trip to the place the faceless man had mentioned. Qin Huai and Huang Yin rowed Big Fish to the upper reaches of the Yellow River, and sure enough, there was a house there. Before entering, Qin Huai warned Huang that unless he was ordered to speak, he absolutely must not open his mouth. Inside the house, in the middle of the upper reaches, a bearded middle-aged man was splitting firewood with an axe. Seeing people arrive, he paid them no mind at all. "Uncle, I heard that in the Yellow River there is a dead man." Before Qin Huai could finish, the man turned around and cut him off. "Isn't it perfectly normal for there to be dead people in the Yellow River?" Qin Huai continued, "A dead person in the Yellow River is not strange. But if there is a dead man in the Yellow River, and that dead man cries in the Yellow River for 3 days and 3 nights, don't you find that strange?" The man kept chopping wood as he replied, "Boy, do you want to go see how a dead man cries in the river? If you don't dare, then go back. If you do, then follow me." After that, the man led Qin Huai straight to the bank of the Yellow River. Strangely enough, he was actually able to walk on the surface of the river. After bringing Qin Huai to the middle of the river, the man split the surface of the water with a single axe blow, revealing a tunnel beneath it. As expected, the Yellow River still hid many secrets that Qin Huai could never fully know. Sure enough, after following the man into the tunnel, Qin Huai began hearing the sound of crying. Curious, Qin Huai asked the man who exactly was weeping here. Qin Huai noticed that the man's shoulders were trembling. Could the crying actually be coming from him? As soon as Qin Huai stepped inside, the eyes behind him suddenly sealed shut, blocking the way out. But no matter how Qin Huai questioned him, the man would not answer. "If I count to 10 and you still refuse to speak, then I will control the waters of the Yellow River and smash open this passage sealed by ice." Only then did the man turn around. His face looked as if it had completely changed. Both eye sockets were pitch black, and tears kept streaming out of them. So the dead man who cried in the Yellow River for 3 days was actually him. Don't you see that all the surrounding river water has frozen? Right now, the East Sea is in chaos, while the Yellow River is like a block of ice in the midst of that turmoil, lying still and motionless. Have you ever thought about using the stillness of the Yellow River to swiftly drown the East Sea Dragon Palace? Qin Huai asked in confusion. "Did the faceless man tell you that?" The man replied, "Do not be disrespectful to Grandmaster. Answer my question first. Have you thought of it or not?" Qin Huai thought to himself, could the faceless man actually be this man's Grandmaster? "What you said is indeed something I have considered, but for now it still cannot be done." Hearing Qin Huai say this, the man cried even harder. "Sorry, whenever I think of something sad, I want to cry. If you want the waters of the Yellow River to reach the East Sea Dragon Palace, then you need someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace to help you. And the person who can help you is me." Only now did Qin Huai learn that this uncle was actually from the East Sea Dragon Palace, and that his identity was far from ordinary. He was the younger brother of the East Sea Dragon King. "It's only natural that you didn't know. My elder brother never wanted anyone to know of my existence. Back then, I actually died in the Yellow River, and it was all because of my brother. He was ruthless. In order to inherit the throne, he showed no regard for brotherhood and killed me in the Yellow River. If my Grandmaster hadn't arrived, I probably wouldn't have lived to see you today. I heard from Grandmaster that someone would avenge me and behead my brother. So in a sense, you could be considered my benefactor as well. Ever since the East Sea Dragon King plotted against me and caused my death, I severed all ties with the East Sea Dragon Palace. I have nothing to do with that place anymore." Hearing this, Qin Huai asked, "Then if you're no longer one of the East Sea Dragon Palace's people, how can you help me? How can you work with me from the inside and outside?" "Boy, after my brother secretly attacked me back then, he returned and announced to the outside world that I had been swallowed by the East Sea's black storm, with my fate unknown. So all I need to do is go back. Even the Crown Prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace would have to respectfully call me Imperial Uncle. The East Sea Dragon Palace is heavily guarded. If you truly attack it, I can open the main gate for you. As for repayment, I need none. I only want to repay the favor I owe you." After that, the uncle transformed into a gigantic white dragon and said he would return to the East Sea first to wait for Qin Huai. Watching the uncle transform into a dragon and depart, Qin Huai knew that what he had just said was true, because only members of the dragon clan could transform into a true dragon like that. The moment Qin Huai returned to shore, Old Turtle also rushed over with urgent news. "Lord Qin, Crown Prince Yazi has sent people to the Yellow River Palace. The visitor wants to ask whether you have written the memorial to the Jade Emperor yet, my lord. They came aggressively, all of them Crown Prince Yazi's personal guards. There are at least 400 or 500 of them. Right now, they're waiting at the palace gate. What should we do now, my lord? Write the memorial to the Jade Emperor immediately, or raise the banner of rebellion at once. In this old subject's opinion, we should write the memorial to the Jade Emperor first. The situation in the East Sea is still unclear. If we rashly revolt now, then Crown Prince Yazi may turn his spear against us, and I fear we won't be able to withstand it. Qin Huai then asked Old Turtle about the military training over the past 2 days. He learned that the Yellow River naval troops had always been personally trained by the Yellow River Dragon King, and no upheaval had ever occurred before, so they were still trustworthy. Hearing this, Qin Huai came up with a plan. Let's head back first. If those people dare use force against us, then we'll make sure none of them leave alive. After returning to the Yellow River Palace, the man sent by Crown Prince Yazi, official Huang, immediately questioned Qin Huai. Lord Qin, you truly are something, making this official wait so long. You shook me off on the road, but I won't pursue that matter further. Crown Prince Yazi ordered this official to visit Lord Qin, and while I'm here, ask whether the memorial His Highness instructed you to write is finished yet. Seeing Qin Huai's expression remain blank, Huang In became angry. What kind of attitude is that? Are you disrespecting Crown Prince Yazi? Qin Huai's face turned stern at once. That's right. I simply don't regard Yazi highly at all. Just as Huang And was about to fly into a rage, Qin Huai immediately added, I don't hold Crown Prince Yazi in my eyes because he's here in my heart. Enough, official Huang. Go back and report to His Highness the Crown Prince. Tell him this official will submit the memorial to the Jade Emperor in the next few days. Of course, Huang Yin would not accept this. He demanded that Qin Huai write the memorial right now, in front of him. Clearly, this man wanted to force Qin Huai to make his choice immediately. It seemed they were already preparing to move against him. Qin Huai answered righteously, this official has no time right now. The reason I have not yet written the memorial is because I have always followed the sage's principle that elder and younger have their proper order. Crown Prince Cheonyo is older than Crown Prince Yazi. By age and order, it should be Crown Prince Cheonyo who becomes the East Sea Dragon King. Huang And instantly flew into a rage. Qin Huai, are you trying to defy the order? I can't be bothered wasting my breath on you. Men, seize Qin Huai for me. Seeing that the other side intended to make a move, the river god and Old Turtle immediately stepped forward to protect Qin Huai. Very good. So you all intend to rebel. Is that it? Huang And instantly slapped the charge of rebellion onto Qin Huai's group. This subordinate does not know what rebellion is. This subordinate only knows that no one is allowed to harm Lord Dragon King within this Yellow River Palace. Qin Huai had not expected the river god to display such loyalty at a moment like this. It seemed the river god really could be used. Lord Qin, do you think that just because you have many people, this official could do nothing to you? Qin Huai gave a cold snort. Go ahead and try. Even if you can harm me, all several hundred of your men will die here as well. There's one more thing this official must remind you of. If you make a move against the Yellow River Dragon King, an upper immortal of heaven, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. Old Turtle chimed in, the Yellow River Basin has always had close ties with the Yangtze Basin. If something happens to the Yellow River, Huang Yin, think about it. Do you think they'll just sit by and watch? In the end, Huang And could only give up on attacking in resentment. We won't argue with you over this today, but this matter won't end so simply. Qin Huai, just you wait. Only after Huang En's men left did Qin Huai finally let out a breath of relief. It had been too dangerous just now. Those personal guards were well trained, and their strength truly could not be underestimated. The river god then immediately knelt to confess his fault. My lord, this lowly one deserves death 10,000 times over. I failed to protect Lord Dragon King properly and allowed your lordship to be alarmed within the Yellow River Palace. I beg you to punish me. Qin Huai understood exactly what the river god meant. This fellow was obviously claiming credit for his impressive display of loyalty just now. Old Turtle behind him was no less competitive. My lord, this Old Turtle also deserves death. Please punish me as well. Neither of the two was willing to lose to the other. They really did love competing. Enough, both of you get up. The urgent matter now is to discuss how to deal with Crown Prince Yazi. What is the current situation in the East Sea? According to the river god's intelligence, Crown Prince Yazi's forces currently held the advantage over Crown Prince Cheonyo's, and many waters had already clearly expressed support for Crown Prince Yazi. My lord, the most urgent thing we should do is strengthen the defenses of the Yellow River Palace to guard against Crown Prince Yazi sending troops to invade. At that moment, a naval soldier hurried over with an urgent report. This is bad. Lord Qin, official Huang And has come back, and he's brought 10,000 elite soldiers to attack us. The river god immediately flared up. What official? That's the dog trader Huang In, got it? Huang And had returned so quickly, which proved that those 10,000 elite soldiers had already been waiting outside. The moment Qin Huai refused to obey, they were ready to strike. Even if he submitted the memorial to the Jade Emperor, they would still kill him because he would no longer have any value to them. If Crown Prince Yazi killed him, he could still claim it was revenge for the East Sea Dragon King. What a viciously good move. Both the River God and Old Turtle believe that they should immediately go out and kill the dog trader Huang Yin. We can't delay now. We must seize the moment at once. Qin Huai immediately gave the order. River God will serve as Great General and Old Turtle as Chief Strategist. The two of you will lead the naval troops to meet Huang in battle. Qin Huai remained inside for quite a while without seeing any battle report, and he did not know whether the Yellow River Navy could withstand the East Sea's 10,000 elite soldiers. Qin Huai was about to head to the battlefield himself to see the situation, but Big Fish had already brought back intelligence first. My lord, you needn't worry. This lowly one already went to the mouth of the Yellow River to take a look. Crown Prince Chunyo's forces are nearby. Most likely, when the Yellow River Palace can no longer hold out, Crown Prince Chunyo will step in to help. At that time, with us and Crown Prince Chunyo attacking from front and rear, we will definitely win. But Qin Huai thought otherwise. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. This situation was even more disadvantageous to them. Even if they were lucky enough to defeat Huang and's 10,000 EC elite troops, they still would not escape being surrounded by Crown Prince Chunyo's forces. Qin Huai then decided to go to the front lines with Big Fish after all. The moment he arrived, he saw Huang slaughtering freely. You people of the Yellow River have some nerve daring to rebel. Your crime deserves 10,000 deaths. The instant Qin Huai appeared, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately surrounded him. To capture the bandits, first capture their chief, seize the Yellow River Dragon King. Though Qin Huai had learned some skills from Master Zhang, enough to deal with these small fry, human strength had its limits, and the enemy army was simply too numerous. In only a moment, Qin Huai had been forced into a corner. Just then, the reinforcements Master Zhang had sent arrived. It was General Bai Qi. The moment General Bai Qi appeared, he swept away the surrounding shrimp and crabs with a single slash. Even Huang Yin, who had been ferociously killing on the other side just moments earlier, could not withstand one strike from Bai Qi. Without even giving Huang Yin time to speak any last words, General Bai Qi swung again and lopped off Huang Yin's head. As expected of General Bai Qi, renowned as the god of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, he had thrown Huang Yin's army into total chaos. Seeing General Huang Yin executed, not a single one of his remaining subordinates dared make another move. The river god immediately ran over to flatter him. Congratulations, Lord Qin. In the very first battle, our Yellow River has defeated the East Sea Dragon Palace. From now on, we are sure to advance with unstoppable momentum. Naturally, Qin Huai did not dare grow the slightest bit complacent. This time was only luck. Hurry and tally how many troops were killed and wounded this time. The appearance of Bai Qi had clearly made the river god wholeheartedly loyal to Qin Huai now. Qin Huai immediately stepped forward to thank Bai Qi for his help. Bai Qi did not care much about it, and instead handed Qin Huai a pouch from Master Zhang. Unless it was an absolutely desperate situation, he was not to open this pouch. Although the East Sea Dragon Palace had withdrawn its troops for now, given Prince Yazi's temperament, he would surely move against them again soon enough. General Bai Qi, since Master has entrusted you to help me, then please assist the Yellow River in training the naval troops and commanding battles. With the ever-victorious General Bai Qi here, it suddenly felt as though even the East Sea Dragon Palace was no longer so frightening. Old Turtle also came forward with a report. The defenses at the mouth of the Yellow River have already been reinforced and strengthened. Men have been sent to patrol in shifts, and people have also been dispatched to gather intelligence on the EC. I believe news will return before long. But the river god worry that Crown Prince Chunyo might join hands with Crown Prince Yazi. We turn against Crown Prince Yazi so quickly that I fear our plan may have been exposed. As for Old Turtle's concern, Qin Huai was not worried at all, because he had already thought of a way to handle it. Crown Prince Chunyo is the legitimate eldest son of the East Sea Dragon Palace, while Crown Prince Yazi wants to bypass his elder brother and become the East Sea Dragon King, going against the sage's final teachings. He even forced me to write a memorial to the Jade Emperor. Since Crown Prince Yazi has committed such a monstrous and traitorous act, shouldn't the people of the world know? Write a letter denouncing him and send it to all the waters under the four seas dragon palaces. Clearly set out Crown Prince Yazi's crimes and let all under heaven know what kind of beast he is. Old Turtle thought Qin Huai's idea exceptionally wise, but but still said, "My lord, this denunciation letter cannot be sent in the Yellow River's name." Crown Prince Cheonyo isn't any good either. He also wants to sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. We can't let him have his way. That's right. Then send a denunciation letter in Crown Prince Cheonyo's name instead. Make clear Crown Prince Yazi's despicable conduct. The more charges we can write, the better. Old Turtle then asked, but there is still one crucial problem. How are we supposed to obtain Crown Prince Cheonyo's seal? Honestly, Old Turtle, why are you so inflexible? That's easy to solve. You've served as Chancellor in the East Sea Dragon Palace for many years, haven't you? You must have seen Crown Prince Cheonyo's seal before, right? Just imitate it directly. Carve one for temporary use. Wouldn't that do? This matter cannot be delayed. We must send it out quickly before Crown Prince Yazi makes his move against us. At that moment, in the Yellow River Palace's military training yard, the naval troops looked like completely different men under Bai Chi's training. As expected of General Bai Chi, these naval soldiers already looked far more formidable. And at that very time, news of Crown Prince Cheonyo's denunciation letter seemed to have spread throughout the four seas. It clearly described how Crown Prince Yazi was disloyal, unfilial, and in violation of the sage's laws enough to make anyone hate him. Now all the waters of the four seas knew. Crown Prince Yazi really deserved to be drowned in the spit of the people of the world. A person like that still wants to become the East Sea Dragon King? Bah! Old Turtle then entered to report. The Yangtze Dragon King has come to seek an audience. The Yellow River and the Yangtze had always been on good terms, so naturally he had to receive him. The Yangtze and the Yellow River were the two greatest river domains under the East Sea Dragon Palace, and their status within the East Sea was extremely important. It was just that over the last few years, the former Yellow River Dragon King had turned the Yellow River into a complete mess, and its combat power was no longer as strong as the Yangtze's. Why had the Yangtze Dragon King come to see him at a time like this? So you are Lord Qin, the newly appointed Dragon King of the Yellow River? I have long heard that the Yellow River Dragon King is heroic and imposing, with exceptional ability. Now that I've met you today, it truly lives up to the reputation. Qin Huai also replied politely. I too have long heard that the Yangtze Dragon King governs the Yangtze extremely well, and that your achievements over the years have been outstanding. Seeing you today truly is better than hearing of you 100 times. The Yangtze Dragon King is indeed dignified and extraordinary. One look, and it's clear you are a dragon among men. May I ask what brings your majesty personally to the Yellow River today? The Yangtze Dragon King sat down and replied, "This old man has not visited the Yellow River in many years. I did not expect to find the Yellow River drilling troops and sharpening weapons." Qin Huai hurriedly explained, "Crown Prince Yazi forced me to write a memorial to the Jade Emperor and even said he wanted my head. I had no choice but to defend myself. Luckily, there was Crown Prince Cheonyo's denunciation letter announcing Crown Prince Yazi's crimes to the world. It was truly satisfying. So that's how it is. I came today because there is an important matter I wish to discuss with you. The old Dragon King is dead, and the new king has not yet been established. The entire East Sea is in chaos, and if this continues, it will be harmful to all of us. Lord Qin, I will speak frankly. If I say anything wrong, I hope you will not blame me. To pacify the present disorder, we must choose a new Dragon King of both virtue and talent. Crown Prince Yazi is immoral and goes against the sage's laws, so he has lost the support of the people. Crown Prince Cheonyo, on the other hand, is noble in character and upright in conduct, and this denunciation letter has also caused the world to lean toward him. I came to ask Lord Qin to join forces with us in assisting Crown Prince Cheonyo to punish the immoral and talentless Crown Prince Yazi. Once Crown Prince Cheonyo ascends the throne, we will all be meritorious subjects, and from then on enjoy endless glory and wealth." After hearing this, Qin Huai thought to himself, so this old fellow is a lobbyist for Crown Prince Cheonyo. That Crown Prince Cheonyo really is shameless. Not only does he refuse to deny that the denunciation letter was written by him, he's even taking advantage of the situation to gain a good reputation for himself. Those two really are birds of a feather. I need to think of a way to refuse. Faced with the Yangtze Dragon King's proposal, Qin Huai didn't know how to answer, so he deliberately started coughing violently, and his face even turned purplish. This old turtle really is too upright. I'm hinting this clearly, and he still doesn't understand. Cough, cough. A few days ago, I was seriously injured by the men Crown Prince Yazi sent. My internal injuries still haven't healed. Only then did old turtle finally clear his throat and continue. Yangtze Dragon King, we truly apologize. My lord never wished to make a fuss over his injuries. My lord still needs rest, so I'm afraid we cannot entertain you properly. Please forgive us. If that is the case, then I will not trouble Lord Qin any further today. You must rest well and recover. In a few days, we can discuss our great undertaking together again. This king will take his leave first. After the Yangtze Dragon King left, Qin Huai told Old Turtle that if the old man came looking for him again next time, there was no need to meet him at all. My lord, according to our spies, Crown Prince Yazzie is currently furious beyond measure. He is saying publicly that you are a shameless petty man and a traitor to the East Sea Dragon Palace, and he is now gathering troops to come attack us. Hearing this, Qin Huai became angry. So he's the thief crying thief and slandering me instead. I really can't swallow this insult. Old Turtle, write another letter, still in Crown Prince Chunyo's name. This time, curse Yazzie's personal morals. For example, say he peeked at women bathing when he was little and things like that. Hurry and write it. Stop dawdling. At that moment, Bai Chi also came over with a report. Young lord, this subordinate has come to discuss with you how we should counterattack the EC next. Over the past few days, besides drilling the troops, I have also studied the East Sea's waters. The East Sea has a total of 54 cities. Every city, large or small, has troops stationed in it. If we attack Crown Prince Yazzie directly, then even if we defeat him, once the others come to reinforce him, young lord will still lose. Qin Huai was a little confused. By General Bai Chi's reasoning, doesn't that only prove that we cannot counterattack the EC Dragon Palace? Precisely because of that, we must strike. Otherwise, once Crown Prince Yazzie smooths over his relations with the people of those 54 cities, our Yellow River Palace will have no choice but to let ourselves be slaughtered. This subordinate already has a preliminary plan. Here is the map of the strategic layout between us and the East Sea Dragon Palace. Unexpectedly, General Bai Chi even had a distribution map of the cities between the Dragon Palace and the Yellow River, as expected of the great general under Master Zhang. Young lord, this city called Water City is the farthest from the Dragon Palace, but it is close to our Yellow River. At any moment, this city could become a springboard for attacking us, but its total garrison is fewer than 10,000. If we capture it and use it to support the Yellow River from afar, then our defenses will become extremely solid. Moreover, Crown Prince Chunyo has recently been busy winning over officials from the other waters, so his surveillance over the Yellow River has grown somewhat lax. Therefore, now is the best possible time. In war, speed is paramount. We set out tonight. This lowly one will certainly not fail young lord's trust. Before going off to war, Qin Huai deliberately returned to Seashore Dao one more time. There would be major action in the Yellow River tonight, and he wanted to come back and see her first. Shi Dao told him that Master Zhang had not been seen for the past few days, but a strange person had come to their home instead. After arriving, that person said there was a stream of dragon aura rising from their house, and that someone destined for great wealth and honor would appear there. The strange man also said that they absolutely had to warn that greatly wealthy and noble person to be careful today, or his life would be in danger. At this moment, over at the Yellow River Dragon King's manor, the water troops had already lined up in perfect formation, ready for the battle about to begin. Even so, Qin Huai felt inexplicably uneasy. Was it because they were about to counterattack the East Sea, or because of what that strange man had said? Just then, Qin Huai suddenly discovered that his nose had started bleeding. Why was he getting a nosebleed for no reason? After returning to his room to rest, Qin Huai sensed that there were actually two auras inside his body. One of them had been given to him by Daoist Rintu, but where had the other aura come from? A subordinate came in with an urgent report. Someone outside requested an audience and claimed to have come from the Heavenly Court. Why would someone from the Heavenly Court come to the Yellow River? Could it be that they had already learned of his plan to counterattack tonight? Upper Immortal Qin, the Jade Emperor has issued a decree. Why are you not kneeling to receive it? Qin Huai quickly replied, Go ahead and read the Jade Emperor's decree. I am listening. If there are any instructions, I will obey them. There is no need for me to kneel to receive it. How outrageous. Are you looking to die? That man immediately drew his sword and charged at Qin Huai. Qin Huai hurriedly shouted, Assassin. At the same time, he took out Wen Chong to block the blow, but the force behind it still sent him tumbling to the ground. Seeing Qin Huai's subordinates rushing over, the man immediately turned and fled. Qin Huai quickly stopped everyone. No need to chase him. He came prepared and has probably already planned his escape route. You won't be able to catch him. But by now, Qin Huai's condition was already getting worse and worse, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. At the same time, they discovered that the imperial decree in that man's hand was completely blank. Sure enough, he had impersonated someone from the heavenly court, and his purpose had been to get close to Qin Huai. Old Turtle immediately knelt down and accepted blame, but Qin Huai did not blame him at all. After all, no one could have checked the decree in the impostor's hand. Old Turtle, quickly write a letter of accusation. Just say that the assassin was sent by Crown Prince Yazi, that we captured the assassin but let him escape. Remember to forge a signed confession from the assassin as well. No matter who made a move against me, I have to pin this on Crown Prince Yazi first. I must sow discord among them internally. Otherwise, they will keep targeting me. Urgent report. Lord Qin, General Bai Qi has won the battle and taken Water City. He is currently on his way back. Hearing that Bai Qi had returned victorious, Qin Huai's spirits immediately lifted. Greetings, young lord. Now that we have captured Water City, we can use it as a stronghold and continue expanding outward. Qin Huai immediately ran out to welcome Bai Qi and, at the same time, handed full authority over the war to Bai Qi. The material of this blank decree was exactly the same as the material of the Jade Emperor's decree he had received before, although nothing was written on it. The person who tried to assassinate him must still be connected to the heavenly court. This was not a good sign. Could it be that the heavenly court was also meddling in the affairs of the East Sea? He had better go back and see whether he could find his master. Old Turtle, River God, I need to go back for a trip. The two of you stay here and reward the Yellow River water troops, according to merit. On the bank of the Yellow River, Qin Huai caught sight of a familiar figure. When that person turned around, it was unexpectedly Qin Huai's father, the man he had been searching for all this time. The moment he saw Qin Huai, his father suddenly turned and ran without a word. Qin Huai wanted to chase after him, but the injury from the assassin's earlier strike flared up again, and he simply could not catch up. His father had run too fast. Could it be that he did not want to see his own son? Where had he gone? It had only been a moment, and he had already disappeared. Qin Huai did not notice that a figure had appeared behind him. It was the old gentleman who had not shown himself in a long time. But the old man said he had not seen anyone appear here at all. He had only seen Qin Huai alone. This old man went to look for you at the Yellow River. As soon as I reached the riverbank, I saw you running in one direction. There was no one ahead of you. Didn't you hear me calling you? Hearing the old gentleman say this, Qin Huai felt it was far too strange. Could it be that he was the only one who could see his father? Thank you, sir, for lending me the Jade Emperor's Jade token before. I wanted to return it to you, but I never got the chance. The old gentleman waved his hand. No need. It's a gift for you. Last time, when you slew the East Sea Dragon King, that actually counted as helping this old man with something. I haven't even thanked you yet. Qin Huai immediately replied, actually, I did it willingly. If Taoist Wang could sacrifice himself for righteousness, then why couldn't I? Some things have to be done by someone. Ha ha, Qin Huai, you truly make this old man see you in a new light. But your complexion looks wrong. Did something happen? Qin Huai briefly recounted how someone had once come with a forged imperial decree to assassinate him, though unsuccessfully. After examining the forged decree, the old gentleman recognized that the material was indeed the kind used for writing decrees on the Jade Emperor's desk. Qin Huai immediately turned pale. If that was the case, then did the heavenly court truly want his life? It's still too early to say that now, but this old man will help you investigate it clearly. I know a few people in the heavenly court, so let me ask them to look into it. Qin Huai, right now the East Sea Dragon Palace is like a group of dragons without a head. The two crown princes of the East Sea Dragon Palace are fighting so fiercely over the position of Dragon King that both are bloodied. So in order to stabilize the situation in the East Sea, the heavenly court will issue a decree in a few days. You'll know in a few days. I am only telling you now, so you can prepare yourself mentally. Take this. The sword the old man handed Qin Huai was incredibly light, almost as though it had no weight at all. One look was enough to tell it was no ordinary sword. Use this sword for self-defense. Besides, aren't you a Taoist? Have you ever seen a Taoist without a sword? All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Take care of yourself. After the old gentleman left, Qin Huai was again overcome by an indescribable feeling. There was clearly no one around. So why did he always feel as if a pair of eyes were staring fixedly at him? Everything tonight was very abnormal. He had to hurry back first. Qin Huai then returned home and rested for a while, but his mind kept returning to the figure he had seen yesterday. Was that really his father, or had it just been a hallucination? The moment he stepped outside and met Shi Dao and the Golden Weasel, Qin Huai's nose started bleeding again. This was already the second time. What exactly was going on? It felt as if raging fire were attacking his heart. What was wrong with him? At this point, it seemed he had reached the last possible moment. He should open the sachet his master had left behind earlier. Inside were a slip of paper and a talisman. Following Master Zhang's instructions, Qin Huai stuck the talisman to his chest. That way, it could help preserve his life. There was also a line written on the back. At midnight tonight, come to the place where you came to see me yesterday. Master Zhang truly was uncannily foresight. He had anticipated all of this in advance. Sure enough, the talisman worked. He no longer felt unwell. The Golden Weasel immediately ran over. Benefactor, are you all right? You vomited blood just now, I saw it. Tell me, and I'll avenge you. Qin Huai immediately scolded him harshly. I'm Fine. Absolutely do not let Shi Dao know. Otherwise, I won't let you keep following me. At noon that day, Old Turtle returned to report on the situation. After we occupied Water City, Crown Prince Yazi was extremely furious and immediately sent people to counterattack. He launched several assaults, but General Bai Qi defeated them all. Right now, Crown Prince Yazi still refuses to give up and continues keeping a close watch on our Yellow River Manor. But General Bai Qi has already thought of a plan to break the enemy. Tonight, General Bai Qi plans to send men to attack a city behind Water City. That city is relatively close to the Dragon Palace. We will pretend to attack the Dragon Palace, and the nearby cities will definitely go to reinforce it. Then General Bai Qi will lead the main force and directly seize Yuan City behind Water City. As for the relationship between the two crown princes of the Dragon Palace, they are currently wary of each other and not fighting. This situation is extremely unfavorable to us. If they do not fight, Crown Prince Yazi will concentrate all his energy on dealing with us. Qin Huai immediately came up with a plan. Didn't the South Sea Dragon King previously support Crown Prince Yazi? Spread the news and say that the South Sea Dragon King supports Crown Prince Yazi becoming the East Sea Dragon King. Then send people to the South Sea to stir up some trouble, and remember to do it in the name of Crown Prince Chunyo. Midnight came quickly, and Qin Huai went to the place from yesterday to meet Master Zhang. He arrived and waited for a while, but Master Zhang was nowhere to be seen. Then, out of nowhere, a strange voice sounded. The voice urged Qin Huai to walk forward, and his body would not obey his own control. Qin Huai, where are you going? If you keep walking, you'll die. At that moment, Master Zhang appeared and helped Qin Huai regain his senses. The moment Qin Huai saw Master Zhang again, he was about to recount everything that had happened recently. But Master Zhang seemed to already understand it all. In the past few days, have you offended anyone? Qin Huai thought back. The Four Seas Dragon Palaces, Immortals of the Heavenly Court, and Crown Prince Yazi of the East Sea. He seemed to have offended quite a lot of people. But Master Zhang said those earlier ones did not matter. This enemy had only appeared within the last 2 days. But Qin Huai clearly remembered that during these 2 days, he had only stayed at home and gone to the Yellow River. He had not gone anywhere else, nor had he provoked anyone. All right, yesterday a strange man came to my house and said that a person of great wealth and honor had appeared where I live. He also said I had to be more careful or my life would be in danger. But I never came into direct contact with that stranger, so why would he harm me? Master Zhang said, your current condition has nothing to do with that stranger. There's a strand of resentment from the dead entangled around you. Have you gone to some lonely grave nearby? But Qin Huai truly had not gone to any such place. He did not even know there was a grave here. Master Zhang then led Qin Huai forward, and sure enough, there really was a solitary grave there. Master, I've never seen this grave before, and I never touched it either. So why is it harming me? The resentment on your body does indeed come from this grave. Didn't you almost get lured here last night? The owner of this grave may not necessarily want your life. Graves like this, with no tombstone and no one offering incense, are mostly wronged spirits. Most likely, it has some grievance and wants you to clear its name. What you need to do now is tell the owner of this grave that you are willing to clear away its grievance, and ask it to show mercy and spare your life from now on. Qin Huai did not understand. Master, now even a lone wandering ghost dares to make a move against your disciple, and you don't plan to take care of it for me? Master Zhang immediately rapped Qin Huai on the head. What have I told you? Beyond every high mountain is another higher mountain. Do you think your master is the strongest person there is? There are some people even your master cannot afford to offend. Do as I tell you. If you won't listen, then your master is leaving. Qin Huai hurriedly obeyed Master Zhang's words. He went before the grave, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'm willing to clear your grievance. I ask that you be lenient and spare my life." As soon as Qin Huai finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind rose in the sky, as though it were the person in the grave responding to him. "All right, now come with me somewhere." The place Master Zhang was about to take Qin Huai to was the underworld. Wasn't this exactly what the faceless man had told him before? He had said Qin Huai would have to make a trip to the underworld. Qin Huai had not even told his master about that, yet his master had brought it up on his own. Master Zhang then told Qin Huai to close his eyes. When he opened them again, his soul had already left his body. But this place was a barren wilderness, and Qin Huai was afraid that wild beasts might come and eat his body while his soul was away. Yet Master Zhang had long since thought of that, because Qin Huai had already made an agreement with the one in the grave. If that spirit could not even handle such a small matter, then how could it dare ask Qin Huai to clear its grievance? Very quickly, Master Zhang brought Qin Huai before the legendary Ghost Gate Pass. Energy and resentment filled the place, and Qin Huai did not dare slack off as he closely followed Master Zhang. When we meet someone in a moment, remember not to say anything. Everything must follow my lead, understood? At this moment, it looked like a trial was being held in the hall. Seeing unfamiliar visitors arrive, a ghost officer shouted loudly, "Who are you two to dare barge into the court without permission?" Master Zhang spoke up. "Lord Shui, could we speak in private?" That man called Lord Shui was startled when he saw Master Zhang, and then immediately led them behind the hall to speak in private. "Lord Zhang, if there is anything you need help with, please speak plainly." "You are too courteous, Lord Prefect. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. This is my disciple, Qin Huai. My disciple, and I came across a lonely grave. The owner of that grave is carrying a belly full of grievance, and I do not know why the underworld has still not handled the matter. That grave is on the Yellow River bank, less than 5 li north of Lijia village." Hearing this, Lord Shui immediately sent someone to investigate the situation of that solitary grave. While Lord Shui was dispatching people to investigate, Qin Huai quietly asked Master Zhang about Lord Shui's identity. It turned out that he was a judge of the underworld and also the head of the 4 great judges. The head judge? He sounded extremely formidable, since he was being so respectful to Master Zhang. Could it be that Master Zhang held an even higher office than he did? My apologies, Lord Zhang, for keeping you waiting so long. I have found some clues in the register of wronged spirits. It says that a young woman surnamed Wu once died there. Her corpse had been killed by nails driven into it. As a result, her ghost has been unable to reincarnate and has remained in the human world without dispersing. Moreover, this Miss Wu's identity was rather special. She was the daughter of an official. Her ghost has remained by the Yellow River for several hundred years. By now, her resentment is likely extremely heavy, making her highly dangerous. Qin Huai did not understand. If that's the case, why didn't the underworld handle it? And why wasn't the problem discovered earlier? Lord Shui hurriedly replied, "It was my oversight. I mishandled this matter. Lord Zhang, I will immediately send people to investigate." "Wait, Lord Prefect, since this case has gone so long without being investigated, shouldn't you deal with the Yellow River Earth God for failing in his duties? If the Yellow River Earth God's post is dealt with, that position will be vacant, correct? And if this official remembers correctly, doesn't the underworld have a special recommendation system? Perhaps this official can recommend someone to Lord Yama for an official post? As it happens, this official has a disciple who is not particularly capable. He loafs around all day with nothing to do, and this official is worried he may stray onto the wrong path. So I would like to recommend him to the underworld and give him some small post. The position of Yellow River Earth God would not be bad." Lord Shui broke out in sweat as he replied, "Lord Zhang, if I am not mistaken, your honored disciple has not yet exhausted his mortal lifespan. Someone whose mortal lifespan has not ended cannot become an official of the underworld, can he? But please don't worry, Lord Zhang. This subordinate can go ask Lord Yama." Master Zhang said, "I know this puts Lord Prefect in a difficult position. How about this? Let my disciple Qin Huai temporarily take on the position of Yellow River Earth God. If he solves this case, then promote him to the official position. If he cannot solve it, it will not cause any extra trouble for the underworld." Lord Shui then hurried off to seek Lord Yama's instructions. An answer came very quickly. Lord Yama had agreed, and in his hand was the letter of appointment. "Lord Qin, one can tell at a glance that you are an outstanding man among men. If this Yellow River case is entrusted to you, you will surely surely solve it. After obtaining the letter of recommendation, Master Zhang did not linger for long and immediately took Qin Huai away. Qin Huai, from now on you are already an earth god of the underworld. If you don't do your job properly in the future and make your master lose face, don't blame me for dealing with you. After returning, Qin Huai discovered many wild beast corpses lying in front of his body. It seemed that Miss Wu in the grave had some methods after all and had protected Qin Huai's body quite thoroughly. Miss Wu, I am now an earth god of the underworld. If you have any grievance, then appear and tell me. Master Zhang said softly, if you speak like that, you won't get any response. You need to dig up her grave to find out. Qin Huai was a little dumbfounded. But master, dig up her grave right now? I didn't even bring any tools with me. As soon as Qin Huai finished speaking, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly blew in from nowhere. The earth atop the grave was instantly swept away, revealing before Qin Huai a blood-red coffin. Miss Wu died several hundred years ago, yet the coffin still looks brand new. What's going on, master? Master Zhang silently began calculating on his fingers, then exclaimed in amazement, this is a baleful sign. So that's how it is. Qin Huai, don't ask so many questions. Open the coffin at once. If you don't want to bring this wrongful case to an end, then don't open it. As for me, I'm going back to sleep first. Seeing that Master Zhang was actually preparing to leave, Qin Huai could only grit his teeth and step forward to open the coffin. With his master by his side, there should not be any problem. But master, before I open it, I still want to know, what did you mean just now by a baleful sign? I suspect that when Miss Wu died, she died with resentment in her heart. That resentment has accumulated for several hundred years, and by now, it has probably formed into a vengeful spirit. After Qin Huai opened the coffin lid, the scene before his eyes was exactly as Lord Prefect Shui had described. Miss Wu had an iron nail driven through the middle of her chest, pinning her body firmly to the coffin. This was a soul-piercing corpse nail. Normally, if a body was nailed with this kind of nail, the soul would be unable to escape and would be buried in the coffin with the corpse, never to be reincarnated for all eternity. Qin Huai was instantly enraged after hearing this. The person who did this to Miss Wu was truly vicious. Master, from what you just said, does that mean there's no soul left in the coffin now? Miss Wu's soul is indeed not here. Perhaps. As he said this, Master Zhang suddenly pulled the soul-piercing corpse nail out of Miss Wu's body. The moment the nail was removed, Miss Wu's body abruptly turned into strands of black qi and vanished into the air. Now we're done for. The corpse is gone, and the clue to finding her soul is completely gone too. Don't panic, Qin Huai. Here's what we'll do. Get into the coffin and go to sleep. I'll take you to see Miss Wu's soul. You must seize the chance and bring her soul back here. Qin Huai immediately asked how he was supposed to bring Miss Wu's soul back. Don't you have a document from the underworld? Once you see Miss Wu, use the underworld decree and it will bring her back here. Don't waste any more time. Hurry and settle this matter. After Qin Huai obediently lay down inside the coffin, Master Zhang closed the lid from outside. The moment he laid down in the coffin, a wave of drowsiness crashed over Qin Huai, and he could barely keep his eyes open. When he heard a voice ring out, he suddenly opened them. By then, the surroundings had completely changed. Wake up. Why are you still lying there? Get up, hurry. Right after that, Master Zhang's voice sounded in Qin Huai's mind as well. Remember this well. Find out clearly why Miss Wu died such a tragic death. Only then can this wrongful case truly be resolved. Miss Wu was about to help Qin Huai up, but just then an angry shout rang out. What kind of behavior is this? How can a young lady fool around with the servants like this? At that moment, the clothes on Qin Huai had also changed into the outfit of a proper servant. So the old man acting so furious was none other than Miss Wu's father, old Master Wu. What are you standing around for? Why aren't you getting back to work? Take the young lady back to her room. She's not to step outside for 3 days. Qin Huai had not expected that a noble young lady like Miss Wu would be treated so strictly in her own home. Hey, Wu Huai, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come work with me. Another servant hurried over and urged Qin Huai along. Did that fall knock your brains out or something? You even forgot your own name? Hurry and fill up the water jars. Unless you want old Master Wu to punish you. From now on, don't get too close to Miss Wu either. We're just servants, so you need to understand your place. Besides, in a few more days, the young lady will be married off. Seeing Qin Huai looking blank, the servant continued. Haven't you heard? The young lady is going to marry the Prime Minister's son. Logically speaking, our master is a high-ranking official, so marrying the Prime Minister's son counts as a good match of equal status. It's just that the Prime Minister's son doesn't have a very good reputation. I heard he likes refining pills, and he often eats all all kinds of strange things. The most frightening part is that supposedly he even eats the flesh of dead people. Right now, our master is only one step away from another promotion. If he marries the young lady into the Prime Minister's family, he can climb even higher. Don't spread what we just said around, or if the master hears it, we'll be punished again. Qin Huai thought to himself that Miss Wu truly was pitiful. Perhaps it really was because she had been forced to marry such a person that resentment was born in her heart. That night, Qin Huai relied on his memory to find Miss Wu's room. He wanted to ask her in person. The moment Miss Wu saw Qin Huai arrive, it was as if she had already been waiting for him, and she opened the door and let him into her room. I heard you were punished. You haven't eaten anything tonight, have you? It's all because I drag you into this. But I'll make it up to you. Eat, Wu Huai. Don't be polite. This young lady is rewarding you. Hurry and eat, and afterward I'll take you to see something. Then Miss Wu led Qin Huai through a dog hole in the Wu family residence and took him to a huge old tree. Look, Wu Huai fireflies. Isn't it beautiful? If I make a wish, do you think it might come true? Then Miss Wu closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and prayed. As for what she wished for, no one knew. Miss Wu was truly pitiful. Perhaps something terrible had happened after she was forced to marry the Prime Minister's son. If I take Miss Wu away now, will she avoid turning into a vengeful spirit? Miss Wu, if you don't want to, then you don't have to marry, do you? Miss Wu smiled, but her smile was full of sorrow. Wu Huai, do you know? Sometimes I really envy you. You can do the things you want to do. I'm not like that. It's getting late. We should go back. Watching Miss Wu's sorrowful figure walk back, Qin Huai wondered whether there really was no way to stop her from becoming a vengeful spirit. Wu Huai, why are you still here? The master is waiting for us. Today he's going to visit the Prime Minister's residence, probably to discuss the young lady's marriage. We have to go along too. At this moment, official Wu and the Prime Minister were discussing the marriage between their families. Qin Huai wondered what kind of man the Prime Minister's son was, and whether he was worthy of Miss Wu at all. Just then, the Prime Minister's son appeared as well. Geyer is praying for blessings for father and mother. I wonder what instructions father has for me. So this was the Prime Minister's son? There was something strange about him. He carried the aura of a dead person. Could it be that he really did eat human flesh, just like the rumors said? The moment old Master Wu saw Geyer, he smiled in obvious satisfaction with his future son-in-law, plainly lying through his teeth. My son is unworthy. Official Wu, I think tomorrow is an auspicious day. Rather than choosing a day, why not take advantage of the day we've met and have them marry tomorrow? While the two sides were speaking, Geyer looked at Qin Huai with obvious hostility. It was clearly their first meeting, so why was he so hostile toward him? This fellow was definitely not harmless. The next day, at the Prime Minister's residence, the wedding was quickly held. There were many guests coming to offer congratulations. Why hadn't Qin Lang shown up at all? He hadn't even come out to toast the guests. Something felt off, or was Qin Huai just overthinking it? No, he had to go take a look before he could feel at ease. When Qin Huai arrived at the bridal chamber, he discovered smoke rising from inside. Why was there a pill furnace in the bridal chamber? The moment Qin Huai arrived, Geyer immediately stepped out as well. Boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What are you doing here? Looking for your young lady. If you want to see her, follow me. There are no hidden mechanisms or traps here, so don't be afraid. Your young lady is below. Although Qin Huai had no idea what Geyer was planning, he had no choice but to follow him. Sure enough, Miss Wu was there, but at this moment she was tightly bound by countless iron chains. She looked nothing like someone about to be married. Wu Huai, why did you come here? Go back quickly. I don't need you to save me. Qin Huai ignored Miss Wu's words and ran forward, wanting to remove the iron chains for her. But just then, Geyer suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind him and stabbed it straight through Qin Huai's chest. You want to leave? Too late. The flesh of the two of you must be wonderfully fresh. I'll drain all the blood from your bodies first, then enjoy you slowly. I want to become an immortal. No one can stop me. Qin Huai had no idea what was happening, but suddenly he felt his body separate from Wu Huai's body. Then that Wu Huai picked up a dagger and rushed forward, stabbing it into Geyer's abdomen. I won't give you the chance to harm a young lady. Go to hell and dream your dream of becoming an immortal there. Geyer had never expected that just when he was on the verge of becoming an immortal, his plans would be ruined by a lowly mortal of humble status. After that, Miss Wu and Wu Huai both tried to move toward each other and touch the other's hand. But because Miss Wu's body was bound by iron chains, she could only watch helplessly as Wu Huai died before her eyes. Soon after, Geyer's corpse was carried out by the Prime Minister's servants. Seeing his son die so miserably, the prime minister flew into a rage at once. I never imagined that you would collude with a servant to murder my Geyer. Men, nail this bitch into the coffin for me. Make sure she can never be reincarnated. So that was how it had happened. No wonder Miss Wu's resentment had remained undispersed for so many years. At this moment, Qin Huai had also seen Miss Wu's soul. If her soul was willing to go back with him, then her grievance could be resolved. Miss Wu led Qin Huai once more to the ancient tree. My fate and his were different from the moment we were born. I was born the daughter of a high-ranking official, while he was only the child of a servant woman in our household. We grew up together and could be considered childhood sweethearts. He was so foolish that he couldn't even see that I liked him. And he was stupid too, stupid enough to give up his life for me. Do you know what wish I made back then? I wished that I could become Wu Huai's bride. I wouldn't have feared poverty or hardship. Can you grant my wish? Qin Huai lowered his head and replied, but I'm not Wu Huai. I'm not the person you want to marry. Besides, I already have someone in my heart. Miss Wu blushed. After seeing you, I thought you were Wu Huai's reincarnation. Finding someone you love must be a very happy thing, right? Even if you can't marry me, can you at least hold my hand for a little while? If Wu Huai's reincarnation has found someone who makes him happy, then I'm happy for him too. Take Wu Huai's place and accompany me on this final stretch of the journey. Qin Huai agreed to Miss Wu. All right, follow me. Leave this place and go to the underworld to enter reincarnation. In your next life, I promise you'll be happy. Hearing that, Miss Wu burst into tears, but this time they were tears of happiness. Wu Huai, I believe you. After that, Miss Wu's obsession was finally fulfilled, and her soul vanished before Qin Huai's eyes. Then Qin Huai awoke from the dream inside the coffin to the sound of Master Zhang calling him. You're finally awake. What? Didn't you get enough sleep in the coffin? Qin Huai, you handled this well. At least you didn't disgrace your master. Now Miss Wu's resentment has dispersed, so this wrongful case can be considered solved. Tomorrow night, follow me to the underworld to report back. Qin Huai nodded in acknowledgement, but for some reason his mood felt extremely heavy. Give Miss Wu's coffin a proper burial. Don't think too much about it. It's better to think about what you need to do next. Afterward, Qin Huai reburied Miss Wu and erected a wooden memorial tablet for her engraved with the tomb of Miss Wu. As soon as he left that place, Qin Huai immediately returned home to find Shi Dao, and the moment he saw her, he pulled her into his arms. Before their tender moment could last, River God came rushing over. Lord Qin, General Bai Qi has won. He successfully captured Yuan City. Last night was a vicious battle, and it only ended not long ago. The casualties still haven't been fully counted. Qin Huai then followed River God back to the Yellow River Palace. General Bai Qi, what is the current situation of the battle? Reporting to young Lord Qin, we have now taken Yuan City and Water City, together with our Yellow River Palace. They now form a united battle line. We can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. It's just that after several days of continuous fighting, this subordinate recommends that we rest and regroup for a while. Old Turtle, standing beside them, also added, last time, my lord instructed me to spread a proclamation in the name of Crown Prince Chionyo condemning the South Sea Dragon King. As expected, the South Sea Dragon King took the bait and has already led troops to the East Sea border to threaten Crown Prince Chionyo. This matter has both benefits and drawbacks. On the surface, it seems to intensify the conflict between Crown Prince Chionyo and the South Sea Dragon King. But on the other hand, it also gives Crown Prince Yazi additional support from the South Sea Dragon King. Bai Qi continued, Young Lord Qin, we have now taken 2 cities, and our troops have expanded to 50,000. If we truly need to concentrate our forces and fight Crown Prince Yazi head-on, this subordinate is still 50% confident of victory. Just then, a subordinate rushed in with an urgent report. Lord Qin, this is bad. Crown Prince Yazi has gathered 60,000 troops and is attacking Yuan City. Hearing this, Bai Qi immediately volunteered to lead the naval forces and set up a defensive line. Although deeply worried, Qin Huai had absolute faith in General Bai Qi's ability to command in battle. Then news from the battlefield came back one after another. My lord, Crown Prince Yazi has attacked Yuan City. More than 3,000 of our soldiers have been wounded or killed. Report, my lord. Crown Prince Yazi has joined forces with the other cities to besiege Yuan City. Our losses have already exceeded 5,000. At this point, Qin Huai could no longer remain seated. Gather everyone in the Yellow River Palace who can still move. We're going to reinforce them. General Bai Qi and the soldiers are fighting for our Yellow River. The battle is going badly for us. I have to do something. I can't just sit here and watch our men die. Seeing that Qin Huai had made up his mind, both Old Turtle and River God were willing to go with him, to share fortune and disaster alike with Qin Huai. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Yellow River Navy was desperately resisting the fierce assault of Crown Prince Yazi's naval forces. The moment they saw Qin Huai appear, the morale of the Yellow River Navy immediately soared. "We must kill all our enemies and win glory for Lord Dragon King." Just as the battle reached its most intense point, a high immortal of heaven appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was Immortal Higao. By decree of the Jade Emperor, Yazi, Chionyo, and Yellow River Dragon King Qin Huai are to receive the decree. A decree from the Jade Emperor? So the old man's words had really come true. It was only now that Crown Prince Chionyo finally revealed himself for the first time. If Immortal Higao had not come, he probably would never have shown himself at all. This man really was insidious enough, hiding in a concealed place, clearly waiting for the chance to profit like a fisherman. The Jade Emperor sympathizes with the East Sea and cannot bear to see it fall into chaos. Therefore, he specially summons the three of you to heaven to discuss the succession of the East Sea Dragon King. In addition, the three great Dragon Kings are also summoned to accompany you. Thus is the decree. Yazi quickly objected. "Immortal Higao, is there some mistake? Qin Huai is only a subject of the East Sea. What right does he have to participate in these deliberations?" Immortal Higao gave a cold snort. "Since this is the Jade Emperor's decree, you only need to obey it. Why so much nonsense? You have half a shurchin. Get to heaven immediately." After Immortal Higao left, Crown Prince Yazi stepped forward and threatened Qin Huai. "Just you wait, Prince. Once this matter is over, I'll settle the score with you." But Crown Prince Chionyo had a completely different attitude. "Lord Qin, this prince is not like that brute Yazi. I hope that when Lord Qin reaches heaven, you might speak a few good words for me." Qin Huai nearly laughed. This man was truly shameless. He had hidden behind the scenes and struck at him in secret, yet now he still wanted Qin Huai to speak well of him. River God hurried over to flatter him. "Congratulations, Lord Qin. Your name was included in the Jade Emperor's decree as well. That means the Jade Emperor has already regarded you as a candidate for the position of the new East Sea Dragon King. If you are chosen as the new East Sea Dragon King, then everything will be proper and justified." But Qin Huai felt that things could not possibly be so simple. Could it be that the old man had spoken on his behalf before the Jade Emperor? If so, then that old man was very likely a high official in heaven. A moment later, an extraordinarily magnificent carriage appeared before the Yellow River. "May I ask if you are Upper Immortal Qin? This humble one was sent by heaven to escort you. Please, Upper Immortal Qin, get in." In an instant, the carriage brought Qin Huai to the mysterious Immortal Manor. It should be known that a mysterious immortal stood several ranks above an upper immortal. As soon as Qin Huai entered, he saw that Yazi, Chionyo, and the three Dragon Kings were already there. "I am Qin Huai, Dragon King of the Yellow River." The one seated in the central seat was likely the mysterious immortal. "So you are Upper Immortal Qin. Please have a seat." This immortal is acting under the Jade Emperor's decree and has specially invited all of you here to discuss who should inherit the position of East Sea Dragon King. Since you are here today, you may all speak your minds plainly. There is no need for reservations. The South Sea Dragon King was the first to speak. "Immortally wise and brilliant, this old dragon has not seen your excellency for a long time. Today I have specially brought a 1,000-year luminous pearl from the bottom of the South Sea as a gift for Immortal Li. Immortal Lismilat." Though he said he should not accept it, he still openly took the treasure from the South Sea Dragon King. This was outright bribery in broad daylight. Qin Huai noticed that Crown Prince Chionyo showed no reaction at all, which meant he had probably already given gifts beforehand as well. "All right then, South Sea Dragon King. In your wise opinion, who should be chosen as the new East Sea Dragon King? Reporting to Immortal Li, I believe Crown Prince Yazi is the most suitable. In every respect, Crown Prince Yazi is the strongest candidate." "Oh, is that so? Yet this king has heard that the Yellow River Dragon King has a rather good reputation in the East Sea and is very popular among the people. Then, Upper Immortal Qin, who do you think should sit in the seat of East Sea Dragon King?" Qin Huai thought to himself that he was being asked directly. Was this man trying to trap him? Reporting to Immortal Li, this minor immortal has only recently arrived in the East Sea and truly does not understand the situation there well enough. I dare not speak recklessly. Therefore, I still ask that the Jade Emperor make the final decision.